Chapter 564. When Huangfu Fengchen and the others were meditating, they were naturally aware of their surroundings. Long Yu was teaching Long Chen how to cultivate the martial realm. At first, they were a bit confused, but when they saw the miniature teleportation formation, they understood. Long Yu didn't have the time to care about the Scarlet Emperor's seal. The Martial Emperor and the Devil Emperor had one less competitor, so they were naturally happy in their hearts. Long Chen's situation had nothing to do with them. However, after seeing Long Chen's terrifying talent, after they recovered, they looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. If this boy is allowed to grow, he can really reach the level of the two geniuses. Whether it was the Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia or the Martial Emperor Yang Mingfeng, they were all deeply afraid of him. Of course, in the distant Fire Divine realm, they couldn't do anything to Long Chen. If they wanted to do anything, they could only wait until they got out, but after they got out, Huangfu Fengchen and Long Yu would be protecting Long Chen. It seemed impossible to do anything. Without a plan, the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor turned their attention to the Red Emperor seal. Although it was basically impossible to get the Red Emperor seal, the treasure was right in front of them. Who would be willing to give up? As for breaking through to the fourth level of the Earth Martial Realm, they didn't think about it. Many people had already reached the peak of their lives. If they advanced further, they would already be at the Martial Emperor level. If it was so easy to fight against a Martial Emperor, the divine Wushu Sage dynasty would be Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji's world. Therefore, they looked at each other and entered the Solar Fire Divine realm again. If they knew that the Red Emperor's seal was already in Long Chen's hands, they would probably vomit blood in anger. However, Huangfu Fengchen was an open-minded person. After failing the first time, he had already given up. His and Long Yu's passageway just so happened to surround Long Chen. Hence, they were on the left and right, paying attention to Long Chen's movements. After Long Chen had practiced once, Long Yu began to explain to him step by step. The true meaning of the martial realm is to first achieve the form. From the form, you can comprehend the spirit. When you obtain the spirit, you don't need to care about the form anymore. Any form is based on the evolution of the spirit. So, you first have to practice the first level of the Earth Martial Arts Boxing Manual until you are completely proficient. You need to practice it over and over again. Now, you can continue. If there is anything wrong, I will point it out for you, Long Yu said seriously. Long Chen took a deep breath and recalled Long Yu's actions from before. He was very smart. He knew that if he imagined himself in an environment with only the earth, then he would be more suitable for Long Yu's request. Huangfu Fengchen found it interesting, so he also gave a few pointers from time to time. Both of them were experienced people, and it was inevitable that one of them would make a mistake. Moreover, the path that Long Yu and Huangfu Fengchen took couldn't be the same. Although Long Yu was a woman, she indeed walked the path of extreme power and attack. Therefore, among the four great experts, Long Yu's attack power was the strongest and the most violent. As for Huangfu Fengchen, he was good at movement and spear arts, but he walked the path of elegance and speed. The two of them had their own requirements and respected each other's understanding. Long Chen did not completely lean towards either side. He combined the views of the two people and added his own understanding. Often, he would be able to achieve the effect of inference. If this goes on, he will definitely succeed in 10 days. Huangfu Fengchen nodded and evaluated after seeing Long Chen's improvement during the practice a few times. Just these few times, Long Chen was able to constantly improve and improve. His improvement was huge, which was why Huangfu Fengchen gave such an evaluation. It's too early to say that, Long Yu said coldly. Compared to Huangfu Fengchen, Long Yu was much stricter. Martial realm, martial. During the practice, Long Chen gradually immersed himself in his own world. After a day, he had completely mastered the form. After practicing a set of fist techniques, there was no deviation. Of course, this was related to his superb comprehension ability. The power of his body directly connected to the first aperture of heaven and connected to the sea of consciousness. This made his control of power reach a level of ease. The earth martial realm is to feel the power of the earth. Qian Kun is the heaven and earth. This world is formed by the heaven and earth. Qian and Kun, heaven and earth, are full of endless power. The power of man is, after all, insignificant. The power of heaven and earth is incomparable. The earth martial realm is to use one's own power to draw the power of the earth. The power of the earth appears in the form of pulses, vibrations, and waves. If you want to receive the power of the earth, you must completely integrate yourself into the earth and become a part of it. The earth martial arts fist technique is a bridge. In the beginning, Long Chen only thought that this was a simple fist technique. After practicing it once, he didn't seem to gain anything. If there was no guidance, he might give up. However, Long Yu didn't say anything, so the path he was walking must be right. After practicing a few more times, Long Chen realized that there seemed to be a few punches that suddenly gave Long Chen an incomparably profound feeling. As he continued practicing, there were more and more profound movements. Until 3 days later, Long Chen already knew that in the first set of fist techniques in the earth martial arts fist technique, every punch was incomparably profound and incomprehensible. This is the learning process from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple. You have already completed half of the fist technique. Of course, the first part is relatively simple, but the latter part is incomparably difficult. You need to understand every single profound mystery, and your fist technique will have a spirit. Long Yu said. For the next step, we can't directly help you with language. You can only rely on your own understanding of the God. However, we can practice for you again. I'll go through our own earth martial arts realm first. You can try and see if you can comprehend anything. Huangfu Fengchen was very enthusiastic. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Long Chen's reply and directly practiced the earth martial arts fist technique. Long Chen's eyes were instantly attracted. The same fist technique, but the feeling of Huangfu Fengchen and Long Yu's was completely different. Long Yu's fist technique was big and fast, but Huangfu Fengchen's fist technique was incomparably elegant, like a swallow, quickly circling. Long Chen was soon immersed in Huangfu Fengchen's world. God, what on earth is this thing? As Huangfu Fengchen's fists danced in the air, Long Chen kept thinking. His eyes followed Huangfu Fengchen's fists and wandered around. For a moment, he forgot himself, and his body subconsciously followed Huangfu Fengchen's movements. This is the spear doctrine. Suddenly, an ordinary long spear appeared in Huangfu Fengchen's hand. Spear technique is an extension of fist technique. Although the form of expression is different, the principle is indeed the same. The same movements were used on the spear, and it was exactly the same. Their movements were all full of God, whether it was the fist technique or the spear doctrine. Long Chen, on the other hand, could only comprehend the spirit in each of their movements. He was originally talented, and compared to others, he had a much stronger advantage. Then, with the two masters personally demonstrating for him, everything went smoothly. Long Yu and Huangfu Fengchen saw Long Chen's progress. When Huangfu Fengchen's set of movements ended, Long Chen closed his eyes, already immersed in his own world. At this moment, Long Chen's movements and Huangfu Fengchen's movements were revolving in his mind, alternating. If this is the case, martial realm, this punch is from the heart, everything around him slowly faded away. Long Chen could hear a series of thumping sounds gradually reverberating in his world. These thumping sounds seemed to be coming from his body, but they also seemed to be coming from a very distant place. Bang! Long Chen threw a punch. Bang! Under this rhythm, Long Chen threw another punch. The punch was like a river flowing toward the east, extremely carefree. The shape of the earth gradually took shape. Long Chen could already vaguely feel it, as if he had already touched the earth. In his perception, it was no longer a piece of earth under his feet, but a beating heart. Bang, bang, bang. Every time the sound was made, Long Chen felt a vibration under his feet. This indistinct thing is the pulse of the earth. If I can grasp this pulse in the punching method, I will have the spirit. Long Chen began to not focus on his punching method. He had a strong comprehension ability and knew that the closeness of the heart was more important for him at this moment. Cultivation was free. Without the restraint of the punching method, Long Chen was like a bird fighting in the sky, soaring to his heart's content. The power of the earth was like supporting the rising air. Only by mastering the air could the bird soar in the sky to its heart's content. And Long Chen to the endless earth was like a bird to the endless air. Now he was a fledgling practicing flying. At first, he only knew how to wave his wings to feel the existence of the air, but now he had already perceived the air. Next, countless practice and comprehension would enable him, a fledgling, to master the law of the air. When he soared in the sky with the wind, that would be the time when he truly reached the earth martial arts realm. The principle was exactly the same. After a round of punching method, Long Chen had a lot of comprehension. He slowly withdrew his fist and exhaled. When he opened his eyes, he found that Long Yu and Huangfu Fengchen were looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. "What's wrong?" Long Chen asked. Long Yu and Huangfu Fengchen looked at each other. Long Yu rarely smiled, but Huangfu Fengchen gave Long Chen a thumbs up and said, "Your comprehension ability is divine Wushu sage. Your punching method just now already has the spirit. As long as you continue on this path, when you reach the end, you will be able to condense your martial soul and reach the earth martial arts realm. I've calculated. Today is the 3rd day. I estimate that you will be able to reach the earth martial arts realm in 3 days." Even Long Yu had to sigh with emotion. At this time, the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor had just come out of the true fire of the sun for the 3rd time. They looked at each other and were a little depressed. Chapter 565. Demon Emperor and Martial Emperor started to feel hopeless after failing to get the Red Emperor seal 3 times in a row. Huangfu Fengchen and Long Yu didn't even dare to try, which comforted them. After all, they couldn't get it, and Long Yu and the others couldn't get it either. Everyone would return empty-handed, and no one had the qualifications to laugh at each other. If either Long Yu or Huangfu Fengchen obtained the Scarlet Emperor's seal, it would be a tragedy for them. But what they didn't know was that it was actually a tragedy for them. They knew that Long Chen had to reach the earth martial arts realm before he could leave. Long Yu and Huangfu Fengchen were trying their best to help Long Chen reach the earth martial arts realm. As soon as they came out, they didn't even think about recovering their genuine core energy. They started to mock Long Chen. Demon Emperor was familiar with Long Chen, so he said, "What's the point of cultivating? If it weren't for the Emperor Flame Bead, he would be a good-for-nothing. Now that he has the Emperor Flame Bead, he has reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. But with his talent and foundation, it will take 10 years for him to reach the earth martial arts realm." Martial Emperor Yang Ningfeng also said sarcastically, 10 years, 10 years. We don't know where the fire god land is. If we stay here for 10 years, it would be strange if we didn't die. Anyway, no one can get the Red Emperor seal. Among the 4 of us, who wants to reach the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm, without a great opportunity, who can reach it in 10 years? So, I think we should forget about the Red Emperor seal. Demon Emperor said, "Brother Yang, you mean you want to give up? Isn't that what Brother Jiang thinks?" Yang Ningfeng asked. They all knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to obtain the Red King seal. Moreover, the Demon King still had the huge ancient demon area with tens of thousands of people waiting for him. Without the Demon King as a pillar, the ancient demon area would not last long. Therefore, the Demon King was quite worried. As for martial emperors, he was currently one of the 3 martial emperors. If he were to wait a few years and go out, he was not sure if he would still be considered a top figure. "Let's try one last time. If it doesn't work, we won't be accompanying you anymore," Jiang Wuxia said. Therefore, they made one last attempt, and the result was undoubtedly tragic. Among them, the most they could do was not reach the distance of the Crimson Emperor seal. If they did not consider their lives, they could barely reach 50 meters, but once they obtained the Crimson Emperor seal, they would probably not be able to return alive. Long Yu, Huangfu Fengchen, just wait here for this boy to reach the earth martial arts realm. Come out after a few years. We won't keep you company, the demon emperor said with a sneer. If Patriarch Huangfu isn't worried about the safety of the clan, there's nothing we can do. Yang Ningfeng also smiled. In other words, if Huangfu Fengshen didn't go out, the Huangfu clan would be in trouble. Of course, this wasn't just a threat. The Huangfu clan and the ancient devil region were nominally subservient to the Wushu alliance, but that wasn't the case. Both of them had their own autonomy. However, if the Huangfu clan didn't have Huangfu Fengshen, it would be normal for it to be annexed, just like Yang Ningfeng's wind god religion. After that, Jiang Wuxia and Yang Ningfeng looked at each other, then left through the miniature universe transmitting formation. Long Yu and Huangfu Fengshen didn't bother to pay attention to them. They were all desperately trying to get the Crimson Emperor's seal, so they didn't notice Long Chen's progress. If they had paid attention, they would never have said 10 years. 10 years. Long Chen only needed 3 more days to complete the task. After the Demon Emperor and the Martial Emperor left, Long Chen could concentrate on his cultivation. Long Yu and Huangfu Fengshen, who had 2 different styles of the earth martial arts realm, helped him a lot, so he knew how to learn from others and form his own earth martial arts realm. Long Chen was immersed in the earth martial arts fist manual. He was closely connected to the earth, and as he practiced the fist technique over and over again, he benefited a lot from it, and his progress was rapid. 3 days gradually passed. Under the gratified gazes of Long Yu and Huangfu Fengshen, Long Chen's progress was within their expectations, and even exceeded their expectations. It was the 5th day. The pulse of the earth, although he was standing on the heart of the earth, Long Chen couldn't feel its pulse. This was the most important thing. As long as he could integrate his fist art with the pulse of the earth, he could communicate with the earth and obtain the power of the earth. Then, Long Chen could complete the last step, which was to condense the martial spirit in his sea of consciousness. Of course, the last step was also the most difficult one. How can I feel the pulse of the earth? Long Chen thought hard until he racked his brains. No, what I need is not quick success, but natural and intoxicated. As long as I continue, I can do it. After a long time of silence, Long Chen quickly figured out the key. That's it. He already had the form and spirit. Every time he practiced the fist art, he had reached the same level as Long Yu and the others. He had both the speed of Long Yu and the elegance of Huangfu Fengshen. Most people live on the earth all their lives. The earth is the real root. At this moment, I am integrated into the earth. The pulse of the earth needed to be experienced. Bang, bang, bang. These sounds, at a certain moment when Long Chen was intoxicated, rumbled in Long Chen's ears. This was the feeling, bang. One punch. With Long Chen's efforts, they gradually matched. The pulse of the earth did not restrict his punches. Long Chen felt that his feet seemed to have grown roots and were firmly rooted in the earth. He felt the power of the earth, absorbed the power of the earth, and slowly grew. Finally, at a certain moment, Long Chen punched the last time. With a loud bang, everything began to fall into place. The khaki-colored liquid flowed from Long Chen's feet into Long Chen's body and instantly turned into a khaki-colored cocoon, completely submerging Long Chen. Endless earth-vein spiritual qi completely enveloped Long Chen. Seeing this scene, Long Yu and Huangfu Fengshen both laughed. They knew that this was a sign that Long Chen had touched the threshold. When everything was over, Long Chen would definitely reach the earth martial arts realm. He said it would take 10 days, but it only took him 5 days. This guy. A gratified smile appeared on Long Yu's face. Hey, the legendary Ice Beauty actually smiled, and her smile is so beautiful. It's really a pity that she doesn't smile normally. Huangfu Fengshen said loudly. Long Yu's smile immediately froze. Then, her smile disappeared. She glanced at Huangfu Fengshen coldly and then paid attention to Long Chen's things. Huangfu Fengshen cursed in his heart and also paid attention to Long Chen's movements. The mentality of the two of them was completely different. Long Yu rarely smiled, but Huangfu Fengshen was the kind of person who couldn't live without smiling. At this moment, Long Chen was at a critical moment. I have completely comprehended the gist of trueness of the Earth martial arts realm. Of course, it's only the first level. Next, it should be the Earth vein spiritual qi entering my body, turning my 18 star rivers into martial veins, and the 9 apertures into martial apertures. The huge Earth vein spiritual qi, together with my genuine qi, will be transformed into genuine essence, and then the martial soul will be born. With guidance, Long Chen could clearly understand these steps. Endless Earth vein spiritual qi rushed towards Long Chen's body. The cocoon on his body was like a whirlpool, gathering all the nearby Earth vein spiritual qi into Long Chen's body. Long Chen was completely submerged in the sea of liquid Earth vein spiritual qi. Its starting, endless Earth vein spiritual qi began to flow into his body. This was a power that was many times stronger than his body. The khaki liquid Earth vein spiritual qi quickly connected with Long Chen's dragon soul genuine qi. At this moment, Long Chen quickly transformed into the dragon soul. Whoosh! When the two types of energy met, the result was a fusion. The blood-red true energy fused with the liquid spiritual energy of the Earth veins, dyeing the liquid spiritual energy of the Earth veins from earthen yellow to blood-red, gradually becoming Long Chen's own power. After the Earth vein spiritual qi was added to the gaseous dragon soul genuine qi, it fused and transformed into liquid dragon soul genuine qi, which flowed in Long Chen's 18 heavenly rivers and 9 major acupuncture points. The huge power soon exceeded the limits of the heavenly rivers and acupuncture points. Long Chen also felt that it was difficult for him to control such a huge power. At this moment, more power in the dragon soul genuine qi directly fused with the star veins and acupuncture points. Under a formless transformation, the invisible star veins gradually turned into thick blood-red martial veins in Long Chen's body. The acupuncture points, which were originally the size of an egg, expanded rapidly under the assimilation and nourishment of the dragon soul genuine qi. They grew to the size of a fist and became sturdier and stronger. Of course, the acupuncture points were still very small on the outside, or even non-existent. The 9 martial apertures and 18 martial veins gradually took shape under the nourishment of the dragon soul genuine qi. The 9 martial apertures were stronger, wider, and sturdier than the original 9 acupuncture points. The same went for the martial veins. However, under the nourishment of the dragon soul genuine qi, the 18 martial veins that covered Long Chen's body and intertwined in Long Chen's body seemed to have a slight change. Taking a closer look, the 18 martial veins occupying Long Chen's body had faint dragon scale patterns on them. The dragon head, dragon tail, dragon whiskers, everything was vivid and lifelike. Each martial vein was like a blood-red divine dragon entrenched in Long Chen's body. A total of 18 divine dragons turned into martial veins and entrenched in Long Chen's body. This was the influence of the dragon soul genuine qi. The 18 blood-red divine dragons brought a deep shock to Long Chen. He had a premonition that his martial veins were much stronger than others, and there would even be more miraculous changes in the future. The martial vein was something that Long Chen had to maintain in the 3 martial realms. The 3 martial realms had a total of 27 levels. These 27 levels were much harder to achieve than the 4 basic martial realms with 36 levels. It also took a lot more time. If Long Chen couldn't break through the God martial realm and reach the levels after the God martial realm, then the 18 martial veins in the form of divine dragons would accompany him for the rest of his life. Of course, this was only the change of the martial veins. Next, it was time to condense the martial soul. Chapter 566. Even though the 18 martial meridians and 9 martial apertures had been formed, the true origin in his body was still increasing until it was 10 times the original amount. A huge amount of blood-red liquid true origin flowed endlessly in Long Chen's 9 martial apertures and 18 martial meridians like a river. A series of whistling sounds rang out from within Long Chen's body. The true origin of the Earth Martial Realm was so terrifying. Long Chen could not imagine what kind of changes would occur after he completely grasped this true essence. Among the 9 great martial apertures, the pills on the vortexes were like blood-red burning suns. The illusionary figure of the golden crow still existed within them, but under the influence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the appearance of the golden crow had changed slightly. It was a transformation from a bird to a divine dragon. Under the influence of the primordial blood spiritual dragon, even the remnant soul of the golden crow couldn't resist it. A primitive and ancient aura, a bloody and murderous aura, was emitted from Long Chen's body. The true origin in his body had reached the limit as it flowed among the 18 martial meridians and 9 martial apertures. With the dragon's soul transformation, the true origin was comparable to the true origin of the second level of the Earth Martial Realm. Even though he had reached the Earth Martial Realm, the dragon's soul transformation still allowed Long Chen to maintain his superior combat strength. He had never been a match for anyone at the same level as him. When the changes in his body reached the limit, the changes in his sea of consciousness began. At this moment, the mist in his sea of consciousness was moving rapidly. Of course, the mysterious dragon jade and the blood essence of the primordial blood spiritual dragon were in the center of the sea of consciousness, motionless. In the sea of consciousness, the white mist began to condense in the sea of consciousness after a great vibration. The mist was actually the embodiment of Long Chen's consciousness. Now, the consciousness was condensed together. When it was completely condensed, Long Chen's martial soul would take shape. Of course, this was only the Earth Martial Spirit. In the future, the Heaven Martial Spirit and the God Martial Spirit would undergo even greater changes. As time passed, Long Chen was immersed in the profound meaning of the martial realm. His martial soul gradually took shape in his sea of consciousness. This time, there was no accident. What appeared was a fog-like little person. It was not very clear, as if it would dissipate at any time. The martial soul at the first level of the Earth Martial Arts realm was still quite fragile. When Long Chen's strength and comprehension improved, the martial soul would gradually become stronger and more solid. And now, it was just a very illusory little person. After successfully condensing his martial spirit, Long Chen could feel that he was gradually gaining control over the energy flowing in his body through the first heaven aperture. This kind of perfect control made him quite surprised. At this moment, he felt that he was the little person in his sea of consciousness. Through his eyes, Long Chen was inspecting his own body. This little person had excellent control over the strength of every part of his body. He could even control the vibration of every muscle in his body. The martial soul was Long Chen himself. Through the martial soul, he could more accurately control his own strength and his own body. This kind of excellent control made Long Chen quite surprised. He knew that his Earth Martial Arts realm seemed to have been completely completed. When he reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, he seemed to have been reborn. When he reached the Earth Martial Arts realm, he felt that he had undergone an even greater transformation. After surpassing the 4 basic realms, Long Chen found that he could finally be regarded as a beginner martial artist. Only when he reached the 3 martial realms could he become a real martial artist. A martial artist's way was martial arts. Now that his martial soul had been formed, everything was coming to an end. Long Chen could also wake up and go out of the distant fire divine realm. But at this moment, an unforeseen event happened. In Long Chen's sea of consciousness, the illusory little person, which was Long Chen's martial soul, should have appeared in the center of the sea of consciousness. However, the center was occupied by the mysterious dragon jade and the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Obviously, Long Chen's martial soul was not a match for them. But at this moment, the mysterious dragon jade unexpectedly emitted a force that pulled Long Chen's martial soul toward the center of the sea of consciousness until Long Chen's martial soul was suspended above the mysterious dragon jade. This strange situation occurred in the center of Long Chen's sea of consciousness. The martial soul was on top, the dragon jade was in the middle, and the blood essence of the ancestral dragon was below. The 3 were balanced together. Both the martial soul and the blood essence of the ancestral dragon seemed to be restrained by the dragon jade. At this moment, without Long Chen's control, the dragon jade once again emitted an irresistible force that separated a 10,000th of the ancestral dragon's blood essence and merged it with Long Chen's martial soul. This 10,000th did not affect the total amount of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, but it also caused an incredible change to Long Chen's martial soul. It was a complete change in shape. The illusory little person in Long Chen's martial soul turned into an illusory divine dragon. A 10,000th of the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon merged with Long Chen's martial soul under the strange force of the dragon jade. From then on, Long Chen's martial soul was an illusory ancient blood spiritual dragon. This was not as simple as the shape of the martial soul. In fact, the shape of the martial soul represented the shape of the body. When a demonic beast reached the king realm, it would also undergo a transformation. A demonic soul would be formed in their sea of consciousness, and the power in their body would change from demonic force to demonic essence. The appearance of every demonic beast's demonic soul was definitely the same as its body. For example, the demonic soul in the Blackwater mystical snake sea of consciousness would definitely look like the Blackwater mystical snake. Based on Long Chen's situation, although he still maintained his human appearance, his martial soul had already turned into a primordial divine dragon. Perhaps after he truly merged with the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, not only his body, but his soul would also transform into a real ancestral dragon. Of course, this did not mean that Long Chen would become a demonic beast like Xiao Lang. Divine dragons and demonic beasts weren't the same concept. Divine dragons weren't demonic beasts. They were another species that was high and mighty. Instead, they were primordial divine dragons. They were inextricably linked to humans now. Therefore, it didn't mean that Long Chen wasn't a human after transforming into a divine dragon. His martial soul had already turned into a dragon. Although this change did not bring any benefits to Long Chen, it would definitely bring about many miraculous changes in the future. Regarding the shape of the martial soul, Xiao Lang was also surprised. He was a human soul, but he had occupied the body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. When he reached the king realm, Long Chen could not figure out whether his sea of consciousness would be a human soul or a demonic soul. When the dragon-shaped martial soul finally took shape, Long Chen's body awakened. The earthy yellow cocoon formed by the spiritual qi of the earth veins slowly disappeared, and Long Chen's appearance appeared in the vision of Long Yu and Huangfu Fengchen. Long Yu and Huangfu Fengchen had an illusion that when the cocoon disappeared, they did not see Long Chen, but a primordial divine dragon. After blinking their eyes, they realized that they had seen wrongly. Long Chen closed his eyes and felt the power in his body with his martial soul. The 18 martial veins that looked like divine dragons, and the 9 martial apertures were flowing with the blood-red true origin of the dragon soul. In the 9 martial apertures, the vortexes were spinning, and the blood-red blazing suns were burning brightly. Most of Long Chen's power was stored in the 9 blazing suns. As expected, from the 4 basic realms to the 3 martial realms, there is such a huge transformation. The tyrannical power made Long Chen feel infinite emotions in his heart. He withdrew his power. His martial soul could completely restrain his power, and then control it to the same level as an ordinary person. Of course, the spirit reflected in his eyes and his movements could not be concealed. Seeing that Long Chen had succeeded, Long Yu showed a gratified smile again. Her smile was very rare. After you succeed, the 7 of us will all be in the earth martial arts realm. I'm afraid your strength will be stronger than theirs. In the future, you have to take care of your brothers and sisters, Long Yu said. My cultivation is all because of Big Sister's guidance, and we are all brothers and sisters. If they are in trouble, I will definitely rush to the front. Long Chen said with a smile. Hey, he has just reached the earth martial arts realm, and you want him to do whatever he wants. How boring. Huangfu Fengchen said with a smile. Long Yu ignored him and said, since we have already broken through to the earth martial arts realm and we can't get the Red Emperor seal, in order to avoid the ambush set up by the Wushu Alliance, we should hurry out. What she said made sense. After Yang Ningfeng went out, he must know that Long Yu would go out eventually. At that time, if he set up an ambush, Long Yu would definitely not be able to escape. Now that he had just gone out for 2 days, it would be difficult to set up an ambush in 2 days. Moreover, Long Yu was also a little worried about Jiang Wuya and the others. Long Chen and Huangfu Fengshen nodded. Without saying anything else, they headed towards the miniature universe teleportation formation. This universe teleportation formation actually required a lot of energy to operate. Long Chen used 2 king crystals to finally activate the teleportation formation. This was the second time he used the universe teleportation formation. The first time, the duration was much shorter. However, when they were in the black tunnel, the tearing force was really strong, and most of it came from the inside of his body. Now that Long Chen had the earth martial arts body, he was not afraid of the tearing force. Soon, Long Chen and the others saw the sun outside. They looked around vigilantly and found that they were in the periphery of the dreamy cloud swampland, less than 3 miles away from the cloudy sky city. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Huangfu Fengshen said, "Since we are out, I will take my leave. My friend Long Chen, my daughter still misses you. Remember to come to the Huangfu clan when you have time." Long Chen was still thinking about the 50,000 heavenly connection pills he owed Huangfu Qi. He would naturally make a trip to the Huangfu clan when he had the time. After all, he had already promised the young lady something, and he couldn't go back on his word. Chapter 567. Thus, Long Chen said, "When I have time, I will definitely go there once." This time, not only did Patriarch Huangfu protect me, he even guided me to enter the martial realm. This great kindness, Long Chen will definitely repay. Huangfu Fengshen smiled and said, "If you're a man, don't bother about these things. My daughter likes you, so of course I like you too. Helping you a little is nothing. Alright, I won't say much. We'll meet again if fate allows it." After speaking, he did not say goodbye to Long Yu and quickly disappeared. Huangfu Fengshen is a pretty good person. He has a true temperament. Long Yu said with some praise. Indeed, not bad. Long Chen looked at his disappearing figure and said, then looked at Long Yu and said, "Big sister, I've already reached the Earth Martial Realm, and the Scarlet Emperor seal has no results. What should we do next?" Long Yu thought for a moment and said, "Let's find them first. There are people from Crimson Soul in Cloud Heaven City. If we find Crimson Soul, we will also have news of the others." Long Chen nodded. There was still a distance of 3 miles from here to Cloud Heaven City. Long Chen and Long Yu headed in the direction of Cloud Heaven City. Long Chen was conflicted in his heart. Should he tell Long Yu about the Scarlet Emperor seal and the Mystic Emperor seal? From the Scarlet Emperor seal, he thought of the 5-colored key, and from the 5-colored key, he thought of the treasures of the 5 emperors. According to the remnant soul of the Scarlet Emperor, the treasures of the 5 emperors were in the Primordial Cemetery. The Primordial Cemetery was Long Chen's first goal when he came to the Wuxia Sage dynasty. Now was a good opportunity to inquire about the Primordial Cemetery. After all, Long Yu definitely knew more than others. Thus, while walking, Long Chen asked, "Big sister, can you tell me about the Primordial Cemetery?" Primordial Cemetery. Long Yu was startled and said, "Long Chen, why do you want to know about the Primordial Cemetery?" "I want to go in and have a look if there's a chance in the future," Long Chen said tentatively. Long Yu shook her head helplessly and said, "It's too dangerous. Let me tell you, the primeval cemetery was the battlefield of countless experts during the Middle Ages. Countless people died there, and indeed, there were countless treasures left behind. But it's not easy to obtain these treasures. Not to mention the king-level and emperor-level demonic beasts that have already occupied the primeval cemetery. When the experts of the ancient era left behind their treasures, they would also leave behind countless traps. The number of people that died in these traps and tests is innumerable. Just like the fire god realm from before, it can already be considered a miracle that you were able to survive those 2 tests. The primeval cemetery ought to be considered to be an existence similar to a forbidden area, as dangers and treasures existed at the same time. This was within Long Chen's expectations, but more importantly to Long Chen, it was the passageway that led to the three imperial regions. Right now, I definitely do not have the strength to go there. However, if I am fortunate enough to become even stronger, it should not be a problem for me to go there. I wonder, what do I have to do to reach there? Long Chen said sincerely. That's right. Seeing Long Chen being so serious, Long Yu could only answer truthfully. Are you sure you want to go? Every trip to the primordial graveyard will be a reign of terror. Not many people who go there can return. There will definitely be fights over the treasures. The primordial graveyard can be said to be the location where the 9 great sacred dynasties compete. Every time the primordial graveyard opens, the 9 great sacred dynasties will swarm in. Countless years of accumulated hatred and the temptation of the treasures will cause them to kill until their eyes turn red. Many experts in the 9 great sacred dynasties were actually created by the treasures in the primordial graveyard. The 9 great dynasties? Not the 10 great dynasties? Long Chen asked doubtfully. Long Yu smiled mockingly and said, it's the 9 great dynasties, not the 10 great dynasties. Because the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty is no longer qualified to be a great dynasty. If it wasn't for the 9 great dynasties fulfilling the original covenant, the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty wouldn't have survived until now. This was a secret that Long Chen had never heard of. He only knew that the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty's strength was relatively weak compared to the other great dynasties. Why do you say so? Long Chen asked. A few thousand years ago, the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty's strength was similar to the other 10 great dynasties. But as time passed, the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty became weaker and weaker. The divine martial dynasty informed thousands of small countries and finally attracted the covetous eyes of the other great dynasties. In the end, a cruel war of plunder broke out. Under the attack of the 9 great dynasties, the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty almost collapsed. Originally, the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty should have been destroyed. His power should have been divided. The weak would be eliminated. This is actually very normal. But what no one expected was that about 1,000 years ago, a peerless figure appeared in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. His strength reached the sky martial arts realm, or even higher. He challenged all the experts of the 9 great dynasties. Among the 9 great dynasties, no one was a match for him. He was the strongest person in the myriad kingdoms at that time. When talking about this person, Long Yu seemed to be a little excited. You mean, when he challenged the 9 great dynasties, he made a bet. If the 9 great dynasties lost, they could not invade the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Long Chen was very smart. He immediately figured out the key point. Yes, of course, there was a time limit. After the discussion between the two parties, the time limit was 2,000 years. So, under the situation where the other 9 great dynasties kept their promise, although the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty had declined to the extreme, it still had 1,000 years of peace. However, in terms of strength, compared to the other great dynasties that had experts in the sky martial arts realm, the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty could not withstand a single blow, Long Yu said. Although Long Chen was not born in that era, he could still feel the peerless talent of the experts of the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Such a figure was naturally worthy of respect. To force the 9 great dynasties to make a bet and fulfill the bet, giving the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty more than 2,000 years of peace, this person is really. Long Yu nodded, then said with some pride, this person's surname is Long. Long Chen was speechless. You guessed correctly. He is our common ancestor. The blood flowing in our bodies is his. It's a pity that after his death, none of us could inherit his mantle and revive the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty. Moreover, the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty was occupied by a shameless force like the Wuxia Alliance, Long Yu said. There was a trace of sorrow in her eyes. So it was Long Yu's ancestor. Presumably, the expert who had once defeated all the experts in the myriad kingdoms domain should be a dragon martial artist. Just a red dragon of the lowest level was able to make him stand at the peak of the billions of people in the myriad kingdoms domain. It could be seen how heaven-defying a dragon martial artist was. No wonder the strength of the divine Wushu sage dynasty was so weak, but it could still exist. From another perspective, it seemed that the strength of the 7 great dynasties and 9 great dynasties was very terrifying. Presumably, a martial emperor in the 4th level of the earth martial arts realm was just a small character there. So, Long Chen, do you know the horror of the other holy dynasties? If you want to go to the primordial cemetery, your opponents will not be us, but the people of the other holy dynasties. You come from the divine Wushu sage dynasty. You are alone, while the others are in groups of hundreds or thousands. Among them, there are as many people in the earth martial arts realm as dogs, and there are even experts in the sky martial arts realm. How can you compete with them? Long Yu asked. I am alone. Big sister, you should first tell me the method to enter the primordial cemetery. Without strength, of course I won't rashly go in. Long Chen didn't quite understand this sentence. Long Yu nodded and said, all right. Actually, it seems that every once in a while, the primordial cemetery will open. In the 9 great dynasties, this is a very sensational thing. But the divine Wushu sage dynasty doesn't make any noise. Do you know why? Of course I don't know. Long Chen shook his head. The primeval cemetery is under the control of an invisible hand. Every time the primeval cemetery opens, that invisible hand will give the various sacred dynasties a command token. Those who possess this command token will be able to be sucked into the primeval cemetery on the day the primeval cemetery opens. This command token is called the primeval tomb command. Will the divine Wushu sage dynasty be given this token? Long Chen asked in shock. He wasn't shocked by the token, but by the invisible hand. What invisible hand? From his point of view, it should be an even more powerful expert. In the myriad kingdoms domain, the majority of people didn't know of the existence of the imperial domain. They thought that the 10 great dynasties and the 3 great martial realms were the pinnacle, so they couldn't understand the experts, and called it the invisible hand. But Long Chen guessed that this invisible hand might be an expert from the imperial domain, and was managing the primordial cemetery. Of course, it was only a guess. His current strength wasn't strong, and this wasn't a problem he was concerned about. What he cared about more was whether the divine Wushu sage dynasty would be given this primordial cemetery token. Yes, the other holy dynasties will give 500 to a few thousand primordial cemetery tokens according to the difference in strength of each holy dynasty. As for the divine Wushu sage dynasty, they will symbolically give one. This can be considered a humiliation for the divine Wushu sage dynasty. In the small countries under the jurisdiction of the other holy dynasties, if there are outstanding experts, they will also be given many primordial cemetery tokens. Long Yu said indifferently. 1. Long Chen felt dizzy. The divine Wushu sage dynasty was really weak to the max. This caused Long Chen to want to fight for this primordial cemetery token. The primordial cemetery opens once every 10 years or so. The last time it opened, Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji's master obtained the primordial cemetery token, and then never came back. I remember that the last time, it was also the expert of the Wushu Alliance who obtained the primordial cemetery token, but he still didn't come back. The primordial cemetery is simply the nightmare of the experts of the divine Wushu sage dynasty. Long Yu looked at Long Chen, her eyelashes lightly trembling. She wanted to use this fact to make Long Chen give up. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't give up, so he asked, how many years ago was the last time the primordial cemetery opened? Long Yu smiled bitterly, just right, 10 years ago. I wonder if Zhao Wuji will go and obtain the primordial cemetery token this time. In any case, I'm not interested. Where do I fight for the primordial cemetery token? Long Chen asked the last question. This. Not every time, right? Long Yu said. Chapter 568. Knowing so much, Long Chen was satisfied. Although there was only one ancient tomb medallion, at least he could fight for it. There was still hope. If he really failed, Longchen decided to try the other sacred dynasties. Of course, there were countless experts in the other sacred dynasties. Obtaining an ancient tomb medallion might be even more difficult. The difference between the Wuxia Sage dynasty and the other dynasties could be seen from the number of ancient tomb tokens. It was not an exaggeration for Long Yu to call the 10 dynasties the 9 dynasties. From the number of ancient tomb tokens, there would definitely be tens of thousands of people entering the ancient cemetery to fight for the treasures. Long Chen's ultimate goal was to pass through the ancient cemetery, so he did not have much conflict with others. Of course, if he had the strength and the treasures were right in front of him, he did not mind fighting for them. After all, one of the keys to the treasures of the 5 emperors, the 5-colored key, was in Long Chen's Great Void Realm. 5-colored key, there are a total of 5. Now that the 5-colored key has appeared, doesn't it mean that the ancient cemetery is about to open? It's most likely so. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact location of the ancient tomb token. Otherwise, I would definitely go there and guard it. Long Chen thought to himself. Soon, they arrived at Cloudy Sky City. Long Chen remembered the matter of the primordial cemetery, and then together with Long Yu, he summoned the people from Crimson Soul. After waiting in the pavilion from before, a thin black-clothed man quickly appeared. As soon as he came, Long Yu asked, "How are the others? Where are they?" The man looked at Long Yu with reverence. He said, "Originally, the Lord and the others were still waiting for you two in a hidden place in Cloudy Sky City. However, something happened a few days ago, and they rushed to the War People." "War People, what happened?" Long Yu asked. "I heard that the War Emperor of the War People was seriously injured for no reason and his life is in danger. The Wuxia Alliance is going to act against the War People. Lord Lei Zhen must go back. The other lords also followed and sent me here to wait for you too." The man in black said. "That old fellow is heavily injured. It was the people from the Wuxia Alliance who did it, right?" Long Yu frowned. "Apart from the people of the Wuxia Alliance, no one can injure him. The one who did this should be Zhao Danshan, one of the 3 martial emperors. 2 days ago, young Ningfeng came out of Dreamy Cloud Swampland and rushed to the War People. I reckon that the 2 martial emperors will join forces to completely defeat the War People and make them surrender. Although that old War Emperor is old, his strength is still there. For Zhao Danshan to be able to defeat him, his cultivation is truly unbelievable. I'm afraid even I am not a match for him." Long Yu shook his head helplessly. Long Chen said, "The War People are the only great power that has not submitted to the Wuxia Alliance. This time, the Wuxia Alliance will definitely go all out against the War People, and the War People will definitely rather die than submit. If Second Brother and the others go over, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop the Wuxia Alliance." Long Yu nodded his head, and said, "You're right, the Wuxia Alliance does not make a move, but once they make a move, it will be extremely terrifying. If the old War Emperor is heavily injured, then the 2 martial emperors will join forces, and no one in the War People will be a match for them." As they spoke, they prepared to get up and rush to the War People. "Lord Dragon Emperor, there's one more important matter. The Lord ordered me to wait for you to come out and inform you." When he said that, the black-clothed man was a little nervous. "What is it?" Long Yu had a bad premonition. "About 10 days ago, we found out that your brother, Long Chen, has been captured by the martial emperor of the Wuxia Alliance and imprisoned in the 9 nether morning soul land of the Wuxia Alliance. Right now, we don't know if he's alive or dead." The black-clothed man said. "What?" With a pa sound, the stone table was directly smashed by Long Yu. She stood up with a whoosh sound, and an ice-cold killing intent flowed out from her eyes. Long Chen instantly felt that even he was surrounded by a dense killing intent. Life and death unknown. Long Yu clenched her fists tightly, making crackling sounds. It could be seen how angry she was at this moment. That Long Chen was her biological brother. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, their blood relationship was an indisputable fact. She was silent. 9 Nether Mornings Soul Land. Long Chen had never heard of this place, so he asked the black-clothed man, "What kind of place is the 9 Nether Mornings Soul Land?" This is a small universe world of the Wuxia Alliance, located in the Martial Emperor City. It is a place where the Wuxia Alliance imprisons prisoners. According to the legend, no one can enter the 9 Nether Mornings Soul Land and come out, so no one knows what is in it. I'm afraid only the Martial Emperor himself knows. The black-clothed man said with some anxiety. Long Chen also frowned. It's fate that they share the same name. One of the two great geniuses, at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, is imprisoned in the 9 Nether Mornings Soul Land. Long Yu will definitely not be at ease, and the war people also seem to need her. She is not willing to abandon her brothers and sisters, and even more unwilling to abandon her biological brother. Long Chen knew Long Yu was struggling. So he said decisively, "Sister, if you are worried about your brother, go to the Wuxia Alliance to inquire about the news. If possible, save him. I will go to the war people. Now my strength is improving very fast, and I should be able to fight with the warriors at the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm." On one hand, it was her brothers and sisters, and on the other hand, it was her biological brother. Long Yu's heart was quite tangled. Hearing Long Chen's words, after a long time, she exhaled and said helplessly, "Long Chen, I owe my brother a lot since he was a child. This time he is in trouble, I will definitely go to save him. When you arrive at the war people, say sorry to the other brothers and sisters. I will definitely solve the problem as soon as possible and then go to the war people." Long Chen understood her. Family love was always the most inseparable, so he nodded and said, "Go. You can rest assured and leave the war people to me." Long Yu basically knew Long Chen's strength very well. She knew that Long Chen was a trustworthy person, so she said, "Remember, you can't be impulsive in everything. A man must be able to afford to lose in order to have a chance to make a comeback." Long Chen understands. Long Chen nodded. Everything should be based on the overall situation. Since she had already made up her mind, Long Yu stopped being wishy-washy. She sent the black-clothed man away, then took out a hardcover golden book from her universe pouch and passed it to Long Chen. Long Chen took a look. On the cover of the book was a lifelike red dragon. The brightest part was obviously its claws. "This is the highest secret technique passed down in my Long family, the soul-dispersing dragon claw. It's a mid-king level battle skill. You are a descendant of my Long family, so today, I will pass this soul-dispersing dragon claw to you. Once you have descendants, you can pass it down. Do not pass it down to outsiders," Long Yu said sternly. She really treated Long Chen as her younger brother. Long Chen felt rather conflicted. He knew that he was definitely not a descendant of the Long family, but after thinking about it, what he needed the most was this offensive battle skill, and he definitely would not pass it down to outsiders. As a result, he nodded and agreed to Long Yu's words. "There's no time to lose. Let's split up," Long Yu said after seeing Long Chen put away the soul-dispersing dragon claw. Just like that, the two of them parted. After saying goodbye to Long Yu, Long Chen set out on the road to the war people in the north alone. Because Xiao Lang was still in a deep sleep, Long Chen did not have a mount. However, he had entered the Earth martial arts realm, so he could directly absorb the energy from the veins of the Earth and convert it into Dragon Soul true essence. As a result, he could maintain the speed of a demonic beast of the 8th level of the Heaven stage. In the process of rushing, Long Chen merged with the Earth. He had completed 2 things in total. The first thing was to continue the cultivation of the Earth martial arts realm, which was the evolution of the Earth martial arts fist manual. After completing the first level of the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen began to learn the fist techniques of the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm. With the foundation and his exceptional talent, his progress was very fast. The first heaven aperture was directly in the sea of consciousness and his martial soul was the dragon soul. With such talent, how could his comprehension ability be bad? It only took Long Chen a few days to directly understand the second level of the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual. Next, he only needed to practice the same as before, and he would be able to step into the second level of the Earth Martial Arts realm after a period of time. Of course, how long it would take would depend on the specific speed of his comprehension. As he hurried along, he cultivated. Even if he could fly at this time, Long Chen still had his feet on the ground. He stepped on the ground and firmly felt the power and pulse of the earth, which would be the source of his strength. Another important thing was to practice the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw, a middle king-level combat skill, which was broad, profound, magnificent, and domineering. Long Chen's fighting style was closer to Long Yu's, so the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw was undoubtedly very suitable for him. Soul-dispersing. This was the first time that Long Chen had learned the claw method, but after he learned it, he understood that in the state of the dragon's soul transformation, the claw method was the most suitable for him. He was not a martial artist, so when using swords, sabers, and other weapons, he was slightly inferior to others. The most suitable weapons for him were still fists, seals, fingers, and claws. After the dragon's soul transformation, Long Chen had incomparably hard claws, but he had never used them. When he encountered the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw, he was destined to shine endlessly. The claws were almost the toughest part of his body after the dragon's soul transformation. Long Chen already had the elementary king-level body refining combat skill. Since he no longer had the phantom doppelganger, Long Chen had used the heaven punishment sword formation for a long time, but Long Chen could no longer use the heaven-level combat skill. The soul-dispersing Dragon Claw came at the right time. In particular, with the addition of the flame power of the Golden Crow's remnant soul, the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw would be extremely powerful. When practicing the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw, Long Chen had always been in the state of the dragon soul. In this way, he could feel the fierceness and terror of the claw method. The claw method was more suitable for close combat. Long Chen had just reached the Earth Martial Arts realm, so the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw was very suitable for him. During the journey, Long Chen walked through mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and other uninhabited places. Like a savage, he ran barefoot on the ground and practiced the fist method and the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw from time to time. As an ancestral dragon warrior, his talent had already reached a nature-defying level. No matter how obscure the secret manual was, it didn't take him long to directly master it. He had accumulated a lot of experience. Chapter 569. The soul-dispersing Dragon Claw contained the attacking profundities of the martial realm. By using the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw to experience the martial realm, Long Chen gained a lot. When he reached the martial realm, he felt that the path of martial arts was endless. What he had experienced so far was just the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip of the iceberg alone was enough to benefit him greatly. Long Chen didn't know where the war people were. He only knew the direction, which was to the north. If he followed this direction and asked around, he would definitely be able to reach the war people. This was because the Wushu alliance might have already attacked the war people. Long Chen was worried about the safety of Jiang Wuya and the others, so he was already hurrying on his way while practicing the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw. A blood-red figure was heading north. The territory of the Wushu Sage Empire was dozens of times larger than the Cangyang Kingdom. Long Chen's speed was much faster. From the south to the north, it had already taken him 10 days. However, he estimated that he would still need about 5 days to reach the war people in the north. During these 10 days, Long Chen was completely immersed in practicing the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw. There was a basic killing combo technique in the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw. Long Chen was already very familiar with it. In addition to this killing combo technique, there were 2 other powerful attacks. The 5 dragons splitting the sky that Long Yu had used previously was one of them. These 2 attacks were the real soul-dispersing Dragon Claw attack. Of course, the close combat killing technique was also quite good. During the journey, Long Chen also caught some demonic beasts from time to practice. Of course, ordinary demonic beasts couldn't withstand his current attacks. Even if Long Chen didn't use the dragon's soul transformation, a first-grade king-level demonic beast wouldn't be a match for Long Chen. As expected of the Long Yu clan's inherited attack technique, this soul-dispersing dragon claw is many times stronger than the soul-dispersing eagle claw used by the eagle martial king. Long Chen sighed with emotion. After obtaining the remnant soul of the golden crow, reaching the earth martial arts realm, and learning the soul crusher dragon claw, his strength had improved tremendously. He had truly joined the ranks of the experts in the Wuxia Sage dynasty. The current Long Chen was no longer the same Long Chen who had just arrived at the Wuxia Sage Empire and was being hunted down because of his name. The formidable dragon's soul primary force surged like a surging river, while the whirlpools contained a tremendous amount of energy, like an ocean, while the 9 blazing red suns were extremely terrifying. Swoosh! Long Chen dashed into a dense forest. As for the wind, his shadow had already disappeared. Countless threads were formed in the dense forest. When Long Chen came out from the other end of the forest, the dense trees had all turned into powder. The forest had been razed to the ground in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At least I've mastered the close combat technique. As for the other 2 techniques, hee. Long Chen laughed confidently and continued on his way. This dense forest was filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. The mountains were verdant and the waters were clear. The scenery was quite pleasant, as if it was a paradise on earth. As Long Chen walked, a clean road suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, there were many demonic beasts carrying gorgeous carriages galloping on the road. What is this place? Long Chen looked to his left and right. On the left side of the road was the deepest part of the forest. The place was filled with clouds and mist, making it look like a paradise. Red bricks and green tiles could be vaguely seen in the paradise. It was a huge and magnificent building. Long Chen estimated that it could accommodate at least 10,000 people. At that moment, there were many people going in and out of the building. Long Chen didn't know what it was, but when he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone saying that it was the Huangfu clan. The Huangfu clan is actually here. Long Chen was a little surprised. Back at the dreamy cloud swampland, Huangfu Fengchen had just left, and Long Chen had followed him closely. Of course, Huangfu Fengchen's speed was much faster, so he might have returned a few days ago. It was night time, but the Huangfu clan was still brightly lit, like a bright pearl in the night sky. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll go in and see Chi-Chi. After this, I don't know when I'll have time to come again. I owe her 50,000 supreme pills. If I don't pay her back now, I won't have time to pay her back when I'm looking for the ancient tomb token. It won't take too long anyway. With that thought, Long Chen walked in the direction of the Huangfu clan. Of course, he had to pay attention to his appearance when visiting. Before that, Long Chen took a moment to organize himself. Although the Huangfu clan was a force of the same size as the ancient demon region, it was still set up according to the structure of a clan. Long Chen estimated that it was similar to the Lingwu family. Of course, the Huangfu clan only had one master, while the Lingwu clan was made up of 4 clans. After arriving at the majestic gate of the Huangfu clan, Long Chen noticed that the other people who entered all had a token, and there were also members of the Huangfu clan guarding the gate. Long Chen stood outside, and soon, someone noticed him. A middle-aged man walked up and looked at Long Chen for a while, then asked, "Who are you? Why are you loitering in front of the Huangfu clan's gate?" "I'm Long Chen. I'm here to see the master of the Huangfu clan. Huangfu Fengchen, please inform him." Long Chen nodded. Long Chen. The middle-aged man's expression changed, then he asked, "Which Long Chen?" His question meant that Long Chen's name had spread far and wide. Long Chen used to have one, but now Long Chen had 2. Long Chen was helpless about his identity, so he said, "I'm not on the Wuxia Alliance's bounty list, and I'm good friends with Miss Huangfu Qi. I'm here to see her." The middle-aged man said, "Not on the bounty list. There are 2 Long Chens on the Wuxia Alliance's bounty list. But you said you're good friends with Miss Huangfu Qi, so I know who you are. You must be the Long Chen from the ancient demon region. That's me. Long Chen still didn't know why he appeared on the Wushu Alliance's bounty list. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take you to see the master." Maybe it was because of Huangfu Fengshen's influence, but Long Chen felt that the people of the Huangfu clan were casual and talkative. They didn't have many rules, which was quite good. Along the way, the middle-aged man and Long Chen chatted a lot. Long Chen also learned that this middle-aged man was one generation younger than Huangfu Fengshen. His name was Huangfu Song. The Huangfu clan was quite elegant and natural. Compared to the ancient demon region, which was a desolate place, it was many times better. The master just came back the day before yesterday. He should be in his study now. I'll take you to his study, Huangfu Song said. Thank you. Long Chen nodded. Along a small path, they soon arrived at their destination. In front of them was an antique building. After a long time, Long Chen saw Huangfu Fengshen appear at the door and greet Long Chen. Long Chen could hear his laughter from afar. Young friend Long Chen, I just asked you to come to my Huangfu clan. Why did you come? You really surprised me. Huangfu Fengshen was also quite surprised that Long Chen would come here. Long Chen smiled. He and Huangfu Fengshen were already quite familiar with each other in the Leaf Fire Divine Realm, so he said, I'm not here to see you. I'm here to see Chi-Chi. So you're lusting after my daughter's beauty. Okay, Huangfu Song, go to the side hall and prepare a banquet for me. I'll bring young friend Long Chen there. Huangfu Song hurriedly left to prepare. Under Huangfu Fengshen's lead, Long Chen chatted with him as they walked to the side hall. I've heard about the war people. You must be on your way to the war people in the north and happened to pass by here, Huangfu Fengshen said. Long Chen nodded. I didn't know that the Huangfu clan was here. I heard people talking about it when I passed by, so I came in. Why don't I see that violent woman, Long Yu? Huangfu Fengshen asked. Long Chen said seriously, her brother was imprisoned in the 9th Nether Morning Soul Land by the Martial Emperor, so she went there first. What? Huangfu Fengshen's expression changed. Long Yu is too impulsive. Is the 9th Nether Morning Soul Land a place where she can enter casually? I think she's done for this time. Even Huangfu Fengshen said so. The 9th Nether Morning Soul Land must be quite terrifying. Long Chen frowned. At this moment, the war people should need him, but he was worried about Long Yu. His brothers and sisters were in trouble, but he was still not strong enough. What should he do? Long Chen didn't have a plan. Long Yu can only pray for herself. I can't help you with the war people. Long Chen, to be honest, if my Huangfu clan didn't usually keep the peace and not oppose the Wushu Alliance, we wouldn't have survived until today. The lives of tens of thousands of people are in my hands. I can't help with the war people. Huangfu Fengshen stopped and said with a conflicted expression. He mistakenly thought that Long Chen came here to ask for his help. Long Chen knew what he was doing. The Huangfu clan had already submitted to the Wushu Alliance. If he helped the war people to deal with the Wushu Alliance at this time, it would be an open break with the Wushu Alliance. This concerned the lives of tens of thousands of people in the Huangfu clan. Of course, Huangfu Fengshen couldn't do that. Therefore, he had no intention of asking Huangfu Fengshen for help. He said, Patriarch, you're too serious. I just came to see Chi-Chi. Back in the ancient demon region, I owed her 50,000 Supreme Heaven pills. If I don't return it now, I don't know if I'll have the chance to do so in the future. After hearing Long Chen's words, Huangfu Fengshen heaved a sigh of relief. He patted Long Chen's shoulder and said, I'm really sorry that I couldn't help you. But since you're here, I have to treat you well, lest that Long Yu bitch says I'm stingy. Haha. Under Huangfu Fengshen's lead, Long Chen came to the side hall. Huangfu Fengshen sat in the seat of honor, while Long Chen sat on the right. The table was already filled with food. Long Chen had just sat down when a yellow whirlwind rushed towards him from outside the door. Big brother. Huang Fuqi pounced on Long Chen. Chapter 570. Huang Fuqi certainly wouldn't let Long Chen off. She pinched Long Chen's face with her chubby little hands and shouted, "Big brother, it's all your fault. You only came to find me now. You don't know how bored I was at home. This old fart won't let me go out." Huang Fuqi looked at Huang Fu Fengchen angrily as she spoke. Old fart. Long Chen was quite speechless to hear her scolding her father at such a young age. Huang Fu Fengchen laughed dryly as if he didn't hear it. He then toasted Long Chen as the host. Long Chen chatted with Huang Fu Fengchen while enduring Huang Fuqi's torture. Finally, the little girl stopped. She looked at Long Chen for a while and asked, "Big brother, where are the puppies?" Xiao Lang was actually Huang Fuqi's favorite. She wanted Long Chen to come, but she actually wanted Xiao Lang the most. "Baby girl, didn't I find tens of thousands of dogs for you? I have every breed. Why do you still want other dogs?" Huang Fu Fengchen said speechlessly. "I don't care. I want big brother's dogs." Huang Fuqi bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Long Chen and Huang Fu Fengchen looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Huang Fuqi could be considered a little mischievous. Huang Fu Fengchen waved his hand and said to Huang Fu Song, who was standing next to him, "Go and prepare some programs. I want to drink with little friend Long Chen." Huang Fu Song responded and quickly went out. After a while Long Chen and Huang Fu Fengchen were chatting, a group of beautiful women dressed in gorgeous clothes began to dance in front of Long Chen. There were also many musicians playing music at the side to add to the fun. It seemed that Huang Fu Fengchen's life was quite interesting. Among the group of beautiful women, there was a dancer with outstanding appearance and dancing skills. As she danced, her sleeves swept across Long Chen's face and she smiled sweetly. It was extremely moving. "Little friend Long Chen, what do you think of this dancer?" Huang Fu Fengchen smiled. "Outstanding beauty," Long Chen replied politely. "Huh, she's my big brother's adopted daughter. She's already engaged to my nephew. I believe that they'll be getting married soon," Huang Fu Fengchen said with a smile. He was just casually mentioning this matter, and it had nothing to do with Long Chen. After Long Chen saw Huang Fuqi, he was already prepared to leave, so he immediately said, "Chi-Chi, I'll return the 50,000 supreme pills to you now." "No," Huang Fuqi quickly said. "Why not?" Long Chen asked. "Of course not," Huang Fuqi said rudely. "If I want it, you won't come again. Also, I won't let you leave tonight." She grasped Long Chen's hand tightly. Long Chen was also a little helpless. "Little friend Long Chen, you've traveled such a long way, so a little more time won't make much of a difference. Since you're here, you should rest well tonight and leave tomorrow," Huang Fu Fengchen said. Long Chen thought about it and Huang Fuqi's request for him to stay, then said, "All right, then I'll respectfully accept." At this moment, the dancer finished her dance and gradually retreated. As she retreated, another two people walked in from the main door. The beautiful dancer in the lead, who was also Huang Fu Fengchen's big brother's daughter-in-law, exchanged a glance with the two people before leaving with her head lowered. Long Chen's eyes were attracted by the two people. One of them looked very similar to Huang Fu Fengchen, but he was a little older, and his hair had already turned white. Behind him was a young man who was about the same age as Long Chen. He grew up in such a big family, so of course his appearance was similar. He was dressed in luxurious light yellow satin, and his chin was slightly raised, his face full of arrogance. Although Long Chen couldn't directly determine the strength of these two people, he could at least guess that the older man who looked like Huang Fu Fengchen must be Huang Fu Fengchen's big brother, whose strength was already at the second level of the earth martial arts realm. The young man should be the former son, whose strength should be at the first level of the earth martial arts realm. This young man could be considered an expert at Jiang Wushang's level. Although compared to Zhao Danshan, he was far inferior, among the younger generation, this young man and Jiang Wushang were still quite strong. As soon as the two of them came, Huangfu Fengshen introduced them to Long Chen. This is my big brother, Huangfu Fengyun. This is my big brother's son, also a famous young talent of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Yu. Hearing Huangfu Fengshen introduce himself to a young man, Huangfu Fengyun and Huangfu Yu both looked at Long Chen. They could easily feel that Long Chen should be an expert of the earth martial arts realm, especially Huangfu Yu. After seeing Long Chen, his eyes narrowed. Master, may I ask who this young talent is? Asked Huangfu Fengyun. The one who killed the Sikong sword saint and made a name for himself in the dreamy cloud lake, Long Chen. He is a rare young talent, said Huangfu Fengshen proudly, as if he had cultivated Long Chen. The one who killed the Sikong sword saint. They had all heard of this rumor, but they had treated it as a joke. Everyone knew that the main contributor to that battle was Jian Chen. Fishing for fame? What kind of talent is that? Huangfu Yu muttered a few words after hearing this, then the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Long Chen heard it. Except for Huangfu Qi, everyone else heard it. But Long Chen didn't care. Long Chen had seen many people like Huangfu Yu. He was used to being the tyrant of the younger generation in the Huangfu family, so he naturally didn't care about many people. After getting to know Long Chen, Huangfu Fengyun went to the main topic. He had come to find Huangfu Fengshen for something. Big brother, if you have something to say, just say it, said Huangfu Fengshen. It's like this. Huangfu Fengyun pulled Huangfu Yu to the front and said, Little Yu has more or less mastered the Overlord spear art. With his extraordinary talent, he should be able to cultivate the Willow Catkin Wind Steps now. The Overlord spear art and the Willow Catkin Wind Steps were the two ultimate skills of the Huangfu family. A body technique and an attack, a perfect combination that could display a powerful battle strength. A mid-king class battle skill, the Overlord spear art. This Huangfu Yu has already mastered it. Long Chen was still a bit surprised. It seemed that Huangfu Yu wasn't weak. Long Chen looked at Huangfu Fengshen to see what his decision would be. He knew a thing or two about the Huangfu family. It seemed that in the early years, Huangfu Fengyun had been the successor to the position of patriarch, but Huangfu Fengshen had risen quickly and surpassed his elder brother in cultivation. That was why he had inherited the position of patriarch. Although the two didn't say it out loud, there was still some conflict between them. In the next generation, Huangfu Fengyun would definitely have many children, but Huangfu Fengshen only had Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Qi was only 10 years old, and she was a girl. She probably wouldn't be able to compete with Huangfu Yu for the position of patriarch. But presumably, with Huangfu Fengshen's personality, he wouldn't care much about the position of patriarch. At that moment, Huangfu Fengshen listened to his elder brother and looked at Huangfu Yu. He said, Little Yu, the Overlord spear art has a total of 3 moves. Which move have you mastered? Huangfu Yu said proudly, Patriarch, I've mastered the first move. I'm afraid I'm almost at the second move. Huangfu Fengshen frowned and said, You haven't mastered the Overlord spear art and you're already practicing the Willow Catkin Wind Steps. It's too early. Wait until you've mastered the third move or reached the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. Huangfu Fengyun said, Patriarch, the third move of the Overlord spear art and the second level of the Earth martial arts realm are actually easy to master. According to what you've said, I'm afraid Little Yu won't be able to master the Willow Catkin Wind Steps even after 10 years. If that's really the case, then it can only mean that his talent is too poor. Big brother, you don't understand this logic. The Willow Catkin Wind Steps will affect his future progress. Huangfu Fengshen said very sincerely. Master, you're afraid that Qi won't be able to catch up to me in the future, right? Said Huangfu Yu in a strange tone. Huangfu Fengshen smiled and said, Little Yu, it seems that these past few years, your cultivation hasn't been rising fast. You've become more and more arrogant. You've been staying in the Huangfu clan and looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. There are many heroes in the world who are better than you. There are many. Is it this Long Chen who killed Sword Saint Sikong? Huang Fu Yu muttered and pointed at Long Chen. His eyes were full of disdain. Huang Fu Yu had been spoiled since he was young. Although his strength was at Jiang Wushang's level, at least in terms of temperament, he was far inferior to Jiang Wushang. When Huang Fu Yu targeted Long Chen, Huang Fu Fengchen smiled again and said, "Fine, if I don't make you give up today, you won't understand. If you can defeat Long Chen, I'll give you the Willow Catkin Wind Steps with both hands. How about it?" Without waiting for Huang Fu Yu to agree, Huang Fu Fengchen said to Long Chen, "Boy, I helped you reach the Earth Martial Arts realm. Help me with this favor." Long Chen also understood that if he didn't let Huang Fu Yu realize the power of others, the father and son would not let the matter rest today. He owed Huang Fu Fengchen a favor, and he had just reached the Earth Martial Arts realm. He also wanted to test his strength, so he said, "Of course I'll help. I just don't know if young Master Huang Fu Yu thinks I can be your opponent." Huang Fu Yu glanced at him and said to Huang Fu Fengchen, "Master, just him? You should have said so earlier. We didn't have to waste so much time talking." This Huang Fu Yu was really arrogant. Long Chen stood up. He didn't need to transform to deal with Huang Fu Yu. This time, he could also test his strength a little. Seeing that they were all ready, Huang Fu Fengchen retreated to the side. "Son, use the Overlord Spear technique." "You can't be careless," Huang Fu Fengchen reminded. "I know. I'm old, so I'm long-winded," Huang Fu Yu said lazily. Huang Fu Yu said lazily. He narrowed his eyes and lifted his chin to look at Long Chen. Then, he took out a golden spear from his cosmos sack. This spear seemed to be made of gold, but the material it was made of was far superior to gold. The body of the spear was covered with beautiful snake patterns, and the spearhead was sharp, bursting with a dazzling cold light. King Lotier, Golden Battle God Spear. Chapter 571. Looking at the colorful Golden Battle God Spear, Long Chen frowned slightly before relaxing. This was because the spear was indeed very powerful. It was at the beginner king level, but the person who used it was rather ordinary to the current Long Chen. "Yeah, I can watch Big Brother beat up bad guys again. Big Brother Yu is a big bad guy. He always bullies others and teases girls." "Humph, Chi-Chi has long wanted to beat you up," Huang Fu Chi shouted indignantly. Long Chen was speechless. It seemed like Huang Fu Chi didn't like this cousin of hers either. In that case, Long Chen didn't need to stand on ceremony. The side hall was very large. The empty space in the middle was enough for Long Chen and Huang Fu Chi to fight. At that moment, Huang Fu Yu and Long Chen only needed to stand there and face each other. Huang Fu Yu's gaze went past Long Chen and looked at Huang Fu Fengchen. He said, "Family head, you have to keep your word. If you defeat him, you can give me the Catkin Wind Steps." "A gentleman keeps his word," Huang Fu Fengchen said. This way, Huang Fu Yu was satisfied. The corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Then, he raised the Golden Battle God Spear in his hand and dropped it to the ground. With a clang, a sharp friction sound attacked Long Chen. "Brat, to be able to come to my Huangfu clan and spar with me, the number one of the younger generation of the Huangfu clan, you can consider yourself lucky. Show me all the tricks you have. I really want to see what kind of ability you have after being boasted about so much." "Is that so?" Long Chen smiled and said, "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." "How can you not be a guest?" Huang Fu Yu laughed. Halfway through his laughter, he suddenly realized that Long Chen had already turned into a shadow and appeared in front of him in an instant. So fast. After witnessing Long Chen's speed, Huang Fu Yu didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly retreated and stabbed forward with the Golden Battle God Spear in his hand like a swimming dragon. Swoosh. With a whistling sound, that sharp edge, under the strong support of an expert in the Earth Martial Arts realm, instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. The Earth Martial Arts realm could use power to a rather exquisite degree. The quintessential essence of the earth martial arts realm was completely used on the Golden War God spear. The power that Huang Fuyu erupted with was still very strong. Wherever the Golden Battle God spear's tip passed, the air produced explosions. Even space distorted. Long Chen heard buzzing sounds coming from ahead. It was obvious that although Huang Fuyu was arrogant, he was still capable. Is that all? Long Chen smiled. The other party came quickly, but he dodged quickly as well. He instantly passed the Golden Battle God spear. At the same time, he was even faster. He extended a hand and grabbed the Golden Battle God spear before Huang Fuyu could retract it. Dong dong. Huang Fuyu's expression darkened. He held the spear with both hands and hurriedly twisted it. The strength of his hands was naturally greater than the strength of Long Chen's single hand. However, at that moment, Long Chen smiled and said, "Idiot, who wants your spear?" When Huang Fuyu tried his best to twist it, Long Chen immediately let go. This caused Huang Fuyu's immense strength to not be resisted by Long Chen. He immediately staggered and almost lost his footing. Close combat was a test of one's temperament. After experiencing so many battles, Long Chen's temperament had long been tempered to a rather valiant level. When his opponent momentarily lost his composure, he suddenly pressed forward and threw a punch at Huang Fuyu's face. As the fist wind whistled, a faint blood-red flame suddenly appeared on Long Chen's fist. What is this? Huang Fuyu hurriedly retreated again, his expression rather horrified. It was just a simple punch from Long Chen. In Huang Fuyu's opinion, Long Chen was like a golden bird pouncing at him. The scorching heat was simply irresistible. Rather terrifying. Huang Fuyu realized this. At that moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Long Chen. Of course, he didn't overestimate him either. As he turned around, the Golden Battle God spear in his hand rapidly spun. With the support of his immense quintessential essence, it instantly transformed into a golden shield that blocked in front of Long Chen. Golden Battle God Shield. It was obvious that this was a combat skill, and it was a relatively rare defensive combat skill. From this combat skill, Long Chen recalled the 9 Revolutions Fire Shield. Huang Fuyu was clearly using the Golden Battle God Shield to deal with Long Chen's punch. However, just as it approached, Long Chen suddenly changed his fist. His hand quickly spun and danced. Soon, a huge blood-red flame shield appeared in his hand. The 9 Revolutions Fire Shield was still the original 9 Revolutions Fire Shield, but this time, Long Chen had used the flames of the Golden Crow Remnant Soul. The blood-red shield was countless times stronger than Long Chen's original 9 Revolutions Fire Shield. Of course, combat skills were limited by levels. Even the Golden Crow Remnant Soul might not be able to produce much offensive power. Long Chen still wanted to use the Divine Fire Avatar, but unfortunately, he didn't have that much Golden Crow Fire. This time, the 9 Revolutions Fire Shield was completely used by Long Chen as an attack. It collided with the Golden Battle God Shield's attack. Long Chen attacked while Huang Fuyu defended. It was obvious who was stronger. Long Chen sent Huang Fuyu flying with a huge impact, causing him to exclaim. He hurriedly rolled on the ground before standing up in a sorry state. As for Long Chen, he only took a few steps back. Ha 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 ha. Upon seeing this, Huang Fuqi, who was watching from the side, laughed out loud. He opened his mouth wide and chuckled. Lazy donkey rolling. Lazy donkey rolling. Apart from Huang Fuyu's father, Huang Fu Fengyun, the others couldn't help but laugh. Huang Fuyu and Huang Fu Fengchen had dark expressions. Little you, don't underestimate him. He isn't stronger than you, but he has more means than you. Huang Fu Fengyun hurriedly cheered his son on. Of course, he could tell that Long Chen was probably more terrifying. However, in order to encourage his son and prevent him from being discouraged, he could only say that. Of course, Huang Fuyu wouldn't be frightened by Long Chen. Long Chen's punch was a complete humiliation to him. Over the years, Long Chen had never been defeated by a move from his peers. How could there be a day when he was easily beaten to the point of rolling on the ground? You're courting death. Huang Fu Yu was completely infuriated this time. When he saw Long Chen's playful smile, he flew into a rage and roared, "Insignificant tricks. They aren't even considered combat skills. I'll let you have a taste of my Huang Fu family's overlord spear art now." After roaring, the golden battle god's spear in his hand danced rapidly. Huang Fu Yu's movements were extremely fast. In an instant, ordinary people couldn't see his movements clearly. They only felt that he was no longer brandishing a spear, but a golden beam of light. Long Chen, on the other hand, felt a tremendous pressure. At that moment, Huang Fu Yu moved and shot towards Long Chen. The originally tiny golden beam of light suddenly expanded several times. It was like a golden pillar of light that instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. Overlord Spear Art, Sun-Piercing Rainbow. The Overlord Spear Art was indeed worthy of being the Huang Fu family's most famous offensive combat skill. When Huang Fu Yu executed it, it really had the momentum of a sun-piercing rainbow. Long Chen could sense that the entire side hall was trembling slightly due to the massive aura of his attack. Terrifying. However, how could Long Chen be afraid? Seeing the golden battle god's spear attack him, the corners of Long Chen's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He opened his palm and transformed it into a claw. Then, blood-red flames burned in the middle of the claw. Huang Fu Yu, coupled with the Overlord Spear Art, was indeed several times stronger than the Eagle Martial King. However, Long Chen had been able to kill the Eagle Martial King with the Golden Crow Remnant Soul when he was at the 9th firmament of the Heaven Ascension Realm, let alone now. With a whoosh, when Huang Fu Yu executed the Overlord Spear Art's sun-piercing rainbow, Long Chen also moved. In the beginning, he was like a coiled dragon, but at that moment, the divine dragon moved. Long Chen suddenly transformed into a blood-red dragon-shaped phantom that charged at Huang Fu Yu. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded in the side hall. The blood-red divine dragon phantom immediately pounced on the golden battle god spear. The point of contact burned with blood-red flames. Terrifying and sharp sounds of friction rang out in the side hall. In the end, even Huang Fu Chi frowned and covered her ears. In front of her eyes, there were golden spear shadows and blood-red claw shadows. Those claw shadows were actually produced by the phantom of the divine dragon in front of her. Soul-dispersing dragon claw. Seeing this scene, Huang Fu Fengshen was stunned. He carefully recalled, previously in the Fire Divine Realm, Long Chen clearly didn't know how to use the soul-dispersing dragon claw. In other words, Long Yu only taught him the soul-dispersing dragon claw after he left the Fire Divine Realm. It's only been 10 days, and he actually learned it. There was no need to say how shocked Huang Fu Fengshen was. Genius, a peerless genius. He only used 5 days to break through to the Earth martial arts realm. Others would need several months or even a year to learn the soul-dispersing dragon claw, but he only needed 10 days to learn it. Compared to such a genius, Xiao Yu is simply a grain of rice. Even that whatever Zhao Danshan is not as monstrous as Long Chen. Long Chen is a member of the Long Yu family. Long Yu's ancestor was the savior of the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. Back then, my Huang Fu family also received the grace of her ancestor. The ancestor of the Long family is the strongest existence in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty since ancient times. Could it be that this Long Chen wants to recreate the glory of the Long family? Huang Fu Fengshen thought quickly in his heart. While he was thinking about this, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. This was the first time that Long Chen used the soul-dispersing dragon claw. Furthermore, he hadn't used the dragon soul transformation yet. He only used the soul-dispersing dragon claw in close combat. Even without the dragon soul transformation, his spiritual energy was more than 5 times that of Huang Fu Yu. Coupled with the remnant soul of the Golden Crow, how could a dabbler like Huang Fu Yu be a match for him? Chapter 572. Boom. With a loud sound, a golden beam of light shot out of the room and crashed into the door, instantly slanting the side hall's door. Ah! A scream came from outside the door. Clearly, someone had been peeking outside but had been frightened by the strange situation. After making a sound, that person could not hide, so she walked out and looked awkwardly at the crowd. It was the dancer who had led the group, Huang Fuyu's fiancé. She had not retreated, but had watched the situation from the door. Perhaps she was very concerned about whether Huang Fuyu could obtain the Catkin Wind steps. The golden beam of light that had crashed into the door was the golden god of war spear. With a clang, the golden god of war spear fell to the ground, causing sparks to fly. When they looked at the scene, not only the dancer, but the others also had unnatural expressions. In their field of vision, Long Chen and Huang Fuyu stood face to face. Huang Fuyu's face was pale, and he was too frightened. Meanwhile, Long Chen's hand was strangling Huang Fuyu's neck. Victory and defeat were already very obvious. Huang Fuyu's golden god of war spear had been sent flying by Long Chen. Long Chen had used his claws. With one look, he knew that he had shown mercy when he was about to kill Huang Fuyu. Otherwise, he might have broken Huang Fuyu's neck. Without a doubt, Long Chen had won. This was within Huang Fengchen's expectations. Long Chen had not reached the earth martial arts realm, but he could defeat Jiang Wushang, who was about the same level as Huang Fuyu. Now that he was in the earth martial arts realm, he could naturally do so. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Long Chen had solved a big problem for him this time. Huang Fuqi was so happy that she jumped up and shouted, the big bad guy has finally lost, right? I told you long ago that my big brother is very powerful. If you bully the servant girls again, big brother will come and smack your big ass. Smack 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 smack. Huang Fuqi's words made Huang Fuyu's face darken. He looked in disbelief at the youth who was looking at him playfully. He had long been humiliated. Impossible. Huang Fuyu used his hand to knock away Long Chen's arm. He wasn't willing to lose to Long Chen just like that, so he threw a punch at Long Chen. Who knew that Long Chen would be one step faster than him? He sent Huang Fuyu flying with a kick. Huang Fuyu rolled on the ground a few times, looking even more pathetic. Huang Fuyu. The dancer who was peeping hurriedly helped Huang Fuyu up. At this moment, Huang Fuyu's face was dark. He didn't appreciate the gesture and pushed the dancer away. Scram. The dancer then retreated, her expression somewhat unsightly. At this moment, Huang Fengchen wasn't in a good mood. He said coldly, "Little you, as a man, you have to admit defeat when you lose. Don't let outsiders look down on the men of my Huangfu family. Don't let them think that we don't have any bearing. We are men who can afford to lose. Don't embarrass me." Huangfu Fengchen was usually very casual, but at this moment, his cold voice made Huang Fuyu's hair stand on end. He lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. His father, Huangfu Fengyun, said, "Little Yu has lost. As expected, there is always a higher mountain. There is nothing we can say. Little Yu, let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here." Huang Fuyu had been embarrassed, and he had also been embarrassed, so he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. Wait. Huangfu Fengchen paused, then said, "Big brother, I didn't make things difficult for little you. Can't you see that he hasn't even truly mastered the Overlord Spear Arts Sunpiercer Rainbow? How can he talk about the second and third moves? Wait until he has mastered the second move, then you can bring him to practice the Catkin Wind step." "Many thanks, Patriarch." Huangfu Fengyun nodded. His face was expressionless. He coldly looked at Long Chen and said, "You are indeed a young genius. I admire you, admire you." After saying that, he left with his son. Huang Fuyu looked at Long Chen with a venomous gaze and finally left. In his opinion, the reason why he couldn't obtain the Catkin Wind step today was all because of Long Chen. After they left, the dancer also said, "Patriarch, Wu will also take her leave." After she left, Huangfu Fengchen didn't care about his image. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Little guy, you're not bad. It's only been 10 days, and you've already learned that woman Long Yu's signature move." Long Chen nodded and said, "I only know a little bit. Today is the first time I've used it, so there are still many areas that I'm lacking. To be able to stop at the last moment and control it freely is already quite good. I, Huangfu Fengchen, admire you. TSK, what should I do? I want you to be my son-in-law more and more. It's a pity that Chi-Chi was born a few years earlier." Huangfu Fengchen laughed disrespectfully. Long Chen could only let out a hollow laugh. "Daddy, do you want me to marry Big Brother? If I get married, does that mean I won't have to stay in this damned place? Then I want to marry." When Huangfu Chi heard this, her big eyes rolled around. "I want to marry." Huangfu Fengchen was just joking before, but Huangfu Chi almost fainted from anger. Long Chen said, "Chi-Chi, this time, I still have something important to do. This is a matter of life and death. I can't stay here for too long, I don't want to. It's dark now. You said you'd leave tomorrow." Huangfu Chi hurriedly ran over and pulled on Long Chen's sleeve. Huangfu Fengchen laughed and said, "In that case, Chi-Chi, accompany Long Chen and have a good tour of my Huangfu family. However, you haven't cultivated today. If you don't complete the mission, you'll be grounded for a month." All right, I'll play with Big Brother and then send him to the guest room. After that, I'll go back and cultivate." After Huangfu Chi finished speaking, she hurriedly pulled Long Chen out. Long Chen quite doted on this child. Since he was already here, he might as well accompany her for a night. In any case, he wasn't at Long Yu's level when it came to matters of war people, so there was no need to be too anxious. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have cultivated on the road. Following Huangfu Chi, Long Chen spent more than 4 hours touring the entire Huangfu family. The Huangfu family was almost like a palace. Compared to the ancient demon region, it was simply a paradise. Although it was night, there were many beautiful scenery. It wasn't until late at night that Huangfu Chi brought Long Chen to the guest room. She said, "Big Brother, I have to cultivate for 4 hours every day. I have to go back today, but you're not allowed to leave. Tomorrow morning, I'll come find you." Originally, Huangfu Chi wanted Long Chen to go to her room to accompany her, but men and women shouldn't touch each other, so Long Chen didn't agree. After that, Huangfu Chi skipped back. This guest room was very luxurious. Just as Long Chen was about to close the door, he suddenly saw the dancer called Wu in the distance. She had a sad expression on her face as she walked past his door. This seems to be Chi-Chi's uncle's adopted daughter. She can be considered Chi-Chi's cousin. Long Chen's heart moved slightly, but he didn't think too much about it. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly saw Huangfu Yu come out from the shadows and follow Wu. Huangfu Yu's expression seemed to be quite hazy. They seemed to be engaged. "I don't think it has anything to do with me." Long Chen was startled for a moment, but the two of them had already walked far away. Long Chen could see Wu-er's residence. There was a clear lake in front of him, and her residence was on the opposite side of the lake. It was a very beautiful stilted building. Long Chen closed the door to his room and began to cultivate. "Kitten, how is Xiao Lang now?" "He's in the process of transforming. I think in a few days, he'll be able to become a king-level demonic beast and take human form," Kitten said lazily. Thinking about how he would be able to have Xiao Lang stand by his side in human form in a few days, Long Chen was a bit excited. "When I was in Biyao town, little she also saw the wolf cub. I wonder if she will be surprised when I go to look for her with the wolf cub. Hee hee." Long Chen thought happily. After thinking about it, he began to cultivate. In today's battle, his opponents weren't weak, so Long Chen had a better understanding of the Scatter Soul's Dragon Claw. That night, his main focus of cultivation was still the Scatter Soul's Dragon Claw. He was already quite proficient in that close combat technique. Long Chen could also use the stronger 5 Dragon Sky Shattering technique. Dragon soul transformation. 5 dragons shattering the heavens were Long Chen's strongest forms. The night passed quietly. 4 hours later, Huang Fu-chi suddenly opened the door. Her face was a bit pale as she shouted, Big brother, something big happened." "What happened?" Long Chen was stunned for a moment before he recovered from his cultivation state. Sister Wu was killed last night," Huang Fu-chi said sadly. Long Chen's expression changed. "Sister Wu used to be a dancer, but she's only at the 2nd level of the reaching heaven state. I don't know who could be so cruel. If I find out, I'll skin him alive," Huang Fu-chi said, tears rolling down her face. Long Chen bit his lips and comforted Huang Fu-chi. "Chi, let's go and see what's going on." "Yes, my father is cultivating in seclusion. He doesn't know yet. I heard it when I was here. Let's go." Huang Fu-chi hurriedly pulled Long Chen out of the guest room. They went around the lake in front of them. Looking at the stilt house that was already crowded with people, Long Chen had a bad feeling. He vaguely recalled what had happened last night and felt that something was wrong. That girl, who would kill her? Could it be? Long Chen's eyes turned cold. Soon, he and Huang Fu-chi arrived at the scene. Many people of the Huangfu clan had gathered in front of the stilt house and were discussing. How could such a good girl suddenly die? Someone must have plotted against her. Miss Wu is an outstanding beauty, and she's young Master Yu's fiancée. How could she be killed in the clan? Who would have the guts to do so? I can't figure it out. Weren't they preparing for the wedding? I think young Master Yu is going crazy. His fiancée is gone. Who do you think it is? Miss Wu has been in the Huangfu clan for half a year and nothing happened. How could she be killed today? We must find out who the murderer is and tear him to pieces. Chapter 573. Who could the murderer be? Everyone was guessing. After all, there were many people in the Huangfu clan who could kill Miss Wu without anyone noticing. At this time, the crowd parted to form a path. 2 figures rushed out, and the one in front was Huang Fuyu. His face was pale, and there were tears in his eyes. He looked sorrowful. Everyone felt pity for him when they saw him in such pain. After all, Miss Wu was Huang Fuyu's fiancée. Although they had only known each other for a short time, they definitely had deep feelings for each other. At this moment, Huang Fuyu roared Wu-er's name and staggered into the building. His father, Huang Fu Fengyun, also had an ugly expression on his face as he hurriedly followed behind him. The others saw that they had already entered. Within the family, those with higher status could also enter. "Big brother, let's go in and take a look." With Huang Fu-chi leading the way, no one stopped Long Chen, even though Long Chen was just an outsider. Just like that, there were more than 20 people who entered. Long Chen didn't say anything. He stared at Huang Fuyu in front of him. Huang Fuyu's current behavior puzzled Long Chen. He could roughly guess the truth, but if that was the case, why would Huang Fuyu act like this? Could it be that he was pretending? Did he have some ulterior motive? Very soon, everyone entered Wu-er's boudoir. Along the way, there were Huangfu clan's guards, and they firmly controlled the scene. At the door of Wu-er's room, a middle-aged man said to Huang Fuyu, "Young Master Yu, after discovering the accident, we didn't touch anything inside. Investigate. We must find out who the murderer is. I, Huang Fuyu, will definitely turn his bones into ashes. I will definitely. I will let him experience the most terrifying torture." Huang Fuyu said with a sinister expression. Beside him, Huang Fu Fengyun ordered with an ugly expression, "Huang Fuyang, who was the first to discover Wu-er's death?" "It's Wu-er's servant girl. She found it 15 minutes ago. I heard her calling so I rushed here. Chui, come here." Huang Fuyang called a girl dressed like a servant girl over. Before Huangfu Fengyun could say anything, Huangfu Yu had already rushed into the room. Huangfu Fengyun's expression was filled with pain as he said, "Let's talk inside. I want to see who it is that dares to kill a member of my Huangfu clan in our territory." Everyone rushed in like a swarm of bees. Fortunately, Wu Er's room was big enough, so everyone had enough space to stand. At this time, more than 20 people with relatively high status were surrounding her, and there were even 1 or 2 warriors in the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen also followed Huangfu Qi in. Huangfu Qi could be considered the little devil of the Huangfu family. She hurriedly shouted for everyone to make way, and the others couldn't stop her. They all moved aside, allowing Huangfu Qi to pull Long Chen to the front. Wu Er. Suddenly, there was a painful scream. At this time, Huangfu Yu was already in tears as he threw himself at Wu Er's corpse. Long Chen looked over and saw that there was a pale woman kneeling on the ground. Her arms and head were on the edge of the bed, and there was a deep red mark on her neck. It was obvious that she had been strangled to death. Most importantly, Wu Er's clothes were messy, and her snow-white skin could be seen. It was obvious that before she died, someone had violated her, but she had sworn to resist. That was why she had died. Someone wanted her, but she didn't allow it, and then she killed him. Long Chen's mind was a bit muddled. He looked at Huangfu Yu, who was currently throwing himself at Wu Er's corpse. Huangfu Fengyun stopped him and said, "Little Yu, don't be impulsive. Don't do anything rash. First, let's see if the murderer left any clues. Father, we must find that murderer. We must. He dared to lay his hands on my woman." Luckily, Wu Er was chaste and fought back with all her might, so he didn't succeed. I didn't think that she would lose her life because of this. We must skin that thief alive. Huangfu Yu roared with a sinister expression. At this time, his ferocious gaze actually swept past Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. He began to analyze carefully. Last night, I saw Huangfu Yu following Wu Er. At that time, his expression didn't seem right. Clearly, they had an argument. Before, I thought that Huangfu Yu was the murderer, but now it seems that the murderer really did want to get close to Wu Er, but she resisted. If they were engaged, why would Wu Er resist and even be killed for resisting? This was a question that Long Chen didn't understand, but when Huangfu Yu's gaze swept past him, he suddenly understood. He had inadvertently seen Huangfu Yu's murderous intent towards him. Long Chen instinctively knew that Huangfu Yu's target was actually him. He began to carefully recall what happened in the side chamber. In the side chamber, Huangfu Yu had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands, so he must have held a grudge against him. Back then, Wu Er also saw him lose. This Huangfu Yu was arrogant and had such a bad temper. He might have had some conflict with Miss Wu Er. Their engagement was probably forced by the Huangfu family. If that's the case, Miss Wu Er might not like Huangfu Yu. Huangfu Yu was defeated yesterday, so he was naturally in a bad mood. The two of them must have had an argument, and then Huangfu Yu wanted to use force, but the other party wouldn't allow it. If she wasn't careful, Huangfu Yu might have killed her. After killing her, Huangfu Yu was thinking about how to cover it up. Then, he thought of me and wanted to use this to frame me. If that was the case, Wu Er's death had a lot to do with Long Chen's arrival. Of course, with their personalities, if they continued to interact with each other, there would be such a conflict sooner or later. As soon as Long Chen figured this out, Huangfu Yu flew into a rage. As Huangfu Fengyun pulled him, he rushed to Wu Er's side and cried bitterly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at Wu Er's tightly clenched hand. "What is this?" As he spoke, he took out the item. It was a piece of cloth that seemed to have been torn from the bed. When Wu died, she held on to this thing so tightly. "She must have wanted to tell us something," Huangfu Yu said agitatedly. Huangfu Yu said excitedly. He unfolded the cloth, and a golden divine dragon was embroidered on it. Dragon? Why is it a dragon? Huang Fu Yu was startled. At this moment, Huang Fu Fengyun's face darkened. He took the cloth and looked at it carefully. When he raised his head, his eyes seemed to have turned into two sharp swords that shot towards Long Chen. Dragon. Dragon. Long Chen, this is clearly referring to you. Wu still held on to this thing in her hand before she died. She's trying to tell us that you're the murderer, right? Huang Fu Fengyun's words caused a huge uproar in the room. Those who were still beside Long Chen retreated and surrounded Long Chen. They looked at Long Chen cautiously. Their eyes were filled with hatred. They had all heard about Long Chen's background, especially the fact that Long Chen had defeated the #1 genius of the Huangfu clan in the side chamber. At this moment, Huang Fu Fengyun's face turned ashen. He laughed coldly. Bastard, you think you can do this without anyone knowing? Who would have thought that Wu would use this method to warn us before she died? Wu was alive and well all this time. She even danced for you last night. You must have been infatuated with her beauty. You brat, you bastard, you actually dared to do such a thing in my Huangfu clan. So it's you. Bastard. Even if I, Huangfu Yu, lose my life today, I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces and make you unable to reincarnate. Huangfu Yu's expression turned crazy. He wanted to pounce on Long Chen, but Huangfu Fengyun knew that he wasn't Long Chen's match, so he hastily stopped him. Before Long Chen could say anything, Huangfu Qi, who was standing next to him, anxiously said, "Nonsense. My big brother isn't that kind of person. Furthermore, he was with Chi-Chi the entire time last night. He only went back late at night. I've been here for 4 hours now. 4 hours isn't enough for him to commit crimes? His residence is only a lake away from here. With his strength, he can easily come over." Bastard. A powerful aura erupted from Huangfu Fengyun's body as he approached Long Chen step by step. "Today, I'll send you to hell on behalf of my son and my poor daughter-in-law." Long Chen had been calm the entire time. After Huangfu Fengyun finished speaking, he indifferently said, "It's just a piece of cloth. Anyone who wants to frame me can just tear it off and place it in the hands of the deceased. If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. It's just that the Huangfu clan's intelligence is only at this level." Long Chen knew who the culprit was. He looked at Huangfu Yu and said, "You can fool everyone, but you can't fool me. This is the first time I, Long Chen, have seen such a deranged person like you. You acted very well, I admire you." The entire Huangfu clan, with the exception of Huangfu Qi, hated Long Chen. They were all prepared to make a move. Trying to explain to them was futile, so Long Chen didn't want to waste any effort. In fact, he wasn't afraid of this trouble at all because he knew that the strongest person in the Huangfu clan hadn't arrived yet. Huangfu Fengchen only needed to know who the culprit was. "What do you mean? After being exposed, you still want to quibble? You killed an important member of the Huangfu clan. Today, I don't care whether you're the master's guest or not. You must pay with your life. Go to hell." After saying that, Huangfu Fengyun's strength at the second level of the earth martial arts realm exploded. Huangfu Fengyun was one of the 2 masters at the second level of the earth martial arts realm in the Huangfu clan. He was one of the famous masters in the divine Wuxia sage dynasty. In the Huangfu clan, he was second only to the master of the Huangfu clan. He had a very high reputation, so no one thought it would be a problem for him to catch a kid. After all, they weren't even at the same level in terms of seniority. "If you dare touch my big brother, I won't call you uncle anymore," Huangfu Qi said angrily. Chapter 574. Huangfu Fengyun usually spoiled Huangfu Qi, but now she was not even worth a fart. Huangfu Fengyun ignored her and directly pounced on Long Chen. The punch of the earth martial arts realm set off a huge wave in the room. He doesn't even care about Huangfu Qi's safety. How hateful. Long Chen sighed with emotion. He hurriedly pulled Huangfu Qi into his arms. Then, he pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and retreated. He crashed into a wall and rushed outside. Go after him. Don't let him escape. Huang Fuyu followed his father closely. He called the others and rushed towards Long Chen. At this time, the people outside were guessing the situation inside. They didn't expect that a wall would suddenly explode. Long Chen ran out with Huang Fuqi. A moment later, the others, led by Huang Fu Fengyun, also came out. Quick, stop this bastard. He killed Miss Wu. It was unknown who had shouted, but the crowd waiting outside immediately knew what was going on. Thus, they all glared at Long Chen with righteous indignation. Long Chen had just jumped down from the sky. He placed the panicking Huang Fuqi on the ground and said to her, Chi, don't worry about me. Your uncle can't beat me. Go and get your father to judge for me. Huang Fuqi nodded heavily. Huang Fu Fengyun's actions had truly frightened her. She was absolutely certain that Long Chen wouldn't do such a thing. Hence, she hurriedly ran towards Huang Fu Fengyun's location. At this time, Huang Fu Fengyun and the others came out of the attic. A large group of people quickly surrounded Long Chen. There were 5 warriors in the earth martial arts realm. Among them was Huang Fuyu and Huang Fu Fengyun, whose faces were full of hatred. Long Chen, you bastard. I'll kill you today as a sacrifice for Wu's soul in heaven. Huang Fuyu roared madly, his lungs almost bursting out of his throat. You guys, help me stop Xiao Yu. I'll deal with this bastard. The rest of you, get out of the way. Huang Fu Fengyun said with a pale face. Under his command, everyone retreated behind Huang Fu Fengyun, while the other 3 warriors at the first level of the earth martial arts realm hurriedly pulled Huang Fuyu back. Even so, Huang Fuyu was still struggling with all his might. He stared at Long Chen with his beastly eyes and kept making heart-wrenching roars. His performance was really good. This Huang Fuyu could even become an opera singer. Long Chen smiled helplessly. Unless Huang Fu Fengyun arrived, today's battle was unavoidable. Long Chen was looking forward to seeing a warrior at the second level of the earth martial arts realm. Ever since he absorbed the blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, Long Chen had a strong desire to fight. Fighting could make his blood boil, and it was a very exciting experience for him. Xiao Yu, lend me the golden warlord spear. Huang Fu Fengyun was a peerless master. The golden warlord spear originally belonged to him, but he hadn't used it for many years, so he passed it on to Huang Fuyu, hoping that Huang Fuyu could live up to his expectations. He didn't expect that Huang Fuyu would get the golden warlord spear, but it was still in the hands of Long Chen. Father, you must kill this bastard for me. Huang Fuyu instantly threw the golden warlord spear to his father and shouted. Don't worry. If he doesn't die, I'll be ashamed to face the ancestors of the Huang Fu family. Huang Fu Fengyun took the golden warlord spear and waved it slightly, rolling up golden waves. With a whoosh, Huang Fu Fengyun turned into a golden whirlwind and rushed toward Long Chen. The golden spear shadow shrouded Long Chen in an instant. No wonder he was a warrior at the second level of the earth martial arts realm who was only a few decades old. Just this move alone was more than 10 times stronger than Huang Fuyu. This was a real master who had been through hardships. Huang Fu Fengyun's battle experience was even more than Huang Fuyu's. Their combat effectiveness was not at the same level at all. Puff. Long Chen couldn't withstand the golden shadow of the spear for a moment. He was hit in the arm and flew backward, directly collapsing a big tree. The huge force directly shook Long Chen into the vast lake. Splash. Long Chen fell into the lake, causing a large splash. He killed him. The crowd cheered. In their opinion, Huang Fu Fengyun was already a legendary figure in the Huang Fu family. It was really normal for him to kill a junior with one move. This Long Chen is really crazy. Does he really think that the Huang Fu family is so easy to bully? How dare he have designs on our Huang Fu family? He is too bold. He doesn't take our Huang Fu family seriously. It's too easy for him to die like this. Miss Wu is an outstanding beauty. I didn't expect that she would die in his hands. It's really a pity. In my opinion, we can't let this bastard die so easily. The crowd shouted one after another. What are you shouting for? He's not dead, an expert in the earth martial arts realm told them. When Long Chen fell into the water, Huangfu Fengyun soared into the sky and directly landed on the surface of the lake. The tip of his feet was half a meter away from the water. Get out! The golden war god's spear suddenly slashed on the surface of the lake. Suddenly, there was an explosion and the surface of the lake shook violently. The originally calm lake was actually split in half and swept to the side. The place that was hit by the golden war god's spear even revealed the muddy bottom of the lake. At this moment, everyone could see Long Chen, who was at the bottom of the lake, quickly rising up and standing in front of Huangfu Fengyun. However, Long Chen's current appearance was completely different. His entire body was covered in blood-red dragon scales, and sharp bone spurs covered his entire body. Especially his pair of sharp claws, which were 5 centimeters long on average. They were like 10 sharp blood-red blades that extended from Long Chen's thick and powerful fingers, filled with a soul-stirring deterrent force. It could be said that the most terrifying part of Long Chen's body was that pair of claws. Long Chen's current appearance caused those who had originally thought that he was already dead to be taken aback. Not only is Long Chen fine, but he also looks much stronger, the crowd thought in shock. Long Chen understood that he was definitely no match for Huangfu Fengyun if he didn't transform with his dragon soul. Therefore, he transformed. This was his strongest state. The blood-red golden crow fire covered his body in a thin layer. In Long Chen's body, the flames and quintessential essence had completely fused together. It was as perfect as it could be. Such a combination was simply rare. At that moment, Long Chen also made Huangfu Fengyun frown. He waved the golden war god's spear in his hand and sneered. Insignificant tricks. With a whistling sound, Huangfu Fengyun soared into the sky above the lake. The golden war god's spear in his hand transformed into a golden phantom that attacked Long Chen. At that moment, the lake's surface had gradually calmed down. Long Chen wasn't proficient in aerial combat, so he stepped on the lake's surface. Of course, this didn't affect his combat strength. Huangfu Fengyun's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, his golden war god's spear lashed at Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had been sent flying like this. The golden phantom was like a snake as it swept towards Long Chen's neck. Everyone was imagining the scene of Long Chen's head being sent flying, but unfortunately, what they saw was clang. An intense spark erupted as the golden war god's spear struck Long Chen's arm. Long Chen used his arm to block the golden war god's spear. The golden war god's spear that had sent him flying actually couldn't move him. Is that all you have? Huangfu Fengyun, it seems like you're already old. Long Chen let out a hearty laugh. He changed his gesture and directly used his arm to knock Huangfu Fengyun's golden war god's spear away. At the same time, his other arm instantly dug towards Huangfu Fengyun's heart. Bastard, you're courting death. Huangfu Fengyun was extremely shocked. When Long Chen attacked him, he had left with a whoosh. This time, it was Long Chen who chased him. The mighty Huangfu Fengyun is actually fleeing? Long Chen sneered. It wasn't that Huangfu Fengyun wanted to flee, but whether it was Long Chen's offense or defense, they had reached a heaven-defying level. At that moment, Huangfu Fengyun's heart was filled with shock. This kid really is extraordinary. It's rumored that he once assisted Jian Chen in defeating Sword Saint Sikong. That should be true. I can't be careless this time and fail miserably. I'll lose my reputation for the rest of my life. That was why Huangfu Fengyun was so cautious. Even when Long Chen mocked him, he ignored it. He could tell that Long Chen was more skilled in close combat than him, so he needed to keep a distance between them so that the golden war god's spear could be used. With Huangfu Fengyun's strength, this was very easy to achieve. Whoosh! The golden war god spear danced wildly and easily knocked Long Chen away. Is that all? Long Chen sneered. He only had one way to deal with Huangfu Fengyun, and that was to forcefully attack. Whoosh! Everyone broke into an uproar because they saw Long Chen's claws burn with scarlet-red flames. Within the flames, there were actually several blood-red dragon figures. They swam and revolved, producing primordial dragon roars. This was the effect of the soul-dispersing dragon claw with the flames of the golden crow. Whoosh! Long Chen laughed heartily. He turned into a blood-red shadow and charged towards his opponent. Soul-dispersing dragon claw. Many experts recognized the name of the battle skill. In Long Chen's hands, the soul-dispersing dragon claw had a different feel to it. How can a mere trick compare to my Huangfu Overlord spear technique? Huangfu Fengyun laughed wildly. The golden war god spear in his hand danced wildly, and a sun-piercing rainbow shot out. It was early in the morning, and the sun had just risen from the east. The fiery red sun was behind Long Chen. The golden war god spear suddenly turned into a long pillar of light that contained countless spear shadows. It shot towards Long Chen. Chapter 575. Facing this attack that was at least 10 times stronger than Huangfu Fengyun's, Long Chen's expression remained unchanged. His aura rapidly increased, and the flame and divine dragon in his hands suddenly expanded. Under Long Chen's control, it suddenly turned into a flaming blood dragon that charged towards Huangfu Fengyun. This soul-dispersing dragon claw was a close-range combo. As long as Long Chen broke through Huangfu Fengyun's attack and got close to him, Huangfu Fengyun would definitely lose under Long Chen's ferocious attack. Boom! The huge attacks collided with each other on the lake's surface. For a moment, the water on the lake's surface exploded in all directions, and a bottomless pit appeared in the middle of the lake. 81 claws. Let's see how you can dodge this. Although Huangfu Fengyun's sun-piercing rainbow was incomparably powerful, Long Chen's soul-crusher dragon claw was even more powerful. After his dragon's soul transformation, his quintessential essence had skyrocketed to the same level as Huangfu Fengyun. Coupled with the golden crow fire in his quintessential essence, his attack was definitely more terrifying than Huangfu Fengyun's. Ever since Long Chen had integrated with the primordial blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood, he had been fighting for a living. This kind of close-range combat was his forte. Long Chen seemed to have found what he liked the most, so he was exceptionally carefree when fighting. Rumble. A series of explosions resounded, and a large pit exploded on the lake's surface, which was then filled by the lake's water. Bastard, you're courting death. At that moment, Long Chen had already used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw to break through the sun-piercing rainbow and pounced towards Huangfu Fengyun. Huangfu Fengyun cried out in alarm, and hurriedly pulled back the Golden Battle God Spear and suddenly spun it. Golden Battle God Shield. With a loud shout, a golden vortex appeared in Huangfu Fengyun's hand, blocking Long Chen's path. You want to block me with just this? Long Chen's laughter sent chills down everyone's spines. Although the outcome of the battle hadn't been decided yet, everyone was extremely shocked. Before the battle, they didn't believe that Long Chen was strong enough to fight against Huangfu Fengyun. Everyone watched helplessly as the blood-red divine dragon, Long Chen, pounced in front of Huangfu Fengyun's golden battle god shield. Then, everyone heard the sharp sound of friction as terrifying attacks struck the golden battle god shield. They were all Long Chen's blade-like claws. The soul-dispersing dragon claw made Long Chen's claws basically equivalent to weapons of the same level. In other words, the strength of Long Chen's claws could match the golden battle god spear. After all, his body was a low-level king-level true martial fiend body. Boom! With a loud explosion, Huangfu Fengyun was blasted into the lake by Long Chen's powerful attack. The lake water surged and Huangfu Fengyun was instantly submerged in the lake water. Compared to the previous scene, this scene was the complete opposite. Everyone's expressions were already lifeless. They had been filled with hatred before, but now, they were completely filled with shock, especially Huang Fuyu. His expression could only be described as shit. Impossible, impossible. How can Long Chen be so powerful? Impossible. To be honest, today's matter was indeed similar to what Long Chen had expected. Huang Fuyu was the murderer who killed Wu, and he had framed Long Chen. He originally thought that Huang Fu Fengyun would kill Long Chen with lightning speed, and then everything would be over. Who knew that such a thing would happen in the end? Huang Fu Fengyun was now at a disadvantage. Dad, use all your strength. Don't underestimate him. Huang Fuyu roared. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Now, he was praying that Huang Fu Fengyun could kill Long Chen before Huang Fu Fengchen arrived. Otherwise, when Huang Fu Fengchen arrived, it would not be so easy to kill Long Chen. After all, it could be seen that Huang Fu Fengchen was very optimistic about Long Chen. Huang Fuyu was afraid that Long Chen would expose him. He knew that Long Chen knew the truth. He knew his relationship with Wu. In fact, it was similar to what Long Chen had guessed. Huang Fuyu lost to Long Chen and lost face. In a moment of anger, he vented his anger on Wu. That Wu must also be a little angry. At this time, when Huang Fuyu violently wanted to sleep with her, how could she be willing? In a moment of anger, Huang Fuyu couldn't control his strength and directly strangled Wu to death. In a moment of fear, he suddenly had an idea. When he saw the divine dragon embroidery on the bedding, he wanted to frame this matter to Long Chen, killing two birds with one stone. This was a very good plan. He even went to find Huang Fu Fengyun early in the morning to take a walk. That was why he was able to rush here in such a short time. With Huang Fu Fengyun's help, Long Chen would definitely not die. Unfortunately, Long Chen did not die. Whoosh. At this moment, the miserable Huang Fu Fengyun suddenly rose from the bottom of the lake. At this moment, his face was ashen, and his body was trembling with anger. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. You're the first opponent I've faced in the past 10 years that I've used all of my strength. Huang Fu Fengyun roared. His body suddenly changed in midair. Why does he seem to be weightless? So fast. Long Chen was startled. At this moment, Huang Fu Fengyun was floating in midair, moving with the wind. One moment, he was here, the next moment, he was there. It was impossible to know his movements and position. Unpredictable, moving with the wind. This should be the Willow Kakin wind step. Long Chen was a little surprised. My Huangfu clan's Willow Kakin wind step, combined with the second move of my Overlord spear art. I don't believe that you can still survive. Huang Fu Fengyun's laughter could be vaguely heard. Although the Willow Kakin wind step looked elegant, it was actually full of killing intent. Indeed, a powerful movement combat skill. Long Chen nodded to himself. Whoosh. The wind gently danced, and with the momentum of the wind, Long Chen opened his eyes and threw the soul-dispersing dragon claw behind him. He was very fast, and the soul-devouring demon eyes allowed him to find his opponent's position. Therefore, Long Chen's first move was the soul-dispersing dragon claw. Chi. What shocked Long Chen was that the soul-dispersing dragon claw, which was full of killing intent, couldn't hit his opponent at all. His opponent was like a feather, very light. The moment Long Chen's attack reached him, his opponent was blown away. I can't even hit my opponent. How am I supposed to fight? Long Chen stopped. He was very smart, so he didn't move. In fact, Huang Fu Fengyun was in a hurry to kill Long Chen, and Long Chen was stalling for time to wait for Huang Fu Fengchen to arrive. Why would Long Chen take the initiative to attack? Although the Willow Kakin wind step was heaven-defying, it was a martial art that could only be used for dodging. If Long Chen didn't attack, it would be useless. Seeing Long Chen not moving and instead looking at them with a smile, Huang Fu Fengyun and Huang Fuyu realized this. Huang Fuyu anxiously shouted, "Father, don't use the willow catkin wind step anymore. Kill him quickly. All right. Huangfu Fengyun also knew that this wouldn't do. Hence, at that moment, he stopped using the willow catkin wind step. With the golden battle god's spear in hand, he charged at Long Chen with a whoosh. Bastard, you didn't expect me to have an even stronger move, did you? Huangfu Fengyun's laughter sounded from behind Long Chen. At that moment, Huangfu Fengyun soared into the sky and quickly arrived above Long Chen. The golden battle god's spear in his hand was like a rod as he held it high. When rainbow pierces the sun, the golden battle god's spear attacked from below. This time, Huangfu Fengyun stood at the position of the sun. Quintessential essence surged wildly on his body as it gathered in the spear in his hand. The terrifying aura pressed down on the surface of the lake by a meter. Is he very strong? Long Chen smiled gently. Huangfu Fengyun had it, but so did he. It would be clear who was stronger in a while. You're behaving atrociously in my Huangfu family. Even if you're a rare genius, go to hell. Huangfu Fengyun roared. Long Chen looked up and saw that Huangfu Fengyun was already covered in golden light. Boom. A golden light, which was actually the golden battle god's spear itself, slashed at Long Chen. Overlord Spear Technique, Cosmic Shatter. With a loud explosion, the water in the entire lake exploded. The water splashed all over the sky and drowned Long Chen and Huangfu Fengyun. Under such a terrifying attack, Long Chen believed that if Long Chen didn't die, he would truly be a heaven-defying genius. After all, this was the strongest attack of a warrior in the second level of the Earth Martial Realm. Rumble. The golden spear slashed down. The name of this move was Cosmic Shatter. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was still absolutely terrifying. If Long Chen was the Cosmic Shatter, Long Chen would also be destroyed. Boom. There was another explosion. Is Long Chen dead? Many people asked. No, look. Right at this moment, a blood-red flame suddenly appeared in the lake. Within the flame, 5 huge dragon shadows soared into the sky and charged towards Huangfu Fengyun. Soul Crusher Dragon Claw, 5 dragons destroying the sky. Rumble. The 5 dragons roared ferociously and instantly broke through Huangfu Fengyun's attack. The 5 dragons were about to entangle Huangfu Fengyun and tear him to pieces. The 5 dragons were actually Long Chen's claw shadows. He had used the 5 dragons destroying the sky with one hand, so there were only 5 claw marks. Otherwise, there would have been 10. What? Huangfu Fengyun's face turned pale. He really couldn't figure out why his powerful attack had been broken by Long Chen just like that. After the golden battle god's spear touched Long Chen's claws, it was sent flying into the sky. As for the 5 dragons cleaving the heavens, it trapped him. At that moment, Huangfu Fengyun felt that he was about to die. It was the first time in decades that he had felt so close to death. This death was actually bestowed upon him by a young man who was not even 20 years old. Impossible. Huangfu Fengyun screamed. But that was the truth. At the last moment, when everyone thought that Huangfu Fengyun would be killed, Huangfu Fengyun finally appeared. Chapter 576. So powerful. Long Chen was taken aback. His 5 dragons devastating the heavens was naturally very powerful. Huangfu Fengyun couldn't block it at all. Even if he hurriedly used Willow Wind Treading Step, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. As for the Huangfu family's patriarch, Huangfu Fengyun, the moment he appeared, he immediately sent Huangfu Fengyun away, causing Long Chen's attack to miss. Long Chen originally had no intention of killing Huangfu Fengyun, so Huangfu Fengyun's appearance was perfect. Huangfu Fengyun brought Huangfu Fengyun to the shore, and Long Chen landed opposite them. At this time, Huangfu Qi directly clung onto Long Chen's body and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, big brother, you're really amazing. You can even defeat my smelly big uncle." Chi, be good. Don't make a fuss. Long Chen got Huangfu Qi off him and said with a calm face. The matter wasn't over yet, and Long Chen didn't believe that Huangfu Fengyun and Huangfu Yu would let it go so easily. As expected, as soon as they stood still, Huangfu Fengyun said to Huangfu Fengchen, Patriarch, Long Chen was lustful and actually killed little Yu's fiancé, Wu Er. The evidence is conclusive, and he deserves 10,000 deaths. He actually dared to commit such a crime in our Huangfu clan. He simply doesn't put our Huangfu clan in his eyes. Please kill him as soon as possible to protect our Huangfu clan's dignity. Huangfu Yu also ran over and knelt on the ground. He squeezed out tears and wailed, Patriarch, second uncle, he killed Wu Er, and the evidence is conclusive. Second uncle, please take action. Wu Er is gone, and your nephew doesn't want to live anymore. This scoundrel deserves 10,000 deaths. If we let him leave the Huangfu clan, our Huangfu clan's reputation will be swept to the ground. His expression was mournful, and besides Long Chen, no one could tell that he was faking it. It was too similar. In order to cover up his crime and then frame Long Chen, Huangfu Yu was definitely going all out. After they finished speaking, the others saw that Huangfu Fengchen still seemed to have hesitation on his face. They looked at each other in dismay, then one by one, they knelt on the ground and said in unison, Patriarch, please kill this scoundrel and strengthen our Huangfu's prestige. They knew that Long Chen was a guest invited by Huangfu Fengchen, so they naturally couldn't kill Long Chen. But in their eyes, Wu Er died in the hands of Long Chen. If they didn't kill Long Chen, they wouldn't be able to quell the anger in their hearts. Everyone knelt on the ground, except for Long Chen and Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Qi still looked as if nothing had happened. She was young and did not understand what had happened. However, she did not believe that Long Chen was a murderer, so she shouted fiercely, Nonsense, my big brother is not such a person. He is much better than my big brother Yu. I don't know how many women want to throw themselves at my big brother, but my big brother doesn't like them. Of course, no one took Huangfu Qi's words seriously. At this moment, Huangfu Fengchen frowned and said, Big brother, little Yu, you said that the evidence is conclusive. Then let me ask you, where is the evidence? With a swoosh, Huangfu Yu took out the cloth and handed it over to Huangfu Fengchen. He said, Patriarch, when we found Wu Er's body, Wu Er was tightly holding onto this thing. She tore it off from her bedding before she died. The dragon on it is enough to prove everything. How many people in the Wuxia Sage dynasty have the surname Long? Isn't there only one Long Yu and two Long Chens? Also, Long Chen's residence is only separated by a lake from Wu Er's residence. When this Long Chen saw Wu Er's beauty, he wanted to rape her, but who would have thought that Wu would lose her life because of her chastity? Also, why is Wu Er usually fine, but when this Long Chen came, something happened to her? Doesn't this mean that the murderer is Long Chen? With this evidence, the Huangfu clan could indeed prove it. At this moment, Huangfu Fengchen looked around. Every single Huangfu clan member was looking at Long Chen with malevolent expressions, but they were also looking at Huangfu Fengchen with hope. This was the wish of the entire Huangfu clan. They were already filled with hatred for Long Chen because of their preconceived notions. Huangfu Fengchen was also in a difficult situation. Most importantly, he couldn't prove that Long Chen was framed. All the Huangfu clan members were against Long Chen. If he protected Long Chen without any reason, then his prestige as the patriarch would be greatly reduced, and the Huangfu clan would no longer be united. This was what Huangfu Fengchen was worried about. Thus, he could only helplessly ask Long Chen, can you prove your innocence? If Long Chen could come up with an excuse, then Huangfu Fengchen would have a reason to protect him. Long Chen could only smile bitterly. In reality, Huangfu Yu's evidence wasn't strong enough. However, the problem was that Long Chen didn't have any evidence to prove that he wasn't the murderer. During the period when Huangfu Qi left, no one could prove where Long Chen went. Long Chen's mind raced. Since he couldn't provide any evidence, and he didn't want to make things difficult for Huangfu Fengchen, Huangfu Fengchen wouldn't do anything to him. Even if Long Chen couldn't provide any evidence, he would still protect Long Chen. However, if that was the case, his prestige in the Huangfu clan would be slightly reduced. He didn't want to trouble Huangfu Fengchen, so he had already made up his mind. At that moment, he lifted Huangfu Qi up and gently placed his hand on Huangfu Qi's neck. He said coldly, "I don't have any evidence, but I can say 3 things." Seeing Long Chen's actions, everyone knew that Long Chen had kidnapped Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Qi was Huangfu Fengchen's precious daughter. Apart from Huangfu Fengyun, who knew the relationship between Long Chen and Huangfu Qi, no one else knew much about it. Thus, their hearts tightened. "Brat, what are you doing? Let go of her." Many people hurriedly stood up in panic and completely surrounded Long Chen. "Don't move." Huangfu Fengchen stopped everyone and said to Long Chen, "What are the 3 things you want to say? Say it." Long Chen's tone was calm. "Listen carefully. The first thing I want to say is, actually, it's very simple to frame me. Whichever bastard kills someone, just stuff a piece of cloth into her hand. What do you think?" As soon as Long Chen finished speaking, everyone started shouting, "What do you mean? Everyone in our Huangfu clan is of one heart and one mind. How could someone kill someone to frame you? And she's young Master Yu's fiancé." Voices of opposition could be heard all around. Long Chen ignored them and continued, "The second thing I want to say is that after I separated from Chi-Chi last night, I seem to have seen Huangfu Yu walking with Miss Wu, in the distance." After saying that, he looked at Huangfu Yu. Everyone was so angry that they started to laugh, and they mocked, "You really know how to indulge in fantasy. Are you saying that young Master Yu actually killed his fiancée in order to frame you? Little thief, your imagination is not bad." Huangfu Fengchen had just been defeated by Long Chen, so his expression was quite ugly. At this moment, he also sneered, "Don't you think before speaking? My son killed my daughter-in-law just to frame you. Do you think my Huangfu clan's people are pigs? Or do you think you're a pig?" Long Chen smiled and didn't deny it. In the end, everyone knew who was the pig. Huangfu Fengchen was that person. When Long Chen finished speaking, Long Chen realized that Huangfu Fengchen already believed him, and that was enough. However, no one else believed him. Long Chen didn't want Huangfu Fengchen to be criticized by the clan for protecting him. He came to the Huangfu clan just to see Huangfu Qi. Now that he had achieved his goal, he directly said, "The third thing I want to say is actually useless. I just want to tell you that I already have a woman I love in my heart. For her, I am willing to follow her for the rest of my life. The things that you guys accused me of were done by animals. Don't drag me into this. Goodbye, everyone. When I leave the Huangfu clan, I will naturally return Miss Huangfu Qi to you. However, if anyone is blind enough to follow me, then don't blame me for being ruthless." After saying that, he glanced at Huangfu Fengchen. Huangfu Fengchen understood what he meant. Right or wrong, Long Chen didn't care anymore, so he couldn't be bothered to argue. Huangfu Fengchen didn't need to go through so much trouble to argue with the others. After Long Chen left, Huangfu Fengchen didn't chase after him. The others didn't dare to chase after him either. After Long Chen was completely gone, Huangfu Fengchen said, "This thief is really cunning. He actually kidnapped my daughter. I will chase after him now. However, everyone, if I can catch him, I will do my best. If I can't catch him or kill him, then we can only wait." After saying that, he also disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Huangfu Fengyun and Huangfu Yu looked at each other and were a little dumbfounded. It ended just like that. In fact, when Long Chen finished speaking, there was one other person besides Huangfu Fengchen who believed Long Chen. That was Huangfu Fengyun. As Huangfu Yu's father, how could Huangfu Fengyun not understand his own son? "Little Yu, go back with me," Huangfu Fengyun said with an ashen face. Those who didn't know would think that he was angry because he didn't kill Long Chen. "Yes," Huangfu Yu said while trembling. After Long Chen left the Huangfu clan, Huangfu Qi asked him, "Big brother, that big sister Wu, was killed by big brother Huangfu Yu, right?" Qi is so smart. Long Chen smiled happily. "Of course, I'm a genius. But big brother, are you going to elope with me?" Huangfu Qi said excitedly. "In your dreams. Look behind you." Long Chen knocked on her head and said. Huangfu Qi turned around and saw that it was her father, Huangfu Fengchen. Seeing that it was him, Huangfu Qi's face instantly turned bitter. She complained, "Stinky father, why did you follow me?" Huangfu Fengchen took Huangfu Qi and pinched her nose. "Stupid girl, you don't want your father anymore? You're not married yet. Your big brother is busy, so don't disturb him." Huangfu Fengchen took Huangfu Qi from Huangfu Qi and pinched her nose. Chapter 577. Long Chen nodded. He looked at Huangfu Fengchen and said, "Patriarch Huangfu, about this." Huangfu Fengchen had an apologetic expression on his face as he said, "I've let you down on this matter. This matter with the clan is truly difficult to handle. After all, it's not that easy to cover everyone's mouths. I've watched that brat Huangfu Yu grow up, so how could I not know his temperament? I didn't give him the Willow Catkin Wind Steps because I didn't want the Huangfu clan to fall at his hands in the future." Hearing Huangfu Fengchen's words, Long Chen knew that he must have known everything. That was good. Long Chen didn't need to explain anything else. This matter actually didn't matter. It was just a fight. The only pity was that he didn't beat Huangfu Yu up. Long Chen really didn't like him. "It's okay. I came here mainly to see Chi. Now that I've achieved my goal, I've wasted some time. I have to hurry to the Northern War people," said Long Chen. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll give you something to calm you down." Huangfu Fengchen took out a simple handwritten book from his Qinkuan bag. "What's this?" asked Long Chen. "Last night, I rushed through the night and copied the Willow Wind Steps. I wanted to wait for Huangfu Yu to perform better before giving it to him. But from what happened today, he doesn't have the right to have it anymore. I'll give it to you," said Huangfu Fengchen with a hearty smile. "No, isn't this the Huangfu clan's heirloom?" "I can't accept it," said Long Chen, shaking his head. "I can't keep my face after what happened today. If you don't accept it, I won't have the face to see you in the future." "It's better for you to accept it," insisted Huangfu Fengchen. Without another word, he threw the book into Long Chen's hands and said, "The old war emperor is probably going to die. The war people are in great danger this time. I can't do anything. You can do something for me. From what happened today, you're invincible under the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Wushu Sage is only at the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Work hard and you'll reach the level of those 2 geniuses." Then, before Long Chen could say anything else, Huangfu Fengchen quickly disappeared with Huangfu Qi. With his speed, Long Chen wouldn't be able to catch up even if he transformed into the dragon's soul. Huangfu Qi cried and threw a tantrum. She thought she could play with Long Chen for a while longer, but Huangfu Fengchen hugged her and left. Long Chen stared blankly at the item in his hand as he watched him leave. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's just a fight, but I've earned a medium king level agility combat skill. Not only did I not lose anything during this trip to the Huangfu clan, I've actually earned a lot." Of course, apart from Huangfu Fengchen, everyone else in the Huangfu clan would become his enemy. But Long Chen didn't care. The others had nothing to do with him. This was a dangerous place, so Long Chen didn't stop. In the past 10 days, he had almost mastered the Dragon Claw of the Soul. On the way, Long Chen studied the Willow Wind Steps. Compared to the Dragon Claw of the Soul, this body movement skill was more suitable to be practiced on the way. After all, Long Chen had to walk. How he walked depended on his body movement skill. Moreover, the Willow Wind Steps made his body as light as a swallow. Not only was his dodging skill good, but it also gave him a great advantage on the way. The willow wind steps was a great training for Long Chen when he fought in midair. From the start of the willow wind steps, Long Chen's feet had never landed on the ground. He had seen Huangfu Fengchen use it before. He had used the dragon claw of the soul, which was a violent attack, to blow his opponent away. Although this body movement skill seemed simple, it was actually very outstanding. The essence of the willow catkin wind following steps could be understood from its name alone. The willow catkin was undoubtedly as light as a feather. It swayed with the wind. If the opponent's attack was the wind, then Long Chen was the willow catkin. When the wind blew, Long Chen would immediately fly away. In fact, when he used the willow wind steps, Long Chen's body became much lighter. It was so light that it was terrifying. Of course, this didn't mean that Long Chen's attacks didn't have any power. His attacks were still very powerful. This was something he had inherited from Long Yu. As for his willow catkin wind steps, he had inherited Huangfu Fengchen's elegance. This caused Long Chen's battle strength to soar once again. Long Chen indeed had a heaven-defying talent in cultivating battle skills. This might be due to the nurturing of the inheritance blood essence, but also the mysterious dragon jade in his sea of consciousness. The previous consciousness and the current martial soul played a crucial role in the comprehension of battle skills. Now that his martial soul had directly transformed into the shape of a dragon, and it was even above the mysterious dragon jade, how could Long Chen's comprehension ability not be terrifying? Long Chen's starting point was very low. At least in the Myriad Kingdoms domain, no one could compare to him, who had already integrated 1% of the inheritance blood essence, had a dragon-shaped martial soul, and had a first heaven aperture in his sea of consciousness. Although his starting point was low, Long Chen's speed of advancement was peerless. The only person who could compare to him was a mutated demonic beast like Xiao Lang. For 5 days, Long Chen had been practicing the willow wind steps. The manuscript not only contained the secret manual, but also Huangfu Fengchen's annotations. Huangfu Fengchen had even drawn many pictures. When Long Chen looked at the pictures, many questions that he didn't understand were quickly cleared up and he was suddenly enlightened. After 5 days, Long Chen was already able to flutter in the air like a willow catkin. As he danced in the air, his speed was extremely fast. Basically, no one could see his silhouette clearly as he moved through the forest. Huangfu Fengchen was right. Right now, in the entire Wuxia Sage dynasty, there were not many people who could compete with Long Chen. There were only a few people in the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. It had only been 3 months since Long Chen came to the Wuxia Sage dynasty, but he was able to make such terrifying progress. If others knew all about it, their jaws would drop to the ground in surprise. And Long Chen's real cultivation time was only slightly more than a year. This was probably the most terrifying aspect of the ancestral dragon's blood essence. The only genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen and stand on Long Chen's side was Long Chen's closest brother. That was the sun-devouring demonic wolf, Mo Xiaolang. On this day, Long Chen was walking in the forest. The tip of his feet was a meter away from the ground. His eyes were closed, but he was able to avoid all obstacles. It was as if he was asleep as he walked forward. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said in surprise, "Xiao Lang." He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, a gray fog emerged from his chest and transformed into a giant black wolf. After a long period of nourishment, absorption, and evolution, the current wolf cub's body was 10 times bigger than before. This was the sign that he had reached the king class. The current sun-devouring demonic wolf was almost the same level as the blood sea viper, a king-level demonic beast. Its body was quite huge, more than 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters long. At this time, it was crawling on the ground. Standing in front of Long Chen was like a mouse standing in front of an elephant. Xiao Lang had not woken up yet, but Long Chen knew that he would wake up soon. At this time, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was shrouded in black flames. Long Chen felt a suffocating temperature, cold and bone-piercing. These black flames were Xiao Lang's ultimate move, the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire. After reaching the King realm, Xiao Lang could definitely control more 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire. The huge amount of 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire completely engulfed Xiao Lang. The black flames started to turn the surrounding ground into black ice. Fortunately, Long Chen was floating in the air, so he was not affected. At this time, the black flames gradually disappeared from Xiao Lang's body. Puff! The flames were extinguished, but the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire was still burning on his claws. This 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire was like Long Chen's golden crow fire. It kept burning on Xiao Lang's claws, giving Xiao Lang's attacks a huge boost. One claw could turn the opponent into ice. Back when he killed Sword Saint Sikong, the greatest move was actually Xiao Lang's 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire. Long Chen's Sky Punishment Sword formation only allowed the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire to attack the opponent's body. After reaching the King realm, Xiao Lang could condense the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire on his claws. Whoosh! At this time, the sun-devouring demonic wolf stood up. In the process, its pitch-black eyes suddenly opened. In its eyes, Long Chen did not see pupils, but 2 icy black flames. It was the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire. Roar! Xiao Lang raised his head and let out a terrifying and desolate roar. This sound reverberated far, far away. All the demonic beasts that heard this sound trembled and remained motionless. This was the natural pressure of a superior to a subordinate. After the sun-devouring demonic wolf reached the King realm, it successfully broke away from its fate as a low-level demonic beast. It evolved and became a rare King realm demonic beast. Just like warriors, demonic beasts' heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow ranks were just the foundation. Only when it reached the King realm could it be considered a true demonic beast. This was also when the intelligence of demonic beasts began to sprout. Of course, this did not include Xiao Lang. Because Xiao Lang was a mortal soul, his intelligence had long reached the peak. King realm, the intelligence of a demonic beast had just begun to awaken. Xiao Lang still had a long way to go before he could become a true demonic beast. Looking at Xiao Lang like this, Long Chen's heart palpitated, not to mention others. Pitch-black fur, a thick body, an agile posture, sharp claws, and fangs. Terrifying black flames swam on its shiny fur, and the 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire burned between its hooves. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was like a nightmare from hell. Of course, what Long Chen was most concerned about was the wolf cub's transformation into a human form. Chapter 578. After letting out a roar, the excitement in the depths of its heart was completely revealed. Only then did the little wolf finally stop. Moments ago, it had looked like a fiend, but when it saw Long Chen, its eyes regained their clarity, purity, and even a trace of embarrassment. Previously, Xiao Lang had displayed the wild side of his heart. In fact, he had always been with Long Chen, and everything had been decided by Long Chen. Long Chen didn't have a younger brother, but Xiao Lang had always played the role of his younger brother. Xiao Lang didn't speak much, and was even a little shy. He was quiet, but his heart was filled with hot blood. Even now, Long Chen still remembered what the Yang family's patriarch had said to him back in Biyao town. When you make friends with a brother, you must see clearly whether his heart is filled with hot blood or poison. My heart is filled with hot blood. Looking at Long Chen, Xiao Lang's body shook slightly, and the black flames quickly engulfed him. After the flames swept past, the huge body of the sun-devouring demonic wolf had already disappeared. What appeared in front of Long Chen was a beautiful youth with long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, barefoot on solid black ice. Yes, when it came to Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen could only use the word beautiful to describe him. The more Long Chen cultivated, the more masculine his body became. Especially under the influence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, he had completely lost his original hedonistic temperament. He had become cold and frightening, like a blood-red burning flame. As for Xiao Lang, perhaps because of the influence of the nine-nether demonic ancestral flame, he had become soft and pure, but this also contained endless killing intent. After more than a year, Long Chen finally saw the pure youth that was like a clear lake. The current Xiao Lang's hair was already quite long. Even after turning into a sun-devouring demonic wolf, his appearance hadn't changed. Compared to Long Chen, he was slightly thinner, and his skin was much fairer than Long Chen's. He was even superior to many girls. His fingers were white and slender, and his face was fair and clear. He was rather beautiful. When he first took human form, Xiao Lang's eyes were still two black flames. But soon, the flames gradually disappeared, and what appeared were black, bright, and pure pupils. Everything was exactly the same as he had been in the past. The only change was because he was now a demonic beast. There was still a faint demonic aura on his body. Powerful people could still tell from his aura that he wasn't a human, but a demonic beast. Or rather, a demonic beast. Long Chen didn't know how to describe his feelings. He wondered if he should hug this kid and call him brother. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. There were many things he wanted to say in his heart. In the end, he said, "Damn, why are you still more handsome than me?" When Xiao Lang heard this, he shook his head in embarrassment. He tried to move his new form. There was a clear lake not far away. His body moved and he came to the front of the lake. He carefully looked at his appearance in the lake. After a long time, he said to Long Chen with some joy, Big brother, I'm still the same as before." This was not spoken in the language of spiritual beasts, but directly spoken with its mouth. "Why are you stuttering now?" Long Chen was a little speechless. When he interacted with Xiao Lang previously, Long Chen didn't have any misgivings. But after Xiao Lang really had a human body, he suddenly felt that it was a little awkward to even speak. However, his mood was quite good. I just changed. I'm still not used to it. I'll be fine if I talk too much. Mo Xiaolang smiled shyly. The innocent expression on his face could even reflect the sunlight. He looked around and sized up his body, hands, legs, etc. Finally, he said with a sigh, "This body, it's really been a long time since I felt like this." After saying a few words, he was more or less used to this way of saying things. He already knew how to speak, and he was just revisiting it now. Looking at this youth, Long Chen pursed his lips. His eyes were a little heavy. He truly realized that he was his elder brother. There were many things that he had to do for Xiao Lang. He couldn't let Xiao Lang follow him and let Xiao Lang sacrifice for him. Along the way, Long Chen had been chasing after Lingxi. Xiao Lang had always been a faintly discernible character. It was only when he appeared before him in his real body that Long Chen realized that he wasn't a competent brother. "Xiao Lang, I'm sorry." Long Chen patted Mo Xiaolang's shoulder and said sincerely. "Big brother, why do you say that?" Mo Xiaolang asked curiously. "It's nothing. Don't think so much." "Good brother, do you have any combat strength in your current body?" Long Chen smiled and tossed aside the guilt in his heart. Between brothers, there was no need to be unreasonable. If there were mistakes, they could just change in the future. King-level beasts have human bodies and don't have much combat strength. To most beasts, a human body is just a burden. If I want to fight, I can only turn into a sun-devouring fiend wolf. However, in the future, when I reach the Emperor realm or even the God realm, even in a human body, I will still have very strong combat strength. Of course, it won't be as strong as my real body, Mo Xiaolang said helplessly. "It's fine. Stay like this from now on. Don't go into the Great Void realm. We brothers will travel together. If we really need to fight, you can just turn into a sun-devouring fiend wolf." Long Chen really didn't want to. Even he saw Xiao Lang as a beast. He was a brother, not a demonic beast. Long Chen felt that letting him stay in the great virtual realm was an insult to Little Wolf. Mo Xiaolang understood what Long Chen was thinking. He smiled and said, "Big brother, I actually think the great void realm is quite good. I am very lazy now and like to stay there and sleep. In the process of sleeping, I will become stronger step by step. After becoming a beast, some of my habits have changed. We brothers don't care about this, right?" He looked at Long Chen with gratitude in his eyes and continued, "Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had so many things to devour. It can be said that my achievements today are all thanks to you, Big Brother. Little Wolf will definitely accompany Big Brother for the rest of his life and fight alongside you. If you want to look for Sister Lingxi, I will also help. When the time comes, let those people see how powerful we brothers are." "Good, good." Long Chen said the word "good" twice. "We are brothers in this life." Lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations shed tears of blood. No one knew what the future held. However, there was nothing to be afraid of if there was someone to fight alongside. Long Chen knew that he would not be alone on the road ahead. Hey, how could you guys forget about Lord Cat? After all, Lord Cat saved you guys and helped you guys a lot. In the great void realm, the lonely kitten shouted. Of course, Long Chen would not forget about Kitten's kindness. Although this guy had a cheap mouth, he was actually very kind. When Long Chen had many questions, he would answer them for Long Chen. Along the way, he had helped Long Chen a lot. "Of course, I won't forget about you. Kitten, come with us. When you perform well, I don't mind letting you be our brother." Haha. Long Chen laughed heartily. "Pfft, do you think that Lord Cat cares about you two little kids? Back in the day, you two were just small fries. You weren't even fit to carry Lord Cat's shoes," Kitten said proudly. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other and smiled. "Come, let's go to the war people." Long Chen said no more. It was a good thing that Xiaolang was able to become a king-tier demonic beast before reaching the war people. At least Long Chen knew that although Xiaolang was only a grade 1 king tier, he had the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame and many magical powers. His combat power was not weak. Long Chen reckoned that if he were to face the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame head-on, he would die. There was no need for too much small talk between brothers. Very quickly, Long Chen arrived in front of a small city in the north. Before this, Long Yu had already taught him the method to communicate with Scarlet Soul. Long Chen knew that there were people from Scarlet Soul in this small city, so he used that method to summon that person. It was a thin youth dressed like a waiter in a restaurant. "Greetings, 7th Master." When the kid saw that it was Long Chen, he hurriedly said. Long Chen rubbed his nose. He didn't know when he had been called 7th Master. He smiled and said, "How far is this place from the Northern War people?" The youth pointed in a direction and said, "From this direction, it's still 50 miles away from the Northern War people's territory. The 2nd Master and the others are all there. As long as you arrive, someone will come out to welcome you." Long Chen nodded and said, "Very good, I got it." "Oh right, is there any news from the war people recently?" "There's big news," the youth said nervously. "Speak." Long Chen frowned. The war emperor of the war people has passed away because of his heavy injuries. Now, the position of the war people's patriarch is taken over by the first prince, Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen has the help of the 2nd Master and the others, so his position is very stable. In front of the foreign enemies, they quickly united all the clansmen and prepared to fight against the Wuxia Alliance. The old war emperor is dead, and 4th brother has become the patriarch of the war people. Long Chen muttered to himself. Yes, there's one more thing. Yesterday, the Wuxia Alliance's people, Yang Ningfeng, brought a few Wuxia sage and more than 10 martial kings into the war people's area. Not long after, they came out, and I don't have any news about what happened. 7th Master, you can only know when you get there, but 7th Master, the Wushu Alliance has completely sealed off the war people. If you want to go in, you have to be more careful. The youth said. Long Chen nodded and said, okay, you can go back. Yes. The youth hurriedly left. Big brother, the other party has 2 martial emperors, can we fight against them? Mo Xiaolang asked with some doubts. Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction of the battle race. With the great enemy before us, we can only advance bravely. We have no path of retreat. They've all helped me in the past. They are my brothers and sisters, and they are also your brothers and sisters. People can't just live for themselves. For my brothers, I can die with no regrets. I understand. Mo Xiaolang smiled, revealing his white teeth. Shameful to act cute. Long Chen scolded. Then, they set off towards the war people. Chapter 579. War people lived in a vast forest. After traveling for 25 miles, Long Chen could already see the boundless forest in front of him. On the rugged mountain road, there were low shrubs everywhere, and tall trees were rare. Big brother, there are people from the Wushu Alliance. Mo Xiaolang immediately sensed the people from the Wushu Alliance with his sharp sense of smell. Long Chen and him had just climbed over a hill. After hearing Xiaolang's reminder, Long Chen hurriedly looked forward. Not far away, in front of the forest, there appeared a group of people from the Wushu Alliance. They were the law enforcement team of the Wushu Alliance, all dressed in golden uniforms with a huge Wu character on their chests. They blocked the passage leading to the war people. There were hundreds of people from the Wushu Alliance in total, and most of them were in the reaching heaven state. Long Chen estimated that other passages leading to the war people had also been blocked by these people. Their purpose was to prevent the war people from coming out or letting outsiders in. Then they would take further measures, such as forcing the war people to surrender and submit to the Wushu Alliance like the Huangfu clan in the ancient demons area, or exterminating their clans. Long Chen estimated that, with the temper of the war people, it was very likely that there would be a clan-wide conflict in the end. After the forest, it was the territory of the war people. Big brother, should we rush over there? Mo Xiaolang asked innocently, his black eyes wide open. Of course. Long Chen laughed heartily. The opponents were all in the reaching heaven state, and the only one in the earth martial arts realm was resting. Long Chen didn't take them seriously at the first level of the earth martial arts realm. Xiaolang in human form didn't have much fighting capacity, but he could still run fast. If Xiaolang turned into the sun-devouring demonic wolf to deal with them, it would be too much of a hassle. So, Long Chen said, I'll do it. You follow me. After that, he pounced on the Wushu Alliance like a whirlwind. Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly followed Long Chen. His speed was no less than that of Long Chen. When he ran, he arched his waist, which was very similar to the movement of a wolf. The people of the Wushu Alliance soon found the 2 people, one in front of the other, and they immediately sounded the alarm. Hundreds of people quickly organized into a formation and stood in front of Long Chen. The expert in the earth martial arts realm, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was now standing in front of the team. He looked at Long Chen coldly and shouted, Who are you? The Wushu Alliance is doing business here. All the roads leading to the war people have been blocked. If you take one more step, you will be killed. The Wushu Alliance was like the Wushu sage. Few people dared to disobey the orders of the Wushu Alliance. After shouting, and seeing that Long Chen didn't slow down at all, the martial king in the earth martial arts realm frowned and shouted, Enemy attack. Everyone, pay attention. Kill. Under his command, everyone became nervous. They spread out and pounced towards Long Chen. There were at least 5 or more martial artists in the 9th level of the reaching heaven state leading them. It was already difficult for such martial artists to cause any harm to Long Chen. Very soon, Long Chen collided with them. The strength of both sides was simply not on the same level. Long Chen basically killed one of them with a single strike. As soon as the two sides collided, the corpses were thrown out one by one. Such a tragic scene made everyone tremble with fear. Everyone, be careful. It's an expert in the earth martial arts realm. At this time, they hadn't seen Long Chen's appearance clearly, because Long Chen was so fast that many people had been killed before they could see clearly who Long Chen was. Phew. Sounds of heavy breathing could be heard. Retreat. I'll deal with the warrior in the earth martial arts realm. At this time, the warrior in the earth martial arts realm of the Wuxia Alliance roared with a ferocious look. Everyone had been waiting for his words, so they retreated one after another and formed a huge encirclement. They still blocked Long Chen, while the warrior in the earth martial arts realm stood in front of Long Chen. You want to block me? Long Chen let out a laugh. His body suddenly turned into a phantom and appeared in front of the warrior in the earth martial arts realm in a flash. Ground Fiend Fist. The warrior shouted and suddenly punched toward Long Chen's face. His punch was quite powerful. Even the earth shook when he punched. Obviously, this fist technique was quite in line with the essence of the earth martial arts realm. Pa, 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 pa. A series of explosions resounded in Long Chen's ears. It was like muffled thunder. It had to be said that this cultivator had already cultivated this king-grade cultivation technique to the point of perfection. He was indeed worthy of being a person who was only a few decades old. It was not surprising that he had cultivated a cultivation technique to such a level. However, compared with Long Chen, this genius, no matter how powerful he was, it was in vain. Phew. That powerful punch directly hit Long Chen's chest. The warrior in the Wuxia Alliance did not know why Long Chen was hit so easily, but in fact, Long Chen was not hit. When that powerful punch hit Long Chen's chest, it was like a gust of wind, directly blowing away Long Chen. This was an extremely magical thing. What? The warrior showed a look of horror. He was experienced and knowledgeable, so he naturally knew what this terrifying body technique represented. At this time, his face was full of horror and he let out a cry. This isn't the Emperor. Before he could finish his sentence, a blood-red claw light suddenly struck his neck, directly sending his head flying. Even in death, this cultivator's eyes were filled with disbelief. At the last moment, he clearly saw Long Chen's appearance. Long Chen's appearance was recorded in the Wuxia Alliance, so this martial king of the earth martial arts realm knew Long Chen's identity. How could Long Chen know the Willow Catkin wind steps of the Huangfu clan? With this doubt, he died just like that. This question directly brought him to hell. Xiao Lang, let's go. After killing the martial king, the other people of the Wuxia Alliance were all in a daze. After a long time, they finally reacted and let out a cry of horror. Quickly go and inform Wuxia Sage, inform the two great martial emperors. Quite a few people hurriedly ran off to call for reinforcements. The remaining people looked at King Wu's corpse and looked at each other in dismay. Who was that just now? He killed the Wuxia Alliance in one move. He must be an expert at the level of Wuxia Sage. But I saw his appearance. He seems to be very young. Other than Zhao Wuhuang, where else could there be such a strong young man? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, Long Chen had already disappeared into the mountain forest with Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen easily broke through their encirclement and came to the territory of the war people. This mountain forest was quite rugged. Long Chen and Xiao Lang ran freely in it. During the fight between Long Chen and the Wuxia Alliance, someone among the war people had already gone in to report. Just as Long Chen entered the war people's area, a few tall men came over and asked, "Young man, may I ask who you are?" "I am a good brother of your patriarch Lei Zhen. My name is Long Chen. I wonder if you have heard of me." Long Chen quickly stopped and said respectfully to the man who was about the same size as Lei Zhen. The burly men were pleasantly surprised and said, "So it's Long Chen, the one who killed Sword Saint Sikong." Our patriarch and his brothers have been talking about you every day. It's great that you're here. I'll bring you in to see them. Yen too, go in and report. A joyful smile appeared on the face of the burly man in the lead. In fact, their faces had always been gloomy. This happy smile was quite rare. However, when they looked behind Long Chen, they were still a little disappointed. It seemed that they did not find the person they were looking for. One of the men nodded and quickly went back to report. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang followed the leader and went into the depths of the war people's area. Along the way, the leader began to introduce the war people to Long Chen. From then on, Long Chen learned everything about the war people. The war people were all beast warriors, and they were generally quite powerful. Their fighting strength was generally superior among the warriors of the same level. Moreover, the war people also tamed demonic beasts. In the area of the war people, there were many demonic beasts, and they were the closest partners of the war people. In fact, after these demonic beasts died, they were even willing to offer up their beast souls to continue fighting for the battle race. Along the way, Long Chen already saw many demonic beasts resting. Many of them were lightning-attributed demonic beasts. Long Chen even saw a heaven stage 9th rank demonic beast that Lei Zhen had brought along before, the lightning-winged bat dragon. The thunder-winged bat dragon could be seen everywhere. Of course, when these demonic beasts met Xiao Lang, they all revealed a look of fear in their eyes. They lowered their heads to show their submission. Those men were introducing the local conditions and customs of the war people to Long Chen. Seeing this, they quickly looked at Mo Xiaolang carefully. This friend is quite amazing. He can even make the demonic beasts afraid. Those men said doubtfully. Xiaolang still had the aura of a demonic beast, but compared to other king-level demonic beasts, his aura was much weaker. Therefore, these warriors of the reaching heaven state could not tell that Xiaolang's original form was actually a demonic beast. Of course, my brother is amazing. As for why, you will understand in the future. Long Chen patted Xiaolang on the shoulder and said with a smile. Soon, they walked out of the mountain forest and into a dense forest. The road here was still rugged and covered with rocks. However, from here on out, there were many tall trees. These strange-looking trees made the dense forest quite frightening. This is the base camp of the war people. We, the war people, have lived here for generations. We have no grudges against anyone, and we stand aloof from worldly affairs. We only associate ourselves with the demonic beasts. I didn't expect the bastards of the Wuxia Alliance to still not let us go. At this point, the men's eyes were filled with anger. They clenched their fists tightly. It was obvious how angry they were at the moment. Chapter 580. Was your war emperor really defeated by Zhao Danshan? Long Chen asked. The few burly men nodded helplessly and said that Zhao Danshan is really too powerful. In addition, the old war emperor is already very old and is no longer the war emperor of the past. Therefore, although they are at the same level, he is not a match for that Zhao Danshan. Of course, Zhao Danshan injured our clan leader and is also injured. Otherwise, why would the martial union send Yang Ningfeng to help? Long Chen nodded. He saw that Zhao Danshan was really strong. How could someone who could defeat an expert of the older generation be simple? He was the strongest person in the Wushu Sage dynasty, the only direct disciple of the martial emperor. It was possible that he had already obtained all of the martial emperor's teachings. In a few years, he would be a new martial emperor. The patriarch was too heavily injured and passed away a few days ago. The new patriarch is Prince Lei Zhen. Prince Lei Zhen is a young genius with a pure and magnanimous heart. He also has a grudge with the Wushu Alliance. We are all very convinced by him. The burly men sighed. Qi Hun's news was true. Lei Zhen really did become the patriarch of the war people. Long Chen still wanted to talk to these burly men about other things. At this time, a few people came over. Long Chen raised his head and saw that it was Jiang Wuya, Jian Chen, Lei Zhen, Qi Ying, and Lan Ling. They met again today. Seventh brother. The five of them let out joyful laughter. At this time, they had already appeared in front of Long Chen. When the burly men saw that the main person had arrived, they quickly bowed to Lei Zhen and called him patriarch before retreating to the side. Seventh brother, I will receive you. You guys go back and observe the Wuxia Alliance's movements. Lei Zhen ordered. Those burly men hurriedly nodded and then left. It could be seen that after experiencing such a big event, Lei Zhen had matured a lot. After becoming the patriarch of the war people, his every move now had the aura of a king. They had not seen each other for a long time, and now that they had finally reunited, everyone was very happy. However, when they saw Long Chen alone, a flash of disappointment appeared in their eyes. Seventh brother, didn't big sister come? Lei Zhen asked helplessly. Her younger brother was captured by the Wuxia Alliance, so she was anxious to see him, Long Chen said. Everyone nodded. At this time, Jiang Wuya said, is worried about her little brother's safety, so it's normal that she didn't come. It's not that she doesn't care about us brothers and sisters, but that her little brother's situation is much more dangerous than ours. We can't blame her. Second brother, how could that be? We've been together for so long. How could we not know big sister's character? It's okay. This time, we'll face the crisis of the war people. I'll definitely get through it. Lei Zhen nodded and said firmly. There are many things, let's talk about it while walking. Jiang Wuya nodded and called out to everyone. They walked towards the depths of the jungle, the headquarters of the war people. Moreover, after arriving here, there were many war people guarding the surroundings. It could be seen that there were many war people, even more than the ancient demon region. With such a big influence, it would be strange if the Wuxia Alliance didn't want to deal with them quickly. Perhaps, the Wuxia Alliance had wanted to take action for a long time. Today was just an opportunity. Long Yu didn't come, so they focused on Long Chen. After observing for a while, they asked in surprise, Long Chen, you've reached the Earth Martial Realm. Yes. Long Chen nodded and said, in the Fire God domain, I had the help of Big Sister and the head of the Huangfu family. Now that I've reached the Earth Martial Realm, I have to thank them. Heavens, you've only been there for a short time and you've already reached the Earth Martial Realm. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Lan Ling said angrily. I haven't seen her for a few days and she's still dressed like a man. She's as beautiful as Xiao Lang. Seventh brother's talent is unparalleled, we can't compare to him. Sixth sister, you should admit defeat. But seventh brother, who got the Scarlet Emperor's seal? Jiang Wuya asked seriously. He had heard some news and now he just wanted to verify it with Long Chen. Long Chen described everything that had happened. Of course, he omitted the part where he got the Scarlet Emperor's seal. From his words, everyone believed that no matter who it was, no one had gotten the Scarlet Emperor's seal, let alone the mysterious gift. It's best that no one got it. Let's go and snatch the 5 Emperor's seal. At this time, we are most afraid that the 5 Emperor's seal will be taken by the Wuxia Alliance. In that case, the strength of the Wuxia Alliance's martial emperor will skyrocket and the entire divine Wuxia Sage Empire will submit to his despotic power. Lei Zhen nodded and said, yes, when we were looking for the Cyan Emperor's seal, we found it immediately. As for the Xian Emperor's seal, we searched the 7-fold demon world for half a day but still couldn't find it. In the end, the Scarlet Emperor's seal fell short of success. Now it seems that the Cyan Emperor's seal is in our hands. No one got the Scarlet Emperor's seal, no one can get the 5 Emperor's seal. This is even better. Seventh brother, you still don't know that the Cyan Emperor's seal is in our hands. I don't know. Long Chen shook his head. In fact, he had already guessed it. However, he didn't want to talk about the 5 Emperor's seal for the time being. Of course, this didn't mean that he didn't treat them as brothers. The most important thing now was to help the war people get through this difficult time. Oh right, seventh brother, you still haven't introduced us to this beautiful little brother. At this time, Lan Ling looked behind Long Chen and asked Long Chen. Her eyes flashed with love as she looked behind Long Chen. Long Chen smiled and pulled Xiao Lang to the front and said, "Have you forgotten? They have seen him before. He is called Emo Xiao Lang." Xiao Lang. Everyone seemed to have some impression of this name. Lei Zhen studied Emo Xiao Lang for a while. As expected of someone who had been with monster beasts since young, he was the first to react. He said with some surprise, "Seventh brother, this is a king-level monster beast. How can there be a monster beast that we have forgotten? The monster aura on its body is so weak." Speaking of monster beasts that they had forgotten, Jian Chen and Lan Ling both thought of Long Chen's black monster beast. At this time, Lan Ling's mouth was wide open. She said in surprise, "Wow, this is that black monster wolf? How can it be so beautiful after taking human form? And how can this monster beast have so much room for improvement? It actually went from the heaven realm all the way to the king level." Lei Zhen explained, "Many powerful monster beasts don't have powerful abilities at birth. This monster wolf is clearly a mutated monster beast. As for what grade it is, I'm afraid we don't know. When it reaches adulthood, it will be that grade. For now, as it grows older, its strength will also increase." Everyone nodded. So that's how it is. Long Chen knew that it was not Xiao Lang. The sun-devouring monster wolf was not a powerful monster beast. Long Chen was able to reach the king level purely because of his powerful swallowing ability. After getting to know Xiao Lang, they asked a few more questions. Long Chen then turned his attention to the current situation of the war people. It could be seen that although his brothers and sisters did not show any expression when they were talking to him, there was a trace of worry in their eyes. Especially Lei Zhen, he was probably very worried at this time. They had originally hoped that Long Yu would come, but now without Long Yu, it would be very difficult to deal with the two martial emperors. War people's future was uncertain. Lei Zhen had just become the clan leader of the war people, so the pressure in his heart was quite great. Long Chen asked, "Brothers, what is the situation of the war people now? I have reached the earth martial arts realm, maybe I can help." Lei Zhen shook his head and did not say anything. Jiang Guya bitterly smiled and said, "Let me say it. The current situation is quite bad." "What do you mean?" Long Chen asked. "A few days ago, the old war emperor passed away. Lei Zhen carried out the will and became the clan leader of the war people. He also took on this huge responsibility. Zhao Danchen and Yang Mingfeng of the Wushu Alliance are here. They may attack at any time. If they attack, we are not their opponent at all. However, they will not choose to attack for the time being." "Why?" Long Chen asked. "Although the Wushu Alliance is strong, if the war people counterattack, they can also make them suffer heavy losses. They have to consider these losses. Of course, when they deal with the ancient demon region and the Huangfu family, they use their powerful strength to force them to surrender and become a member of the Wushu Alliance. However, this trick is useless against the war people. The men of the war people are all indomitable and will not submit to others. They would rather die in battle than surrender. The Wushu Alliance does not understand the war people. Now, they are still trying to make the war people surrender." Long Chen understood. To put it simply, to the Wushu Alliance, each and every one of the war people was a thorn in their side. If they were not completely wiped out, then in the future, each and every one of the war people could become a hidden danger to the Wushu Alliance. Therefore, they first chose to use the method of forcibly making the war people submit. "Yesterday, Emperor Yang Mingfeng came over and made a bet with us," Jiang Wuya said with a deep expression. "What bet?" Long Chen asked curiously. "There will be a total of 3 battles. The rules are that the first layer of the earth martial arts will fight, the second layer of the earth martial arts will fight and the third layer of the earth martial arts will fight. For the first layer of the earth martial arts, each side will send their strongest person to fight. The second layer of the earth martial arts is also the same. If we win 2 of the battles, the Wushu alliance will leave the war people and will not invade for 100 years. But if we lose, the war people will submit to the Wushu alliance. Jiang Wuya said. There were a total of 3 battles. The first layer of the earth martial arts, the second layer of the earth martial arts and the third layer of the earth martial arts. Long Chen quickly asked, we don't have anyone in the third layer of the earth martial arts on our side. Before Jiang Wuya could say anything, Lan Ling, cursed, the Wushu alliance people are all bastards. This is their way of bullying us. They said that since we have someone in the third layer of the earth martial arts, if you really can't find one, then you can just send someone in the reaching heaven state as a substitute. Motherfucker, this is a best of 3 battle. They haven't even started yet, but they are already destined to win 1 battle. How can this be fair? Chapter 581. They had reached the third level of the earth martial arts realm, but they had already won a round before the fight. If the war people wanted to win, they had to win both the first and second levels of the earth martial arts realm, which was not easy. After all, the Wushu alliance had many talents. Second brother, did you agree? Asked Long Chen. This bet was a bit oppressive. Long Chen thought they would not agree, but Jiang Wuya nodded and said, yes. Why? Long Chen was puzzled. This battle was not fair at all. Fourth brother said that this is a gift they sent to us, so we have no reason to refuse. The Wushu alliance cares about their reputation. If they lose, they must fulfill their promise, otherwise how can they rule the Wushu sage empire with prestige? But we are different. We are oppressed. Anyway, we have to fight to the death. After we lose, we will fight to the death. War people can only fight to the death. In their dictionary, there is no such thing as surrender. Jiang Wuya said with a sigh. Long Chen knew that they were going to act shamelessly after they lost. This was the style of the dragons. Long Chen did not find it funny, but felt it was particularly tragic. Looking at the majestic figure in front of him, Long Chen could not help but feel awe. Before the extinction of the clan, this man was able to support it without any hesitation. He was indeed a hero. As for the other members of the dragon tribe, they were able to stay by Lei Zhen's side without abandoning him. This was what it meant to be a brother. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were also like this. At this time, it was estimated that in everyone's heart, they were not afraid of death. However, Long Chen felt that there was indeed a chance to win this bet. At least no one at the same level could defeat him. If Long Chen was there, the battle of the first level of the earth martial arts realm would definitely be won. Next, the battle of the second level of the earth martial arts realm would be the only battle that Long Chen was worried about. Second brother, how did you arrange this bet? Asked Long Chen hurriedly. Jiang Wuya said, we don't need to think about the battle of the third level of the earth martial arts realm. Whoever goes up will definitely lose. We plan to directly admit defeat. As for the battle of the first level of the earth martial arts realm, third brother could go up, but fourth brother will go to the lightning and thunder pool of the war people to comprehend the thunder broadsword technique. After 10 days, he must be more powerful, so let Lei Zhen fight in the first level of the earth martial arts realm. Long Chen could be sure that his current strength was much stronger than Lei Zhen's, but he didn't say it. Listening to what Jiang Wuya said, there were still 10 days, so he shouldn't be in a hurry. As for the second level of the earth martial arts realm, among the war people, there are only me and the only battle saint of the war people. Mr. Vulture is in the second level of the earth martial arts realm. Mr. Vulture is already old, so let me fight in the battle of the second level of the earth martial arts realm. Jiang Wuya said with a solemn expression. Jiang Wuya went up. Long Chen nodded. Jiang Wuya's strength was indeed very strong. At least in the second level of the earth martial arts realm, but Long Chen felt that no matter whether it was Jiang Wuya or Lei Zhen, they couldn't absolutely guarantee victory. As for Long Chen himself, he could absolutely guarantee victory in the battle of the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. After all, he was a ruthless person who could even defeat the second level of the Earth martial arts realm. Of course, even if he said it now, they probably wouldn't believe it. 10 days later, their masters will come to the war people and fight us in front of the ancestral mausoleum of the war people. In this battle, even if I die, I, Lei Zhen, will win beautifully. In front, Lei Zhen tightly clenched his fists, the veins on his body bulging. Within his eyes, there was a blood-red light of hatred. The others also had an expression of facing death with equanimity. This time, they could only give it their all. As they chatted along the way, Long Chen knew that in fact, in their hearts, they were still very powerless. The Wuxia alliance was incomparably strong, and among the war people, once the war emperor died, there were no more warriors in the third level of the Earth martial arts realm among the war people. They could no longer be considered a force on the same level as the Huangfu family of the ancient demon region. Although, the war people were still huge. Among the war people, including Lei Zhen, there were a total of 8 warriors in the first level of the Earth martial arts realm, known as the 8 war kings of the war people, and there was only one war saint in the second level of the Earth martial arts realm, and that was Elder Vulture. Under Lei Zhen's lead, Long Chen came to the interior of the war people, and also saw the 8 war kings of the war people, as well as that Elder Vulture. This Elder Vulture was a thin old man. He didn't speak much, and between his brows was rather hazy. He should be worried about the matter of the Wuxia alliance. After Long Chen arrived at the war people, like the other people of the dragons, he received a warm welcome. Because of the relationship between the first Prince Lei Zhen, the reputation of the dragons was quite resounding among the war people. Now, when the war people were facing the moment of life and death, almost all the powerful dragons had come. This made the people of the war people, how could they not be moved? The dragons were the biggest reason for Lei Zhen to become the clan leader. Because among the war people, Lei Zhen's strength was not the strongest, and among the war people, the strong were always respected. At this moment, one by one, the tall and mighty warriors all looked at Long Chen and the others with reverence in their eyes. Is this young man the Long Chen who once killed the sword Saint Sikong and defeated Jiang Wushang in the dreamy cloud lake? After coming here, that Elder Vulture, who was in the second level of the Earth martial arts realm, used a somewhat cold tone to ask. The people of the war people were generally tall and big, about the same as a bear. Only this Elder Vulture looked as thin as a vulture, and on top of his head, there were indeed not many strands of hair. It is me. Long Chen nodded and said. Long Chen heard from Lei Zhen that this old man was the blood brother of the old war emperor, and also Lei Zhen's blood uncle. However, when he was young, he once disappeared and was raised by demonic beasts for more than 10 years before being brought back to the clan. His personality had always been cold, but he also devoted himself wholeheartedly to the war people. Right now, Lei Zhen had just taken over the affairs of the war people, so most of the matters were still managed by this Elder Vulture. That Elder Vulture nodded and said, not even 20 years of age, as expected of a young hero. Thank you for coming to help us war people. These are all things that I should do. Among the war people, the strong are as numerous as trees in a forest right now. There's actually not much that I can do, Elder Vulture is too kind. Long Chen said rather modestly. Towards the war people as a group, towards their unyielding spirit to die, Long Chen quite admired. That's why he was actually rather polite to every single war people. Following that, Long Chen got to know one by one of the 8 war people kings, other than Lei Zhen, the other 7. Although Lei Zhen was now the clan leader, the war people had always been ranked by strength, so he still had the identity of one of the 8 war people kings. The 8 war people kings, each led an army of the war people. Among the 8 war people kings, they were basically all tall and mighty people. Of course, there was also a handsome man whose figure was close to Elder Vulture's. After a bit of questioning, Long Chen found out that this person was Elder Vulture's son, as well as the second prince before the war people, and Lei Zhen's cousin. Although his figure was thin and weak, his strength was only slightly weaker than the current Lei Zhen. After all, Lei Zhen's current beast spirit was the king-level 3rd grade heaven curse thunder beast that the old war emperor personally killed. Compared to Elder Vulture, this second prince was much more enthusiastic. In this period of time, it was more of him talking to Long Chen. After getting to know Long Chen, the war people who still had hidden worries in their eyes dispersed. Lei Zhen looked at Long Chen and said, "Seventh brother, we war people are at the juncture of life and death. Fourth brother has to go take care of some matters, and also hurry up with cultivation. You just reached the earth martial arts realm, there are still many things you need to consolidate. Every one of us brothers has been in the earth martial arts realm for a long time. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask them for guidance." "Fourth brother, I understand. Go do what you need to do." Long Chen nodded and said. Jiang Wuya, who was preparing to participate in the battle, also went to cultivate at this time, leaving behind Long Chen and the other 4 people. Long Chen's soul-dispersing dragon claw and willow catkin wind-following step also had to continue practicing. In addition, everyone's hearts were very heavy, so he found a place to cultivate by himself. Mo Xiaolang, on the other hand, had nothing to do, so he also followed Long Chen. "Big brother, I discovered that after having a human form, it's getting easier and easier for me to cultivate your magical battle skills." In a room arranged by Lei Zhen, Xiaolang suddenly said. With a whoosh, Xiaolang's shadow stood up, then went back. "You've mastered the phantom doppelganger," Long Chen said with a bit of surprise. Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, "After such a long time, I should have mastered it. It's just that I haven't had the opportunity to use it. Big brother, not only do I have the phantom doppelganger, I also have the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire. As for your bet, if I can replace someone in the first level of the earth martial arts realm, I can guarantee that no one will be my opponent." Long Chen nodded. Indeed, if Xiao Lang went up, he would have a much better chance than Lei Zhen. Of course, Long Chen was the one who had the last chance. "There are still 10 days, don't worry. Let's see how much of the rolling thunder blade technique my 4th brother can learn. I'll mention it to him when the time comes." Long Chen nodded and said. "However, big brother, you are still more suitable for the battle of the first level of the earth martial arts realm than me. However, I feel that there are definitely many capable people in the Wushu Alliance. That Jiang Wuya can't guarantee his victory," Mo Xiaolang said with a frown. Long Chen also thought so. If he loses, the war people will have to fight a bloody battle with the Wushu Alliance. At that time, there will be countless casualties. I think no one wants to see that. "Xiao Lang, I've made up my mind," Long Chen suddenly said firmly. "Big brother, what's your decision?" Xiao Lang asked confusedly. "You fight in the first level of the earth martial arts realm. If my second brother loses, I'll fight in the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. I have no opponents in the 2nd level of the earth martial arts realm. It's time to challenge a stronger enemy." Long Chen exhaled and said firmly. "You have no opponents in the 2nd level of the earth martial arts realm. Big brother, I have to say that you are really abnormal," Mo Xiaolang said with a wry smile. "You are abnormal." Long Chen scolded him with a smile and then continued to practice his soul-dispersing dragon claw and catkins in the wind steps. During the process of practice, time passed quickly. The night fell quickly. Chapter 582. Long Chen had the habit of using the soul-devouring demon pupil often. While he was practicing the willow catkin wind steps in his room, he happened to see Lei Zhen walking past his room with a bleak expression. The life and death of a race was now in his hands. This kind of pressure was indeed very great. Although Lei Zhen looked strong on the surface, he was actually a little painful and confused. In the bet 10 days later, the war people had to win 2 rounds. One of the key was Lei Zhen. If they didn't win the 2 rounds, the Wushu Alliance thought that the war people would surrender. After all, the Wushu alliance wanted to subdue the war people without any effort. But in fact, for the war people, it was the beginning of a real battle of life and death. If they lost the bet, they could only rely on their lives. They were putting their lives on the line, relying purely on their hot-bloodedness. Lei Zhen knew that the war race, which did not have a peak martial artist, would definitely lose this time. There was basically no chance of survival. As early as when the Wushu alliance rose rapidly during the Wushu Sage era, everyone had already expected such a day. The war people had been passed down for countless years since ancient times. They were different from the Huangfu family of the ancient demon region. They had the unyielding spirit of their race. This was something the ancient demon region and the Huangfu family could not compare with. In a real battle, whether it was the Huangfu family or the ancient demon region, they were no match for the war people. On the path of martial arts, force was naturally important. But spirit, will, and even faith were equally important. The unyielding spirit of the war people was the faith of their race. Therefore, at this time, Lei Zhen was carrying too much on his shoulders. Chen opened the door and walked out with Xiaolang. Xiaolang had always been a man of few words, so he didn't say anything. Seeing that it was Chen, Lei Zhen squeezed out a smile and said, "Seventh brother, why did you come out?" Chen came to his side and looked at Lei Zhen for a while. He said, "I see that fourth brother has a lot on his mind. Let's walk and talk." Lei Zhen was stunned for a moment and nodded. Well, okay. The two of them headed out of the forest. "Seventh brother, in truth, there is no need for all of you to get involved in these muddy waters for me. It seems that the war clan's calamity cannot be avoided no matter what. I don't want to implicate them to death. I have already advised second brother and third brother to leave, but unfortunately, they didn't listen to me. Now, even you have come. Seventh brother, you are still young. Don't throw your future onto a useless fourth brother like me." As he spoke, Lei Zhen's face revealed a helpless and bitter smile. Chen's heart sank. What was a brother? Sharing life and death, this was what the other dragons could do, and so could Chen. When Chen was in the ancient demon area, it was they who saved him. Without their protection, how could Chen get the Red Emperor seal and the five-colored key? He didn't even need to think about the Earth martial arts realm. These were all brotherly bonds. Now that his brother was in trouble, how could he not help? Looking at Lei Zhen's bleak expression, Chen suddenly felt anger towards the Wushu alliance. He patted Lei Zhen's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Fourth brother, don't try to persuade me. I can't leave. You have a blood feud with the Wushu alliance, so I also have a blood feud with the Wushu alliance. If the Wushu alliance dares to attack the war people, Chen will do my best to kill as many as I can." Chen's resolute expression moved Lei Zhen. He knew that his seventh brother was stubborn and it was even more impossible for him to persuade him to leave. "Okay, when the time comes, just promise me that you will protect your own life first." Lei Zhen shook his head and said helplessly. In just a few days, the originally sturdy and somewhat valiant Lei Zhen seemed to have aged a few years. Along the way, many other sturdy men from the war people greeted Lei Zhen. The etiquette of the war people was quite simple and powerful. The eyes of those men when they looked at Lei Zhen were filled with reverence. It was already night time. The old, weak, women, and children among the war people were almost asleep. Only the men in strong attire were still patrolling the tribe. This was a time of life and death for the war people, so no one dared to be negligent. Just as Chen wanted to say something else, the dense forest in front of them suddenly opened up. In front of them was a rugged small mountain in the dense forest. The mountain was not very tall and the mountain rocks were messy. Chen and Lei Zhen quickly reached the top. Then, they looked down at the dense forest that was shrouded in white fog. The corners of Lei Zhen's eyes became slightly moist. He opened his arms and his voice carried a strong sense of sorrow. "This piece of land, we, the war people, have lived here for a total of 5,300 years. But in 10 days, it will be engulfed by the flames of war and destroyed by my hands. Ancestors, I, Lei Zhen, am the eternal sinner of the war people. With a thud, he knelt on the ground and his forehead heavily hit the mountain rocks. With a paw, the mountain rocks shattered and a bloodstain appeared on Lei Zhen's forehead. Fourth brother, don't be like this. Who will win and who will lose is still uncertain. Long Chen felt a little suffocated. He hurriedly pulled on Lei Zhen, but Lei Zhen gently pushed him away. If the war people perish, Lei Zhen will definitely not dare to live. As the leader of the war people, I must rush to the front. With my blood, I will make the Wuxia alliance bleed. The war people do not surrender. They only fight to the death. Those who are stronger than us can only step over our corpses, but they will never reach our souls. With another bang, Lei Zhen's forehead heavily knocked against the ground. After 3 consecutive kowtows, his forehead was already a bit badly mangled. Of course, with Lei Zhen's recovery ability, he would recover very soon. Next, Lei Zhen looked towards the east with a mournful expression. At this time, the night was deep and the sky was dotted with stars. Lei Zhen put his palms together and closed his eyes. He was singing a ballad. This was clearly a ballad of the war people. He was probably using the ancient language of the war people. Long Chen did not understand what he was singing. However, from this ballad, he could hear the unflinching fear of death, the unyielding will to die, and also the stirring and tragic killing. As he looked at this man, Long Chen gradually clenched his fists. Although their brotherhood was certainly not as deep as Xiao Lang's, Long Chen felt that right now, for the man in front of him, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would have no regrets. Of course, the prerequisite was to save the entire war people. Unyielding, the spirit of the war people, was the same as Long Chen's spirit. It was also what Long Chen had always been pursuing. Along the way, he had never surrendered. If he had surrendered, in the face of the incomparably huge pressure from Lingxi's family, would he still be walking on this path today? After a long time, Lei Zhen stood up. He smiled at Long Chen with some embarrassment and said, "Seventh brother, I have made a fool of myself. Fourth brother is a real man. I admire you from the bottom of my heart," Long Chen said seriously. Lei Zhen nodded and said, "Let's go. I have already vented, so it is time to go back. The huge war people still need me to take charge of the overall situation." After saying that, Long Chen and Lei Zhen were about to leave. At that moment, a gloomy voice rang out not far behind the two of them. Long Chen and Lei Zhen suddenly felt their hair stand on end as they hurriedly turned around. Xiao Lang had not said much. At this moment, 2 flames gradually appeared in his eyes. These black flames were the 9th underworld demonic ancestral flames. Following the laughter, Long Chen looked at the person who had come. It was a young man wearing a loose, golden robe. His long hair was draped over his back. What was strange was that not only was his long hair long, but even his eyes were also pure gold. His entire body was shining with a golden radiance. Such a special person was clearly not an ordinary person. This young man's appearance was not outstanding. However, his golden eyes and long hair were flickering, making it hard for people to look away from him. He smiled as he looked at Long Chen and Lei Zhen, as if he was looking at his prey. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen such a person. Long golden hair and eyes. When Long Chen transformed into the dragon's soul, his eyes were only blood red. This kind of appearance without any transformation was definitely due to a special bloodline. After seeing this young man, Lei Zhen's expression changed. He took a few steps back and placed Long Chen in front of him. He said coldly, "Zhao Danchen, you have recovered from your injuries." Long Chen was shocked. No wonder he felt that this young man was very strong. It turned out that this was one of the 2 great geniuses of the Wushu sage dynasty, Zhao Danchen. Zhao Danchen was about 20 years old. He was one of the 3 martial emperors of the Wushu alliance and had reached the 3rd level of the earth martial realm. His strength was absolutely formidable. In fact, Zhao Danchen's surname was not Zhao. He had been trained by the Wuxia Alliance and stood out. Because of his outstanding performance, when he had reached the third level of the Earth Martial Realm and become a Martial Emperor of the Wuxia Alliance, he had been adopted by Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji and given the surname Zhao. To be able to reach Long Yu's level at such a young age, Zhao Danchen was definitely not a simple person. Huangfu Fengchen, Long Yu, the other martial emperors, Demon Emperor Jiang Wuxia and the others, when they had reached the third level of the Earth Martial Realm, they had all been in their 30s. If Zhao Danchen continued to develop like this, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the fourth or fifth level of the Earth Martial Realm. It was said that he had been injured during the battle with the Battle Emperor. Who would have thought that in just a few days, his injuries would be healed? When Long Chen faced this young man, he realized how terrifying this young man was. His golden eyes were filled with an oppressive power. Long Chen only glanced at him, but he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Ordinary people would subconsciously avoid Zhao Danchen's gaze, but Long Chen didn't. In his heart, there was a strong will that didn't want to admit defeat. This was the will of the ancient blood spirit dragon. How could the will of such an existence lower its head to such a person? What was Zhao Danchen doing here? Long Chen and Lei Jin didn't know, but since he was here, it couldn't be anything good. Chapter 583. Sizing up Lei Zhen, Long Chen, and Xiao Lang, Zhao Danchen smiled and said, "You're just two young boys with soft skin and tender flesh. The War People's patriarch's hobbies are really special. So you like this kind of thing?" Lei Zhen was an honest man. He didn't understand Zhao Danchen's sinister words, but Long Chen did. From this sentence, Long Chen could tell the other person's character. Zhao Danchen had stood out from countless children and climbed all the way up to today's strength and status. How could he be simple? His character was very similar to Long Chen's. Long Chen knew that this time, he had definitely met his match. Lei Jin didn't care what Zhao Danchen said. He directly said in a cold voice, "Zhao Danchen, you appeared in the War People's territory. What do you want to do? Just say it. Don't be wishy-washy and make us look down on you." Zhao Danchen laughed for a while, then said, "Tell me, what do I want to do?" His eyes roamed around Lei Jin's body, then said, "Lei Jin, you're just a useless person. Letting you lead the War People, I don't think it's appropriate. I'll kill you and find someone else to be the War People's patriarch. What do you think?" Zhao Danchen's tone sounded like he was joking. However, Long Chen and Lei Jin both knew that he wasn't joking. Although Lei Jin's strength was small and weak, his character was tough. He was a difficult person to deal with. This Zhao Danchen faintly felt that even if Lei Jin lost the bet, he would still retaliate, so he came to see the situation. Today, he felt that the possibility was very high. That bet was made by Yang Mingfeng and the War People without the consent of Zhao Danchen. At that time, Zhao Danchen was recovering from his injuries. When he woke up and heard that Yang Mingfeng had made this bet, he slapped Yang Mingfeng directly. In the Wuxia Alliance, although they were both part of the three martial emperors, Yang Mingfeng could not be compared to Zhao Danchen in terms of status. Zhao Danchen was a direct disciple of a martial emperor and had a clean background. On the other hand, Yang Mingfeng was the former leader of the Wind God cult. The two of them could not be compared at all. Even if Yang Mingfeng was beaten, he could only endure it obediently. However, the Wuxia Alliance's words had already been released, so they could not go back on their word. Lei Zhen was not frightened by him. His voice was full of sarcasm as he said, "The dignified Wuxia Alliance's words actually don't count?" Zhao Danchen retorted, "Of course the bet counts. But in the bet, it didn't say that I can't change the leader of the War People. Lei Zhen, you are not obedient, so I have to replace you with someone who is obedient." What Zhao Danchen said seemed to be very reasonable, but Long Chen found a loophole in his words, so he burst into laughter and said, "I've long heard that Zhao Danchen is a peerless genius, but I didn't expect that he would not keep his promise. He is a treacherous person." The degree of despicableness is really shocking. What do you mean? Zhao Danshan looked at Long Chen. He did not know the identity of this young man at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. Of course, he did not need to know. In the bet, there are a total of 3 battles. My fourth brother is going to represent the war people in the first battle. If I kill him, won't it be a violation of the bet? If the Wushu Alliance is afraid, you might as well kill the 3 participants of the war people. At that time, I'd like to see how the Wushu Alliance will put its face. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing as he calmly finished his words. Zhao Danshan had said before that the bet would naturally be kept. Now that Lei Zhen was going to fight, if he killed Lei Zhen, it would be a violation of the bet. Zhao Danshan had shot himself in the foot. This time, he had come to kill Lei Zhen. However, at this time, he was stopped by Long Chen with a few words. The dignified martial emperor of the Wushu Alliance, Zhao Danshan, who is known as the most powerful person under the martial emperor realm, is nothing more than this kind of person. Today, my eyes have been opened. Long Chen mocked again. Lei Zhen looked at Long Chen gratefully. Since Long Chen had said so, Zhao Danshan had no excuse to kill Lei Zhen. After all, the bet was already there and it had been announced to the world. If Zhao Danshan killed Lei Zhen here, it would only bring shame to the Wushu Alliance. Good, good. Zhao Danshan was blocked by Long Chen. He could only say the word good twice. At the start, he did not know that the war people would send Lei Zhen to fight. Lei Zhen could not be killed today. However, since Zhao Danshan had come here, how could he not get some rewards? His cold, golden eyes shifted from Lei Zhen to Long Chen, who he had initially ignored. He smiled coldly and asked, "Your strength is low, but you are very talkative. How should I address you?" Long Chen. Long Chen could vaguely guess what Zhao Danshan was going to do next. After successfully helping Lei Zhen out of trouble, he had already completed half of his mission. The remaining half would depend on him. Xiao Lang clenched his fist lightly. He was not stupid, he understood what Long Chen meant. Although they were so close, everyone had different thoughts. Your name is Long Chen. Thinking of the 2 geniuses, Zhao Danshan slightly frowned. The Long Chen in front of him was obviously not him, but another Long Chen from the recent rumors. Of course, this Long Chen seemed to have caused a lot of trouble and had a high reputation. However, in Zhao Danshan's mind, he was just a clown. I heard that he is the one who killed Sword Saint Sikong, right? Zhao Danshan raised his chin and asked. Long Chen nodded and said nothing. Zhao Danshan smiled. He smiled and said, "You and Lei Zhen are both at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. Since Lei Zhen is participating in the battle, you must not fight, right? I can't kill Lei Zhen, but can I kill you?" After hearing Zhao Danshan's words, Lei Zhen's face changed. He hurriedly protected Long Chen. Without thinking, he said angrily, "Zhao Danshan, you shameless bastard." Zhao Danshan's face showed an impatient expression and said, "Shameless? I came here from so far away. Do you think I can just go back with my tail between my legs? If you want to blame someone, blame the fact that you are both at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. Only one of you can go back alive. Lei Zhen, who do you want to let live?" After saying that, Zhao Danshan chuckled. His expression was quite annoying. Lei Zhen was so angry that his face turned red. He took a deep breath and said coldly without thinking, "Bastard, if you want to kill someone, then kill me. Long Chen will go to the battle of the first level of the Earth martial arts realm. Even if he died, he couldn't drag his own brothers down." This was Lei Zhen's belief and persistence. "Seventh brother, please go back and tell the brothers that I'll leave the war people to them. Let Mr. Vulture take the position of chief. Mr. Vulture has a lot of experience. I'm at ease with him being the chief." As he said those words, Lei Zhen's face was filled with the spirit of facing death calmly. "I'm really touched. Then I won't be polite." Lei Zhen, you delivered yourself to me. Zhao Danshan was waiting for Lei Zhen to say those words. Lei Zhen's character was unyielding and he was a huge obstacle to Zhao Danshan's plan to reclaim the war people. That was why he came alone in the middle of the night to attack Zhao Danshan. At that moment, the opportunity came. He didn't wait for Long Chen to speak and directly attacked Lei Zhen. Xiao Lang. Just at that instant, Long Chen and Xiao Lang both moved. Long Chen already knew that this Zhao Danshan would make such a move, so he was also prepared. When Lei Zhen spoke and Zhao Danshan attacked, he had already quietly completed the dragon's soul transformation. When Zhao Danshan attacked, Long Chen suddenly grabbed Lei Zhen's arm from behind. His strength was much stronger than Lei Zhen's. Lei Zhen was preparing to deal with Zhao Danshan. Who would have thought that Long Chen would suddenly make a move? After Long Chen's dragon's soul transformation, Lei Zhen was directly thrown behind by Long Chen. The strength of Long Chen's dragon's soul transformation was at least 10 times that of Lei Zhen. Furthermore, Lei Zhen was completely unprepared, so he was actually thrown more than 200 meters away in an instant. By the time Lei Zhen reacted, Long Chen had already replaced him. He had met Zhao Danshan and started fighting with Zhao Danshan. To be more precise, it was Long Chen who was attacking Zhao Danshan. His actions had allowed him to gain the upper hand. Roar. A desolate and majestic roar came from Long Chen's side. Xiao Lang, who was originally standing obediently, was engulfed by a wave of black flames. In a short period of time, Xiao Lang had reverted to the appearance of a sun-devouring demonic wolf. At the same time, when he transformed, his desolate roar penetrated the clouds. With such a loud roar, everyone in the war people's jungle should have heard it. Second brother, Elder Vulture. Just as Xiao Lang's roar passed, Lei Zhen realized that even if he rushed to the front, it wouldn't be of much use. He blamed himself for his carelessness. At the same time, he used his loudest roar to summon the 2 strongest people among the war people. If there were too many people, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Danshan to make a move. This place wasn't far from where Jiang Wuya and the others were. Now, it was time to see how long Long Chen could last against Zhao Danshan. Lei Zhen roared angrily. When he called for Jiang Wuya and the others, he didn't forget to rescue Long Chen himself. He had originally wanted to deal with Zhao Danshan himself. How could he have guessed that Long Chen would do this? Furthermore, 7th brother's strength was so great that I couldn't resist it at all. This was the most puzzling thing in Lei Zhen's mind. Long Chen had already planned this. This time, Zhao Danshan had come stealthily. He planned to get rid of Lei Zhen silently. If there were too many people, not only would it be difficult to deal with him, but if word got out, it would also affect his reputation. This was the reason why Zhao Danshan had beaten up Yang Ningfeng. Yang Ningfeng had taken the path of no bloodshed. However, for Zhao Danshan, having great strength but being unable to use it was like shooting himself in the foot. Long Chen had already planned this long ago. He only needed to hold on until the others arrived. Therefore, from the start, he had launched a torrential attack so that Zhao Danshan wouldn't be able to react in time. Devouring the world of blood. Chapter 584. For a long time, Long Chen hadn't launched such an attack. Even Huangfu Fengyun hadn't forced Long Chen to use his full strength. Huangfu Fengchen had once said that Long Chen was invincible in the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm. His strength was very close to the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for him to resist Zhao Danshan for a while. Soul-dispersing dragon claw, 5 dragons breaking the sky. Under the devouring world, the surroundings were filled with a blood-red mist. As Long Chen's strength increased, so did the power of the devouring world. At this moment, the devouring world was completely blood-red. In Lei Zhen's view, Long Chen and Zhao Danshan were both shrouded in a blood-red cocoon. He couldn't see anything. Only half of the wolf cub's body was still exposed. Long Chen's devouring world was completely under his control, so it didn't affect Xiaolang. Long Chen had just launched the devouring world and suppressed Zhao Danshan's strength. At the same time, he used his strongest move, the 5 dragons breaking the sky. With the help of the golden crow's fire, his claws were burning with blood-red flames. The flames roared and completely merged with the genuine essence. Then, the two forces merged and suddenly turned into 5 blood-red dragon shadows in the middle of Long Chen's claws. In the devouring world, they strangled Zhao Danshan. Rumble. As long as those rocks were slightly touched by Long Chen's claws, they all turned into powder. The distance between them wasn't far. Long Chen's attack was in front of Zhao Danshan's eyes in an instant. A warrior at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm could suddenly launch such an attack. This was simply shocking to Zhao Danshan. In his opinion, not to mention a warrior at the first level of the Earth martial arts realm, even a warrior at the second level of the Earth martial arts realm wouldn't necessarily be able to launch such an attack. Even he couldn't do it if he wasn't serious. That brat's attack is truly terrifying, and his domain is able to suppress Maijinqi. He's truly powerful. No wonder the outside world says that he killed Sword Saint Sikong. I thought it was just a joke, but it turns out to be true. Zhao Danshan's impression of Long Chen had completely changed. Before, Long Chen was just an insignificant person. But now, Long Chen's position in his heart was even higher than Lei Zhen's. In Zhao Danshan's heart, the most important thing was always the strong. Lei Zhen's identity was the key. However, in terms of strength, Zhao Danshan did not think much of him. Such a powerful move. Zhao Danshan hurriedly retreated, but from his voice, it could be heard that he wasn't panicking. The 5 dragons destroying the sky instantly arrived in front of Zhao Danshan. I'll let you have a taste of my, Zhao Danshan's, unique trick. Zhao Danshan smiled coldly. Just as Long Chen's attack approached, his golden eyes suddenly lit up. They were like 2 suns, bursting with dazzling light. Golden eyes of devastation. Whoosh. 2 golden rays of light burst out of Zhao Danshan's eyes and then crazily attacked Long Chen. Those 2 golden rays were quite terrifying. Under the bombardment of the golden rays, Long Chen's 5 dragons destroying the sky faintly showed signs of being crushed. It could be seen that Zhao Danshan was absolutely using all his strength to deal with Long Chen. Boom! There was an explosion. Long Chen's 5 dragons destroying the sky hit empty air, and the golden rays that burst out of the golden eyes of devastation were also wiped clean by Long Chen. Long Chen still had a lingering fear in his heart. He knew that under normal circumstances, Zhao Danshan's golden eyes of devastation alone would have been enough to take Long Chen's life. In the previous situation, Long Chen had suddenly surpassed his opponent's expectations and suppressed him. Now, the 5 dragons destroying the sky had ended. Seeing that Long Chen had exhausted all his tricks and was at his wit's end, Zhao Danshan smiled and advanced instead of retreating. In an instant, he appeared in front of Long Chen and was about to throw a punch at Long Chen. In Zhao Danshan's opinion, such a genius should be eliminated. Otherwise, if Long Chen was allowed to truly mature, Zhao Danshan would be done for. Suddenly, he didn't see the fear of death in Long Chen's eyes. Little wolf. A call sounded from Long Chen's mouth. Whoosh. Right on Long Chen's body, Xiaolang opened his mouth and spat out a raging flame that engulfed Long Chen in an instant. The flaming tide surged towards Zhao Danshan at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere it passed, soil and rocks turned into solid ice. Solid ice also meant that it would shatter. Zhao Danshan watched as Long Chen was engulfed. In reality, the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame had only passed by Long Chen's surroundings. Under Xiaolang's superb control, an empty space had completely protected Long Chen. The flame bypassed Long Chen like a tidal wave and headed towards Zhao Danshan, who was within reach. What was that? Zhao Danshan threw a punch. What shocked him was that the wind of his punch had been completely absorbed by the black flame and disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the black flame was about to reach him, Zhao Danshan hesitated for a moment and then decisively chose to retreat. This time, Xiao Lang's 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame was extremely large. The huge flame pushed Zhao Danshan back by 100 meters. What? By this time, Zhao Danshan was already feeling quite aggrieved. He was just waiting for the black flame to pass so that he could kill Long Chen. However, at this time, there was a strong attack coming towards him from behind. There was a loud rumble. As soon as Zhao Danshan turned around, he saw a pitch-black wolf shadow colliding with his body. This wolf shadow was actually a real entity. This reminded Zhao Danshan of a rather magical combat technique in the ancient demon territory. Phantom doppelganger. A phantom doppelganger of a wolf. What a joke. Zhao Danshan didn't think too much. He only knew that because of the wolf's attack, his body, which was originally retreating, was instantly knocked into the range of the flame. Chi! 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 This terrifying sound came from Zhao Danshan's body. The pain, as if a layer of skin had been peeled off, appeared on Zhao Danshan's body. He screamed in horror and hurriedly wrapped his body with spiritual essence. Before he was injured, he had already pulled himself out of the flame. However, the terrifying feeling this time had truly frightened him. It had been many years since he had faced this feeling of facing death. Only when he emerged from the range of the 9th Hell Demon Ancestral Flames did the 9th Hell Demon Ancestral Flames vanish. The huge sun-devouring wolf turned into a human shape very quickly. It was brought to Lei Zhen's side by Long Chen, who was currently 200 meters away from Zhao Danshan. At the same time, Long Chen's voice rang out in the jungle. Zhao Danshan hesitated slightly, and figures appeared beside Lei Zhen and Long Chen. They were Jiang Wuya, Jian Chen, Lan Ling, and so on. There were also the other people from the 8 kings of the war people. Of course, there were also countless other warriors from the battle race. At this moment, they had arrived aggressively with their own tamed beasts, such as thunder tigers and lightning leopards. These ferocious beasts obeyed their master's will and roared at Zhao Danshan. At the same time, they looked at the wolf cub next to Long Chen with reverence in their eyes. Basically, all the powerful warriors of the war people had come out. Within the battle clan, there were several hundred 9-fanged warriors. Each of these 9-fanged warriors had 9 sharp beast fangs hanging on their necks. This was a symbol of glory. The basic requirement for every 9-fanged warrior was to reach the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm, and at the same time, kill a sufficient number of enemies and contribute enough to the battle clan. Hundreds of 9-fangs warriors led the lightning monstrous beasts they were riding on and surrounded Lei Zhen. The 8 war clan kings and the other experts were also firmly guarding Lei Zhen. All of them looked at Zhao Danshan in the distance with angry eyes. Jiang Wuya's expression was the darkest. He was the person who had seen the most. At the moment, he stood at the front of the group and looked coldly at Zhao Danshan. He said, "I was wondering who dared to behave atrociously in the territory of the war people. So it's Zhao Wuhuang, a member of the Wushu Alliance. Is this all you've got? It's really an eye-opener." Zhao Danshan also looked coldly at them. Now that the people of the war people were here, if Zhao Danshan continued to attack, he would violate the bet between the 2 parties and start the war with the war people ahead of time. Zhao Danshan didn't look at Jiang Wuya. Instead, he looked coldly at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, who had posed the greatest threat to him previously. These 2 teenagers were hiding in the crowd, so Zhao Danshan couldn't do anything to them for the time being. "Long Chen, if you can escape today, I'll let you live for a few more days. In the future, I'll definitely take your life. In 10 days, we'll meet again." After speaking, Zhao Danshan turned into a golden whirlwind and left. Wushu Alliance bastard. Bastard who killed my old chief. The people of the war people all knew this Zhao Danshan. It was precisely this Zhao Danshan who suddenly came to challenge the old chief one day, which led to the predicament of the war people today. Zhao Danshan was even more so Lei Zhen's great enemy. After Zhao Danshan left, the people of the war people were still indignant in their hearts. Lei Zhen's gaze was calm, and he said, 8 kings stay, the rest of you go back first. Under Lei Zhen's orders, those 9-fanged warriors could only leave first. The ones remaining in the surroundings were all warriors above the earth martial arts realm. Lei Zhen looked around and said, why didn't Mr. Vulture come? The ones Lei Zhen shouted for before were Mr. Vulture and Jiang Wuya. In theory, Jiang Wuya and Mr. Vulture should have come the fastest. Jiang Wuya had already been here for a long time, but Mr. Vulture didn't seem to have arrived. I'm here. Just as Lei Zhen finished speaking, that skinny Mr. Vulture separated the crowd and came here. Only then did everyone realize. Maybe it was because he was too skinny that everyone didn't notice him at the start. However, Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other, both feeling the doubt in each other's eyes. A warrior at the second level of the earth martial arts realm, when Jiang Wuya came, he suppressed everyone with his aura. How could this Mr. Vulture not be seen by anyone? Lei Zhen and the others didn't notice this problem. Right now, everyone surrounded Lei Zhen, the expressions on their faces were all rather heavy. Chapter 585. What's going on? Jiang Wuya asked first. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Danshan had been forced back by the devil fire of 9 serenities by the sun-devouring demonic wolf. As for the others, they were even more confused. Lei Zhen looked around and bitterly smiled. I was originally talking with 7th brother here, but who knew that Zhao Danshan would suddenly appear? He originally wanted to kill me, but 7th brother said that I would participate in one of the 3 battles. If he killed me, it would be a violation of the bet. Therefore, Zhao Danshan couldn't kill me, but he set his sights on 7th brother. That is to say, Zhao Danshan just attacked Long Chen. At this time, everyone looked at Long Chen. They had seen a lot just now. It seemed that Long Chen and Xiao Lang had teamed up to force Zhao Danshan to retreat. What did that mean? A martial artist at the first level of the earth martial arts realm and a demonic beast at the first level of the king grade had forced Zhao Danshan, who was at the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm, to retreat. That's what I call strong. Everyone looked at Long Chen with a strange look. Among the 8 kings of war people, they naturally didn't know that Long Chen was so powerful. As for the dragons, they knew that Long Chen was extraordinary. When he was at the 9th level of the reaching heaven realm, he could defeat an expert of the earth martial arts realm, let alone now. If I'm not mistaken, I can still see Zhao Danshan's unique mystique, the golden eye of annihilation, even though it's obscured by the red mist. At this time, Lei Zhen looked at Long Chen in shock. The golden eye of devastation. Under the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm, no one can resist Zhao Danshan's golden eye of devastation. Long Chen, you are still alive. Even Jiang Wuya's mouth was slightly open and his face was full of disbelief. Seeing everyone's attention on him, Long Chen felt helpless and said, I survived because of luck. I knew that he would leave when you arrived, so I tried my best to resist him for a while. In fact, it was Xiao Lang's flame that forced Zhao Danshan to retreat. Everyone looked at Mo Xiao Lang, who seemed harmless. They really couldn't understand how a demonic beast at the 1st level of the king grade could have such a horrible flame. 2nd brother, 4th brother, let's discuss our next plan. Long Chen changed the topic and said. At this time, everyone was walking back. Everyone present was trustworthy, so Lei Zhen said, those 3 battles should not be delayed. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll go to the forbidden area and enter the pool of lightning and lightning to comprehend the Thunder Blade technique. The Thunder Blade technique is a middle-level king-grade offensive battle skill. With the help of the pool of lightning and lightning, I don't know if 9 days is enough for me to comprehend. Everyone nodded their heads. Tonight's matter, because of Long Chen's quick-wittedness, passed just like that. Only after the war race's 8 kings, as well as Old Vulture and the others all returned. Did Lei Zhen look at his brothers? Suddenly, he knelt on the ground with a thud. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Get up. Jiang Wuya lightly shouted and helped Lei Zhen up. His strength was great and Lei Zhen couldn't resist. Brothers and sisters, Lei Zhen begs you for one thing. Lei Zhen clenched his teeth and said. Between us brothers, how can we use the word to beg? Fourth brother, if you say this word again, then you're not treating me as a brother. The white-haired Jian Chen said. Lei Zhen nodded his head and looked at everyone solemnly. Brothers, you can all see that Zhao Danchen's injuries have already completely recovered. Zhao Danchen and Yang Ningfeng, none of us are a match. The destruction of the war people has already been decided. I beg everyone to leave now. Don't throw away your lives for me, Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's death is not to be regretted, but if I were to implicate my brothers and sisters, then I will suffer more than death. As he said that, tears began to flow down his face. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, it was Jiang Wuya who patted Lei Zhen's shoulder gently. Fourth brother, you still don't understand. Everyone will die sooner or later. Instead of dying for nothing, it's better to die with a bang. If I die for my brothers, then I, Jiang Wuya, can die without regrets. Yeah, my life was given to me by my eldest sister. Without her, I would have become a pile of dirt long ago. I should have died a long time ago anyway. If I die now, I won't lose out. Just like second brother said, I have a clear conscience. Qiying also smiled and said, Fourth brother, you don't need to treat us like outsiders. We're all people who have died long ago. It's only luck that we're still alive. Among us 7 brothers and sisters, who is afraid of death? Isn't it just a matter of sleeping? Lan Ling also smiled. Fourth brother, you're crying. How embarrassing. Although Long Chen did not say anything, Lei Zhen understood his thoughts from his actions earlier. He knew that his youngest brother was actually the most stubborn of them all. Once he decided on something, he would not change it no matter what. Lei Zhen wiped away his tears and looked at his brothers. Seeing the determination and passion in their eyes, Lei Zhen also knew that his life had been worth it. Good brother. He extended a hand, and the others all placed their hands on top of his. A total of 6 hands came together. Together, let's kill the Wushu Alliance. Lan Ling called out excitedly. Everyone pressed their hands together, and then their faces became filled with smiles. Looking at each and every one of them, Long Chen suddenly felt a little moved in his heart. They weren't wrong. In life, no matter how great one's achievements were, it wasn't necessarily a success. If there was someone you loved who loved you, if there was a group of brothers and sisters who could live and die with you, even if you died, you would have no regrets. Dragons. This was a phrase that would forever be hidden in the deepest part of Long Chen's memory. Although their place in Long Chen's heart could never be compared to Lingxi and Mo Xiaolang, they had always moved Long Chen. A true man should drink blood. Everyone's eyes were filled with the passion of facing death with equanimity. Brothers, the war is unavoidable. I, Lei Zhen, will not say any more nonsense. The war people are in grave danger this time, so I want to leave some roots for the war people. A few days ago, I personally selected a total of 100 talented war people children. I hope that one of you will send them out when the war begins. These are the roots of the war people. I hope that everyone will not decline. Lei Zhen looked at the crowd. Who would protect these children and break out of the Wushu Alliance's encirclement? Jiang Wuya looked around and his gaze finally fell on Long Chen and Lan Ling. He said, Long Chen's strength is unfathomable. He and Ling are both young, so there is no need for them to fight to the death for us. This time, let Long Chen and Ling escort the children. Both of you remember, the future of the war people is in your hands. You must not relax, especially Long Chen. You are extraordinarily talented. If our brothers die in the hands of the Wushu Alliance, when you become stronger, you will be the one to take revenge. Seeing the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Long Chen did not know what to do. His original plan was to tell the crowd to change the 3 candidates for the battle at the right time. Now, they had given him a seemingly arduous but most likely chance of survival. Long Chen did not know what to say, so he could only agree for the time being. Alright, leave this matter to me. Anyway, his great void realm could only allow living creatures to enter. When the time came, he could directly place the children in the great void realm. That would be absolutely safe. Moreover, Long Chen had another thought, and that was that this battle might not even happen. As long as the war people won the bet, this battle would be completely unnecessary. Alright, since that's the case, everyone go back and cultivate. There's not much time left. Make good use of the time. Tomorrow, number 4 will enter the lightning pool. We will send him off. Jiang Wuya said. After he finished speaking, the crowd said a few more words and dispersed. After Long Chen and Xiao Lang returned to their residence, they suddenly thought of that elder vulture. When everyone was concerned about Long Chen seemed to have discovered that there was something wrong with that elder vulture. When Lei Zhen was in trouble, he was the slowest to arrive. Moreover, his performance at that time was not like that of a qualified number 1 expert of the war people. It was impossible for him to arrive so late. Then why was he so slow? It could only be that he did it on purpose. I can see that Lei Zhen should respect him quite a bit. There shouldn't be any problems. I was thinking too much. Long Chen threw away that thought and started to fully concentrate on studying the 2 battle skills, Dragon Claw of Scattered Souls and Catkin Wind Steps. At the same time, Long Chen's second set of Earth Martial Realm fist techniques also quickly improved. Long Chen could feel that, with his nature-defying talent, before long, he would be able to reach the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Realm. In a dark stone house, at the highest position, a stooped figure stood by the window, looking at the specks of starlight outside. At that moment, the door was suddenly opened and a similarly skinny, but handsome man walked in. It was the 2nd prince of the 8 kings of the war people, Elder Vulture's son, and the old man by the window was Elder Vulture. Father. Lei Ming walked in, lightly closed the door, and respectfully stood behind Elder Vulture. You've already guessed what happened today, right? Elder Vulture's gloomy voice rang out in this dark room. Lei Ming nodded his head and said, I've already guessed it. Father's speed of arriving was quite a bit slower than Jiang Wuya's. It should be on purpose. Sadly, Lei Zhen still didn't die. I thought this time, he was dead for sure. I knew that Zhao Danshan would be worried about the bet that Yang Ningfeng made and would come to find Lei Zhen. Who would have thought that even when Zhao Danshan attacked, he still couldn't kill him? I purposely arrived late, but it seems like there was no use. Elder Vulture sighed and said. Lei Ming frowned and said in confusion, Father, I still don't understand. Lei Zhen is supported by almost everyone, and he also has the help of friends from the dragons. It's hard for us to shake the position of chief. Why kill him? Chapter 586. Mr. Vulture was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, Ming, you don't understand your father's heart. Lei Zhen, I understand his temperament very well. He is forcing the war people onto the road of death. I must stop him and leave a chance for the war people. Lei Zhen, he is no longer suitable to be the clan leader of the war people. You are also in the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. I have already discussed it with Zhao Danshan. The next clan leader is you, Lei Ming. Lei Ming's body shook. Clan leader, this word, was still quite tempting to him. Father, please explain in detail. Lei Ming bowed and said respectfully. The bet set by Yang Ningfeng, the war people must win 2 rounds, but Zhao Danshan has already told me that it is impossible for the war people to win. If the war people lose, with Lei Zhen's temper, he will definitely lead the entire war people to fight to the death. What kind of power is the Wushu alliance? The war people are not even fit to carry their shoes. At that time, the entire war people will definitely perish. Not only Lei Zhen, even we will become the eternal sinners of the war people. Lei Ming nodded and said, Father, I understand. In other words, as long as Lei Zhen dies, when the time comes to carry out the 3 rounds and the war people lose, I, the new clan leader, and you, the only one in the 2nd level of the Earth martial arts realm, will lead our clansmen to the Wuxia Alliance. In this way, the war people, you, and I, can all live forever. Mr. Vulture's gaze turned over from outside the window. He sized up Lei Ming for a while, then said, Little guy, you've become a lot smarter. You're right, once Lei Zhen dies, those friends of his should also leave. There will be fewer people who will give us trouble, and our action to protect the war people will also go smoothly. You must remember, we are protecting the war people. We are the righteous side, while Lei Zhen and the others are eternal sinners. Was that so? Lei Ming was actually a little confused. He knew that among the war people, except for him and his father, the rest of them were unafraid of death and could not wait to perish together with the Wuxia Alliance. Father, if we do this, won't our clansmen scold us for being spineless and letting down our ancestors? Lei Ming probed. Mr. Vulture laughed coldly, saying, They're all idiots. If they want to curse, then let them curse. We've protected their lives. Wait a year, 2 years later, sooner or later they'll all kneel before us groveling and bending their knees, praising our great actions right now. Therefore, Lei Zhen is a stumbling block for us war people. He must die. When he said the word death, Old Vulture's fists emitted crackling sounds. Father, Zhao Danshan didn't kill Lei Zhen today. What should we do? Asked Lei Ming nervously. Mr. Vulture laughed sinisterly. That terrifying laughter even made Lei Ming's hair stand on end. Tomorrow Lei Zhen will enter the lightning pool. Tomorrow Lei Zhen will enter the pool of lightning and lightning. The pool of lightning and lightning is in the forbidden area. Other than Lei Zhen, no one can enter. They'll only send him to the door. Tomorrow I won't send Lei Zhen off. If they ask, just say I'm training, putting my life on the line for the great battle 10 days later. Then I'll sneak into the forbidden area by myself, wait for Lei Zhen to pass by and I'll kill him. Then you'll go in with everyone and push this crime onto Zhao Danshan. Mr. Vulture slowly said. The more he spoke, the more excited he got. Lei Ming took a deep breath, nodded and said, Father, this is simply a perfect plan. After Lei Zhen dies, among the war people, we must immediately choose a new clan leader. With you, I'm definitely the most suitable candidate. And when Lei Zhen's friends see Lei Zhen die, they'll definitely leave the war people and go fight with the Wuxia Alliance to the death. At that time, we can even reap the benefits. The dragons are definitely not the Wuxia Alliance's match. In the 3 battles, when we war people lose to the Wuxia Alliance, we'll fulfill our promise and pledge allegiance to the Wuxia Alliance. At that time, the Wuxia Alliance will definitely give us a lot of benefits. Saying till the end, Lei Ming laughed excitedly. Bastard. Mr. Vulture suddenly slapped him and scolded. Father, why? Lei Ming was dumbfounded. What do you mean the Wuxia Alliance will give us benefits? You have to remember, we're not doing this for personal gain. We're not doing this for the people's hearts. The war people's thousands of years of foundation is destroyed by Lei Zhen's hands. The ancestors will cheer for our actions. Mr. Vulture said crazily. Yes. Yes. Lei Ming nodded repeatedly. But he couldn't help but want to ask, will the ancestors really cheer for our actions? If that's the case, let all the war people's soldiers live under the Wuxia Alliance's enslavement in the future. Is this kind of life really better than death? If that's the case, the war people will basically become characters like the Wind God's sect, or even worse than the Wind God's sect, because the war people don't have warriors in the 3rd level of the Earth martial realm to keep watch. These questions, Lei Ming could only hide them in his heart. Looking at the excited old man in front of him, Lei Ming tightly clenched his fists. He told himself, saying, he's my father, he's lived longer than me, he definitely knows a lot of things I don't know. I'm not wrong to listen to him. The sky quickly brightened. After a whole night of cultivation and many times of practice, Long Chen became much more familiar with Dragon Claw of Scattered Souls and so on. After familiarizing himself with the two kinds of battle skills, he started to continue cultivating the second level of the Earth Martial Realm. According to the Earth Martial Arts Manual, he comprehended the second level of the fist technique. After Long Yu and Huangfu Fengshen led him in, the cultivation afterwards became much simpler. It could be said that the cultivation of the martial realm, because of the relationship between the first heaven aperture and various kinds of talents, Long Chen's cultivation was much easier. Amplification. The pulse of the earth comes wave after wave. Whether or not I can reach the second level of the earth martial realm depends on whether or not I can hide 2 waves of the pulse of the earth in my attacks. If that's the case, one of my attacks will hide 2 attacks, and it should be much more powerful than now. No matter what, Long Chen still couldn't break through the last level. As for the cultivation of the genuine vitality, after Long Chen reached the first level of the earth martial realm, he directly swallowed the beast blood left behind by the Blackwater mystical snake. After refining the blood into qi, the beast blood became his genuine vitality and was in his martial vein and martial aperture. The genuine vitality to break through the second level of the earth martial realm was enough. What he lacked now was comprehension. This was not something that could be achieved in a day, so Long Chen was not in a hurry for the time being. He slowly withdrew his fist and opened the door. Xiao Lang rarely went back to the great virtual realm. When Long Chen was cultivating, he also repeatedly pondered over some of his own attack methods. He worked much harder than before. The reason why he opened the door was because Lei Zhen and the others had already passed by in front of him. The others had also arrived. When they saw Long Chen coming out, they hurriedly greeted Long Chen. The pool of lightning and thunder is in the forbidden area. It is not convenient for you to enter. If you really want to send me back, then you have to go to the entrance of the forbidden area. Lei Zhen said. The rushing thunder blade technique was a blade technique that only the patriarch of the war people could cultivate. It could only be successfully cultivated in the pool of lightning and thunder. However, the pool of lightning and thunder was also very dangerous. It required others to guard the entrance of the forbidden area. If Lei Zhen was really in trouble, others would be able to take care of him. The lightning pool has a paralyzing effect. At that time, if I really can't endure it and can't come out, at that time, regardless of whether you can enter the forbidden area or not, you will have to carry me out. Otherwise, if I stay here for too long, I will die in there, haha. Lei Zhen laughed. The others began to laugh as well. Jian Chen was the first to speak. Second brother Jiang needs to cultivate and fight. How about this? I'll stand guard at the entrance to the forbidden grounds. If fourth brother is unable to hold on, just say the word. Then I will have to trouble third brother. Lei Zhen said gratefully. Everyone quickly arrived in front of the forbidden area. The so-called forbidden area was actually a deep valley surrounded by a dense forest. Outside of the forbidden area, there were strict guards. Long Chen even discovered that there was a so-called restriction here. This restriction was naturally formed. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to break it. Entering the pool of lightning and thunder, to the war people, should be a very solemn ceremony. Lei Zhen had already prepared a table and an incense burner. He was prepared to worship the ancestors before he could enter. Such a solemn ceremony, the other war people would definitely be present. At this moment, among the 8 war people kings, other than Lei Zhen, the other 7 were present. They followed Lei Zhen and knelt down. After it was over, Lei Zhen asked Lei Ming, "Brother Lei Ming, why is Elder Vulture not here today?" Lei Ming slightly took half a step back. His expression today was a bit strange, but he concealed it very quickly. Taking in a deep breath, Lei Ming said, "My father is worried about the matter of the bet in the future and is concentrating on cultivation. He hopes that he can help out when the time comes, so he didn't come." Lei Zhen stared blankly and said, "Right now is a critical moment. Since Elder Vulture didn't come, I won't look into it. But remember to tell him that the next time we worship the ancestors, those above the earth martial realm must definitely come. Lei Ming nodded and said, okay, I understand. Lei Zhen did not care too much about this matter. He said to the dragons, other than third brother, everyone else can go back. I also need to go in. Jiang Huiya nodded and said, you go in first, we will go back. Lei Zhen smiled and then, under the gazes of his brothers, walked into the deep valley. After his figure completely disappeared, the few people from the dragons and the other people among the 8 war people kings prepared to leave. Long Chen noticed a detail. He looked at Lei Ming who was talking to Lei Zhen before. He kept watching Lei Zhen leave, and after Lei Zhen's figure disappeared, his face actually revealed a hint of viciousness. Yesterday, Long Chen already felt that Elder Vulture's actions were a bit strange. Today, when Lei Ming mentioned Elder Vulture, Long Chen slightly paid attention to it. Harboring suspicions, he naturally felt that this Lei Ming was also rather strange. Until he saw the viciousness on Lei Ming's face, plus what he said, Elder Vulture was cultivating so he didn't come. Connecting this series of things together, Long Chen felt that within this, there was definitely something wrong. Chapter 587. Prince Lei Ming, please wait a moment. Originally, the 2 groups of people were going in 2 different directions. When they were about to separate, Long Chen suddenly shouted, making that Lei Ming stop. The other 8 war people also stopped. To tell the truth, Long Chen and Lei Ming didn't know each other at all. Suddenly stopping him seemed a bit strange. Even Jiang Huiya and the others didn't know what Long Chen was doing. What do you want? Lei Ming slightly furrowed his brows, turning his head to look at Long Chen and said, I have a question I want to ask Mr. Vulture, I wonder if you can lead the way. Long Chen thought for a moment and asked this question. At the mention of Mr. Vulture, Lei Ming's expression became a bit unnatural. He subconsciously shook his head and said, no, my father is currently training hard. No one is allowed to disturb him. His tone was a bit heavy, completely not giving Long Chen a chance to retort. And after he finished speaking, he directly turned around and left. His actions not only made Long Chen even more suspicious, but it also made Jiang Huiya and the others even more suspicious. Lei Ming wanted to leave as soon as possible to avoid being questioned, which would affect his father's plan. He didn't expect that his actions would make others even more suspicious. With a swish, Jiang Huiya and the others surrounded in front of Lei Ming. Jiang Huiya's face was full of confusion and he asked, Brother Lei Ming, could it be that something happened to Mr. Vulture? Is there anything you need our help with? Are you kidding me? My father is in the grand 2nd level of the Earth Martial Realm. Of course there's no problem. Lei Ming said with a somewhat livid face. He swept his gaze over Long Chen and the others and said, why are you stopping me? Don't think that just because you have a good relationship with the chief you can look down on me among the war people. He was in a hurry to leave so he said everything. Lei Ming, what are you saying? The dragons are all good brothers of us war people. Yes, they are willing to risk their lives to help our war people. How can you speak to them in such a tone? Hearing Lei Ming's unkind tone, the other war people were a little dissatisfied. They, including everyone among the war people, were endlessly grateful to Jiang Huiya and the others. During this period of time, if it weren't for the dragons, the war people might have been wiped out. Facing the pressure from the crowd, Lei Ming's face gradually turned pale. He knew that his father was at a crucial moment and he could not afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Long Chen had been coldly observing Lei Ming. This guy's behavior is strange, there must be a problem. He didn't let me see Old Vulture, and yesterday, Old Vulture appeared late appearing. Could it be that he wanted Zhao Danchen to kill 4th brother? Then now, Old Vulture isn't here, which means, at the thought of this, Long Chen's expression changed. Oh no, 2nd brother. Although Long Chen wasn't sure if he was right, if his thoughts were correct, the current him definitely couldn't be negligent. At this moment, He didn't care whether people who weren't war people could enter the war people's forbidden area or not. He directly transformed into a dragon soul, and like a blood-red whirlwind, he instantly rushed towards the depths of the forbidden area. Long Chen, war people's forbidden area can't be entered. One of the battle kings shouted anxiously, but he couldn't stop Long Chen. Seeing that red whirlwind, he could only sigh in his heart. What a fast speed. Every single person from the dragons trusted Long Chen's judgment. Now that Long Chen had suddenly rushed into the forbidden area and called for Jiang Wuya was no idiot. He also guessed something very quickly. Following Long Chen's footsteps, he hurriedly rushed into the forbidden area. At the same time, he ordered, "Third brother, you guys restrain Lei Ming." To the war people, the dragon's actions were just too rash. They even wanted to restrain Lei Ming. The other battle kings were all confused. However, they still trusted Long Chen and the others very much. Lei Ming's behavior today was indeed rather strange, so when they surrounded him, they didn't do anything. Seeing that Long Chen and Jiang Wuya had actually rushed into the forbidden area, Lei Ming's face turned pale and he became extremely nervous. From his expression, everyone could guess one thing. Lan Ling was the most unable to keep her mouth shut. She cried out, "Seventh brother, do you mean that Elder Vulture wants to ambush fourth brother in there?" "Yes." Jian Chen and Qi Ying's expressions changed, and they both replied coldly. The three of them no longer cared about anything else. The three of them struck out and directly subdued Lei Ming. At such a close distance, Lei Ming was unable to resist at all. Jian Chen's cloud mist sword rested on his neck. What? The other 6 battle monarchs let out cries of surprise as they stared at the pale-faced Lei Ming in disbelief. Lei Ming did not argue with them, which meant that there was a high chance that what they had said was true. Bastard! Bastard! Did you and your father's brains get kicked by donkeys? The 6 war kings roared out a few times and hurriedly headed in the direction of the forbidden grounds. Jian Chen and the others directly carried Lei Ming and also headed in the direction of the forbidden grounds. No one had thought that something like this would actually happen today. Even now, no one knew why Vulture Elder was like this. Of course, the other war people still held a sliver of hope. The result they hoped to see was not like this. The war people had always been united. They had never killed each other before. If something like this really happened, it would be a huge blow to all of them. Even Long Chen did not know why Elder Vulture would say something like this. He only felt that Elder Vulture's late arrival yesterday was very strange. Coupled with Lei Ming's special behavior in the morning, he was suspicious in his heart, so he couldn't help but probe. Lei Ming was conflicted in his heart. When Long Chen probed, his expression basically already confessed everything. After realizing the importance of the matter, Long Chen charged at the very front. He used his strongest speed and disappeared from Jiang Wuya's vision in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wuya originally thought that he could catch up to Long Chen, but what made him taken aback was that not only did he not catch up, the distance between the two of them was actually increasing. As for Xiao Lang did not transform into a human, so Jiang Wuya caught up very quickly. Jiang Wuya did not say anything and directly passed by Xiao Lang. He was both nervous and shocked. He was nervous about Lei Zhen's life and shocked about Long Chen's speed. Gusts of wind constantly swept past Long Chen. Bang! Rumble. When Long Chen was still unsure if his estimation was the truth or not far away, sounds of collisions suddenly rang out. This was definitely a battle between experts of the Earth Martial Realm. Only then would such a deep but powerful sound appear. As I expected, they've started fighting. If Long Chen's estimation was correct, Elder Vulture should have long been lying in ambush here. With the strength of the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Realm, ambushing the 1st level of the Earth Martial Realm, if Lei Zhen was ambushed, he definitely would not be able to hold on for long. Third brother. An explosive roar came from the front. At this time, Lei Zhen could only summon Jian Chen, who was outside of the forbidden area. Sound traveled much faster. At the same time that Long Chen heard it, the others also heard it. Within Lei Zhen's voice, there was anger. It was even a bit hoarse. From it, it could be seen that right now, he was already injured, and it was not a light injury. This matter is actually true. Every single Battle King had an expression of disbelief on their faces. When Lei Zhen's voice rang out, the result was already 100% confirmed. Elder Vulture and Lei Ming, father and son, did indeed want to murder Lei Zhen. Luckily, they were discovered by Long Chen now. They could only pray that Long Chen and Jiang Wuya, who ran at the very front, could save Lei Zhen. Otherwise, if Lei Zhen died, the war people would really be finished. These two bastards. Why would Elder Vulture do this? Even if he did many things for the war people, this time, he is still looking to die. None of us war people's warriors will forgive him. Yeah, if the chief really meets with misfortune, what face do we have to face the old chief in the underworld? They roared out one after another. Their eyes were scarlet red, and they rushed inside with all their might. Hearing the sound, Long Chen understood the location even more precisely. He increased his speed, advancing through the dense forest in the valley with a swish. In front of him, muffled sounds and roars seemed to strike Long Chen's heart. Boom! A huge bolt of lightning struck in front of him. Using the dragon's soul transformation, Long Chen forcefully endured it. He suddenly entered a call, and then saw a large figure flying towards him. Poochie! That figure spat out a mouthful of blood, almost spraying onto Long Chen's body. Long Chen focused his eyes and saw that this person was Lei Zhen. Right now, Lei Zhen's face was pale, and there were several deep gashes on his chest. Blood spurted out. With a single glance, it was clear that he was heavily injured. Die! Right after Lei Zhen, another thin and small figure rushed over. It was that Elder Vulture. Right now, Elder Vulture's face was full of malevolence. He successfully injured Lei Zhen, making him lose the ability to fight. And right now, he was using a powerful claw technique, wanting to thoroughly kill Lei Zhen. Just at this moment, Long Chen appeared. A blood-red silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Lei Zhen. He quickly caught Lei Zhen, then placed Lei Zhen flat on the ground. In the next instant, the blood-red silhouette pounced on him. His blood-red claws instantly collided with Old Vulture's claws that flickered with the light of lightning. Instantly, waves of sharp sounds rang out. Who are you? Elder Vulture completely didn't think that at this time, other people would actually appear. Him killing Lei Zhen absolutely cannot let outsiders know. Now that Long Chen appeared, he thought that he also wanted to kill Long Chen to silence him. But, from within Long Chen's claws, came that enormous force, completely not inferior to his. The lightning damage within his claws was Elder Vulture's most proud attack. But he discovered that the opponent's blood-red flames, instantly burning his skin, was even stronger than his claws. Poochie! Elder Vulture was directly flung out. Chapter 588. Who? This enormous power made Old Vulture panic. The opponent clearly had strength around the second level of the Earth Martial Realm, much stronger than Lei Zhen. The reason why Old Vulture was able to cause so much damage to Lei Zhen in such a short period of time was even more because he ambushed Lei Zhen before, catching Lei Zhen off guard. Now that Long Chen appeared, he was very clear about his own strength. He definitely couldn't kill this strong person who suddenly appeared in a short period of time. Long Chen knew that he attacked Lei Zhen. If this news got out, Old Vulture would panic in his heart too. After all, his original plan was to not let this matter get out and shift the blame onto Zhao Danchen. Then, he could take the chance to let his son Lei Ming take the throne. But if everyone knew that he killed Lei Zhen, then don't even talk about taking the throne. The two of them, father and son, would simply become enemies with the entire war people. War people's spirit was to never surrender. They were the most united force, so what every war people hated the most was killing each other. Long Chen's appearance completely messed up Old Vulture's plan. After Long Chen threw him flying, behind Long Chen, a black figure rushed out. It was Jiang Wuya. Jiang Wuya's face right now was also ashen, especially after he saw Lei Zhen's current state. As for the others, they were also quickly rushing over here. Old Vulture, your brain really is broken. The Wuxia Alliance is our enemy. You actually want to kill Lei Zhen. Jiang Wuya gnashed his teeth and said. Within his voice, it was filled with dense killing intent. Second brother, I'll take care of him. You take care of fourth brother. Long Chen's ice-cold voice passed to Jiang Wuya. Only then did Jiang Wuya look towards Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen's entire body was filled with killing intent. An exuberant killing intent emanated from his body, making Jiang Wuya beside him feel as if he entered an icehouse. After seeing the wounds on Lei Zhen's body, Long Chen's heart was already filled with fury. Every single person in the dragons was someone Long Chen protected. The reason why he came to the war people and didn't search for news of the ancient tomb token was because Long Chen valued this brotherhood. However, although Lei Zhen's injuries weren't fatal, Long Chen's blood boiled. He knew that if he discovered it a bit later, if he came a bit later, the current Lei Zhen would probably have already died by Old Vulture's hands. If Lei Zhen died, even if Old Vulture died 100 times, it would still be difficult to dispel the hatred in Long Chen's heart. Killing intent exploded out from Long Chen's eyes. Damn you, you dare to hurt my fourth brother? You're looking to die. Long Chen let out a roar. He had already transformed into a dragon's soul right now, his appearance looking rather sinister. That boundless aura belonging to a dragon exploded out from his body, sweeping towards Old Vulture. The blood-red aura instantly pervaded Long Chen, and also pervaded towards Old Vulture's side. This young man, it's that. Right now, Old Vulture's heart was incomparably shocked. From Long Chen's voice, he already guessed that this young man right now was Long Chen. In his eyes, Long Chen was only at the first level of the Earth Martial Realm. It was just that in the attack just now, how could he possibly have such strong power? Also, how could he possibly have such boundless and vast power on his body right now? This kind of power, without reaching the second level of the Earth Martial Realm, it was basically very hard to possess. Jiang Wuya's appearance already made Old Vulture despair. He knew that his plan today had already completely failed. What followed wasn't fear, but insanity. The obsession in his heart also fiercely exploded out. Did you guys notice? That's perfect, all of you go die, all of you go die. Old Vulture madly laughed loudly. Long Chen took a few steps forward, facing off against Old Vulture. Jiang Wuya originally wanted to tell Long Chen to let him deal with Old Vulture, but he wanted to speak but then hesitated, because at the last moment, he discovered that he believed Long Chen able to defeat an expert of the Earth Martial Realm at the 9th level of the Heaven-reaching realm. Now that he's already in the Earth Martial Realm, maybe he really can defeat Old Vulture. In Jiang Wuya's eyes, ever since he saved Long Chen from the ancient demon realm, Long Chen started to be filled with miracles. At this moment, before Long Chen made his move, those battle kings and the others had already arrived one after another. More and more people, causing Old Vulture's eyes to gradually be covered with the color of blood. Long Chen examined Old Vulture. The current Old Vulture had already transformed into a beast spirit. His body was covered with a kind of steel-like feathers, blue in color. Terrifying blue lightning flowed on it, and at the same time, it also provided him with powerful defensive power. At the same time, his fingers were also the same as Long Chen's, turning into tough claws. Blue lightning threads flowed on his claws. It could be seen that his beast spirit should be a vulture-type monster beast, and the grade of the monster should also not be low. You've all come, you've all come. Perfect, all of you go die. Let the entire war people be annihilated by the Wuxia Alliance, that's even better. Old Vulture roared with a crazed expression. When he saw his own son appear under the abduction of Jian Chen, he roared explosively and rushed over. With a swoosh, Long Chen appeared in front of him, blocking his way. This old vulture's battle prowess should be on par with Huangfu Fengchen. Long Chen had absolute confidence in dealing with him. Right now, his claws were burning with the flames of the golden crow, and he rushed in front of old vulture. Afterwards, he immediately brandished that close-range combat technique within the soul-dispersing dragon claw, attacking old vulture. Seventh brother. Seeing Long Chen attack, the others all cried out nervously. They were obviously worried that something would happen to Long Chen, but what they saw was that Long Chen's attack actually forced old vulture back again and again. Soul-dispersing dragon claw. Many people looked at Long Chen in surprise, especially Jiang Wuya and the others. They could naturally tell that the battle skill Long Chen used right now was the soul-dispersing dragon claw that Long Yu was most proficient in before. Powerful, domineering, murderous. This battle was beyond everyone's expectations. What Long Chen gave old vulture was incomparably enormous pressure. This kid knows the soul-dispersing dragon claw, and his cultivation isn't low either. Old vulture immediately realized that Long Chen would be a rather terrifying opponent. At this moment, streaks of blood-red claw prints lunged towards him. Every single claw print contained a blood-red divine dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was abnormally terrifying. Before it even neared, old vulture already felt that bloody aura. Break! Old vulture roared. His expression changed greatly. He also used claws, and the speed at which he moved his claws was rather fast. Those streaks of claw prints seemed to have turned into a lightning net, heading towards Long Chen. Chi chi chi, the sounds of claws colliding rang out. Everyone could only see two figures and countless claw images quickly changing in front of them. They couldn't see who was who at all. Blood-red flames and blue lightning constantly clashed. Soul-dispersing dragon claw. Old vulture was after all already old. Long Chen knew that the other party wasn't his opponent. His soul-dispersing dragon claw was much stronger than the other party. Especially with the assistance of the golden crow's fire. Every time old vulture was struck by Long Chen, those blood-red flames would quickly wrap around his body. After expending a lot of effort, old vulture could barely use true essence to contend against these flames. Under the battle emperor, the second strongest of the war people, the one and only battle saint old vulture, right now under Long Chen's attacks, he let out cries of pain, being forced back step by step. Not only was old vulture himself dumbfounded, the others were also dumbfounded. When those war people's battle kings saw that something like this really happened, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. What they wanted to do the most right now was to fiercely question old vulture why he did this. However, when they just arrived, old vulture's crazy words also blocked their words back down. The current them could only watch the situation develop. Luckily, under Jiang Wuya's assistance, Lei Zhen was already out of danger. Injuries like this, after resting for a period of time, he could still recover. Originally, a strong person like old vulture, if he wanted to deal with him, it would be Jiang Wuya dealing with him. But what they could see was that the one dealing with old vulture was Long Chen. Yet Long Chen simply looked even more ferocious than Jiang Wuya. When attacking, old vulture was completely not his opponent. Could it be that within the dragons, other than the iceberg dragon emperor, the strongest isn't the second level of the earth martial realm Jiang Wuya, but it's actually this Long Chen? In everyone's hearts, they were all incomparably shocked. Using this scatter soul dragon claw, it directly suppressed old vulture's thunder vulture lightning claw. This young man called Long Chen not only has meticulous thoughts, seeing through old vulture and Laming's scheme, his strength is also rather strong, even stronger than Jiang Wuya. The battle kings all had their own plans in their hearts. How could today's matter be resolved? No matter what the result was, for the war people, killing each other was a tragedy. So first they were shocked at Long Chen's strength, then they looked at each other. In front of the Wushu Alliance's pressure, every single one of their hearts was rather heavy. You're called Long Chen, right? I have to admit that you're very strong, at the first level of the Earth martial realm. There's no one at your level. Within Old Vulture's voice, a hint of panic already appeared. The fire of the golden crow under Long Chen's scatter soul dragon claw had already pretty much crippled his arm. It's good that you know. Old man, you injured my fourth brother. Today, hand your life over to me. There was nothing that could stop Long Chen's killing intent. Long Chen's pressure made Old Vulture go crazy. His son was still in Jinshan's hands. If he didn't put his life on the line today, it would be very difficult for the two of them to leave alive. Die. Thunder Vulture Lightning Claw, 9/9 Soul Chasing Lightning. At the crucial moment, Old Vulture finally used his strongest move. A total of 9 lightning claw prints enveloped towards Long Chen's head from all directions. Right now, these lightning claw prints were all caused by Old Vulture's extremely fast speed. Scatter Soul Dragon Claw, 5 dragons shattering the heavens. Under the might of Long Chen's claw, 5 divine dragons formed from blood shadows suddenly exploded. Just the Scatter Soul Dragon Claw alone, Old Vulture was not Long Chen's opponent, let alone this 5 dragons shattering the heavens. The power of the 5 dragons shattering the heavens directly rushed towards Old Vulture. Chapter 589. That terrifying attack directly shattered Old Vulture's attack. The claws of the 5 dragons quickly entangled Old Vulture. As long as Long Chen's next move, he would be able to directly rip Old Vulture into several pieces. In today's battle, Long Chen had an absolute crushing victory, defeating Old Vulture. Everyone understood in their hearts that even if it was Jiang Wuya, it would be impossible for him to do this unscathed. In other words, with Long Chen's current strength, he was very possibly the strongest person present. What no one would have thought was that this young man could actually reach this step. Only now did they connect the dots. Yesterday, Long Chen being able to escape from Zhao Danchen's hands was not because of luck, but because of his powerful strength. Among the war people, it was no longer Jiang Wuya and Old Vulture who were the strongest, but Long Chen was the strongest. Long Chen and the others also looked at each other. What they never would have thought was that their youngest 7th brother would now become the strongest person among them. Just as Long Chen was about to kill Old Vulture, Lei Zhen, who had already woken up, suddenly roared, "7th brother, have mercy." Although Long Chen had some boundless killing intent in his heart, Lei Zhen was the victim today. Long Chen still had to listen to his words. Only, this did not mean that he would let Old Vulture go. When Lei Zhen yelled, Long Chen held back slightly, but the scattering soul dragon claw directly cut through several martial meridians in Old Vulture's abdomen. Once a martial meridian was broken, if it was not repaired in time, this Old Vulture could be considered as crippled. Martial meridians being broken also meant that right now, he had already temporarily lost the ability to battle. Old Vulture gave a miserable shriek, and was thrown onto the ground. Fresh blood dyed the ground. Of course, with his powerful life force of the Earth martial realm, he wouldn't die so easily. Dad! Lei Ming let out a shriek, but at this time Jian Chen took action, directly knocking him out. Jian Chen knew that Lei Zhen had something to ask Vulture Elder. When he fell to the ground dripping with blood, the scene was dead silent. Everyone looked at that blood-red figure in the center, feeling a bit parched. Defeating Old Vulture at this age, if the current Long Chen improved a bit more, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with super geniuses like Zhao Danchen. To them, this was unbelievable. Everyone looked at Long Chen with a trace of reverence in their eyes. After a while, everyone finally reacted to Long Chen's strength. They sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lei Zhen's actions. Under Jiang Wuya's support, Lei Zhen came to Mr. Vulture's side. Everyone also came over. Right now, Mr. Vulture's eyes were lifeless, his face pale, on the verge of death. He struggled, turning his body over, then looked at everyone with a vacant expression. "Uncle Vulture, can you tell your nephew just why?" Lei Zhen asked with a hoarse voice. His eyes stared straight at Mr. Vulture, unable to tell what he was feeling. But actually everyone knew that right now, Lei Zhen was undoubtedly in great pain. Right now was an important moment that decided the life and death of the war people, and Mr. Vulture, as the strongest in the clan, came to assassinate him, the clan leader. Why? Mr. Vulture resisted the pain and began to chuckle. He looked coldly at Lei Zhen and said, "Do you want to know why? Then I'll tell you, Lei Zhen. Because you will harm the entire war people, you will cause the war people to perish. You will become the eternal sinner of the war people." "I don't understand what you mean." Lei Zhen shook his head and said in confusion. "You don't understand, stop playing dumb." Mr. Vulture spat. Lei Zhen sighed, he straightened his body and said, "Uncle, I understand now. According to what you mean, you're dissatisfied with me leading the war people to resist the Wuxia Alliance, right?" Mr. Vulture smiled in disdain and said, "You're still considered smart. Those 3 bets, the Wuxia Alliance will comply because of face, but I know that you will definitely not comply. Once we lose, you will definitely lead the war people to resist. I think that will be the day of our war people's demise." Lei Zhen's gaze flickered as he looked at Mr. Vulture, saying, "Uncle, could it be that you don't understand? Dying in battle, this is our war people's mission. From what you mean, you want the war people to submit to the Wuxia Alliance and henceforth become the Wuxia Alliance's slaves." Mr. Vulture said coldly, "What slaves? Even becoming a slave is still better than losing your life. Isn't that right? Why would I kill you? As long as you, Lei Zhen, don't die, you will lead the war people to destruction. As long as you die, I can lead the war people to seek refuge with the Wuxia Alliance and leave the war people a path of survival." "No!" Lei Zhen roared. His face was very taut, the veins on his neck bulging. He tightly clenched his fists, roaring at Mr. Vulture, "Path of survival, what path of survival is? Becoming the Wuxia Alliance's slaves, becoming the Wuxia Alliance's dogs. We war people are wolves in the wilderness, we are proud and unyielding. If a wolf becomes a dog in order to survive, then what qualifications does he have to be called a wolf?" He panted heavily, his eyes wide open as he looked at Mr. Vulture, continuing to roar, "Uncle, you don't understand at all. If we submit to the Wuxia Alliance, we obtain survival, but what about the souls of us war people? If we submit, our bodies live, but our souls are already dead. War people are war people, we live for battle, we will never submit. Death isn't scary, what's scary is walking corpses that lose their souls." Lei Zhen pointed at his own chest, saying, "Ancestors, bestowed upon us a hard backbone, it is for us to live with an indomitable spirit, and not for us to bend our spines and become dogs. If for the sake of pride, every single warrior of us war people must pay with our lives, then I can only say that I, Lei Zhen, have no regrets." After Lei Zhen finished speaking, the other 6 war kings had already surrounded them. Every single one of their eyes were blood red, they used resolute and reverent gazes to look at Lei Zhen, saying one after another, "Rather die in glory than live in dishonor." War people, if they become the dogs of the Wuxia Alliance, then they can no longer be called war people, they can only become the dog race. The reason our ancestors bestowed upon us life, is for us to carry glory and battle in this boundless land, and not for us to bow and scrape to others. Mr. Vulture, I normally respect you, but if you are greedy for life and fear death, and want to become a dog of the Wuxia Alliance, I will be the first to not let you go. We will forever be unyielding. Even if the opponent is the strongest, they can only destroy our bodies, but not our souls. Even if we die, we go to hell. When we see our ancestors, we can raise our heads and proudly tell them that we died in battle. A race that has lost its soul can't be called a race. We protect the soul, even if we die with pride." Every single person's words, to Mr. Vulture, were a type of shock. When Lei Zhen said it alone, he didn't think much of it, but when everyone told him the same thing, he gradually became at a loss. No, it's not like that." Mr. Vulture madly shook his head. He viciously looked at everyone, saying, "It's you who caused the war people to perish, you are all sinners." Lei Zhen helplessly shook his head, saying, "Uncle, if you let the war people become the slaves of the Wuxia Alliance from now on, then you are the true sinner. We are proud people, our children and grandchildren, if they are lucky enough to be born, we will let them live the lives of humans, and not become other people's dogs as soon as they are born. If that's the case, I would rather they not be born." Mr. Vulture opened his eyes wide, looking at Lei Zhen, looking at each and every war king, looking at their resolute and unafraid of death in their eyes. He suddenly felt a bit cold. His gaze swept across each and every one of them, and finally fixed on Long Chen. Long Chen was the person who defeated him. Looking at this blank old man, Long Chen shook his head. The dispute between them, Long Chen also saw it with his own eyes. Overall, Long Chen still respected Lei Zhen and the others. Rather die in glory than live in dishonor, this phrase was interpreted extremely well. Long Chen stretched, then looked at Mr. Vulture and said, "Who said that the war people will definitely lose to the Wuxia Alliance? Even if we lose, we will make them lose even more miserably than us. They are strong, but we haven't fought yet, who knows who is stronger? Mr. Vulture, we didn't fight today, how would you know that I'm stronger than you?" Long Chen's words successfully livened up the atmosphere. Lei Zhen nodded his head. Today's matter should be over with. He hesitated for a while, but towards Mr. Vulture, he still didn't have much killing intent. "Uncle, today you tried to assassinate me and almost took my life. Before the war people make things difficult, I can only lock you up. Wait until we pass this trial, then we'll decide how to deal with you." Lei Zhen's way of dealing with things could already be counted as being soft-hearted. But Long Chen and the others knew that before the war people were under such great pressure, executing Mr. Vulture was indeed a bit inappropriate. "Lock me up, do I still have the face to see others?" Mr. Vulture lowered his head, smiling somewhat crazily. "Today I didn't succeed, so it can only count as you guys winning. But Lei Zhen, today I died, but you guys are still the sinners of the war people." Speaking up to here, Mr. Vulture's sharp claws directly pierced into his own heart. He wanted to seek death, and the crowd couldn't stop him in time. When Lei Zhen hugged him, he was already dead. Everyone looked at each other. After a long while, Lei Zhen stood up and helplessly said, "Uncle Vulture didn't grow up among the war people, so he doesn't know what our so-called soul is. He was originally the strongest among us war people. What a pity." The other warlords helplessly shook their heads. They were all hot-blooded men and also supported Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen's iron-blooded personality was also the reason why they supported Lei Zhen to become the new chief. Today's matter passed just like that. "Chief, are we still going to the lightning pool?" asked one of the warlords. Lei Zhen shook his head and said, "I'm already injured. Without 10 days of recuperation, I won't be able to recover." "Then what about participating in that wagered battle?" Originally, the battle of the first level of the Earth martial arts realm was Lei Zhen's to go. Lei Zhen smiled. Following his gaze, everyone simultaneously looked towards Long Chen. Then, everyone smiled in relief. "You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.